Today, I've prepared the biography of Karl Marx. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your soft pillows and pull your blankets close, let your mind drift with me to the 19th century, where we'll explore the life of a man whose ideas would shape the modern world. Karl Marx's story unfolds like a gentle river, flowing through the changing landscapes of European history. His journey from philosopher to revolutionary thinker is one we'll trace together as your eyelids grow heavier and your breathing slows. There's something peaceful about learning while drifting toward dreams, isn't there? So rest your weary mind as we begin this soothing exploration of Marx's life and legacy. A perfect companion for your journey into slumber in the gentle quietude of the early 19th century, in a time when candlelight flickered against the walls of modest homes and horse-drawn carriages rolled slowly along cobblestone streets. A child was born who would one day propose ideas that would ripple through the centuries. This child was Karl Marx, who entered the world on May 5, 1818, in the peaceful riverside town of Trier, nestled in the verdant Moselle Valley of what was then known as Prussia, now part of modern-day Germany. Imagine, if you will, the soft morning light filtering through the windows of the Marx family home on Bruckenstrasse, a comfortable middle-class dwelling where baby Karl's first cries joined the gentle household sounds of domestic life. His father, Heinrich Marx, was a respected attorney with a thoughtful disposition and liberal ideals. Heinrich had descended from a long line of rabbis, his family tree extending back through generations of Jewish scholars who had devoted their lives to the careful study of ancient texts. Yet Heinrich had chosen a different path, converting from Judaism to Lutheranism to continue his legal practice when the Prussian authorities issued edicts restricting Jewish participation in certain professions. Karl's mother, Henriette Pressburg, came from a family of Dutch Jews who had also embraced Christianity. She was a devoted homemaker with a gentle manner, though she was not particularly intellectual. Her days were filled with the soft rhythms of household management, the quiet simmering of soups on the stove, the rhythmic motion of needle and thread as she mended clothing, the patient supervision of the family's domestic affairs. Her love for her children was expressed not through scholarly discourse, but through the 1,000 small comforts that make a house into a home. The Marx household was a place of relative privilege and comfort. Young Karl grew up surrounded by books and ideas, in rooms warmed by coal fires in winter and cooled by open windows in summer, where the scent of his mother's cooking would waft through the air, mingling with the faint smell of his father's pipe tobacco. As a child, Karl had the luxury of time to play, to read, to think, to dream. A luxury denied to many children of that era who were already toiling in fields or factories. The Trier of Karl's childhood was a city of contrasts, a place where ancient Roman ruins stood alongside medieval churches and more modern buildings. The town had once been the capital of the Western Roman Empire, and echoes of that grand history could still be felt in its architecture and atmosphere. The river Moselle flowed gently past, carrying boats laden with wine, timber, and other goods, connecting the town to the wider world beyond. The surrounding hills were covered with vineyards, their orderly rows of grapevines creating patterns across the landscape, changing with the seasons from the fresh green of spring to the rich gold and crimson of autumn. In this tranquil setting, young Karl was not yet the revolutionary thinker he would become. He was simply a child, experiencing the world with wonder and curiosity. He played with his siblings, his older sister Sophie, and his younger siblings Herman, Henriette, Louise, Emily, and Caroline. In the family garden, where butterflies danced among the flowers and birds sang in the trees overhead, the Marx children's laughter would rise into the air as they chased each other through the grass, their games illuminated by the soft, golden light of late afternoon. Karl's education began at home, where his father introduced him to the ideas of the Enlightenment and the works of Voltaire and Rousseau. Heinrich Marx was a man who valued reason and progress, who believed in the potential of human beings to improve their condition through rational thought and social reform. In the evenings, after the day's work was done, and the family had gathered for a simple but satisfying meal, Heinrich would sometimes read aloud from the works of these philosophers, his voice rising and falling in the lamplight as young Karl listened, absorbing ideas that would later influence his own thinking. When Karl was about 12 years old, he began attending the Friedrich Wilhelm Gymnasium, a high school influenced by liberal ideas and the humanist tradition. The school was housed in a former Jesuit monastery, its stone walls thick with history, its corridors echoing with the footsteps of generations of students who had come before. Here, Karl studied classical literature, history, and languages under the guidance of teachers who encouraged critical thinking and intellectual curiosity. One of these teachers was a man named Johann Hugo Wittenbach, the school's principal and a progressive educator who had been influenced by the ideals of the French Revolution. Wittenbach saw potential in the thoughtful, serious boy with the unruly dark hair and intense eyes. He encouraged Karl's intellectual development, introducing him to new ideas and challenging him to think deeply about the world around him. During these formative years, Karl developed a love for literature and poetry. He would sit for hours in quiet corners of the school library or at home in his father's study, losing himself in the worlds created by great writers. He particularly admired the works of Shakespeare and Goethe, whose explorations of human nature and society resonated with his own emerging interests. In the stillness of these reading sessions, broken only by the occasional turning of a page or the distant sounds of life continuing outside. Karl's mind was being shaped by the thoughts and words of others, preparing him for the day when he would begin to formulate his own ideas. As a teenager, Karl began to write poetry himself, expressing his thoughts and feelings in verse that was romantic and sometimes melancholy. These early creative efforts, though not particularly distinguished, reveal a young man grappling with big questions about life, love, and his place in the world. They show his sensitivity and his desire to understand the deeper currents of human experience. The Trier of Karl's youth was not isolated from the larger currents of history. The aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars had left Europe in a state of political and social flux. The Congress of Vienna had redrawn the map of Europe, and Prussia, where Trier was located, was experiencing the conservative reaction that followed the defeat of Napoleon. The authorities were suspicious of liberal and democratic ideas, which they associated with the French Revolution and its aftermath. This political climate affected the Marx family directly. Heinrich Marx, with his liberal views, had to be cautious in his professional life. He was under surveillance by the Prussian authorities, who were wary of potential subversives. This early exposure to political repression may have planted seeds in young Karl's mind that would later grow into a critique of state power and social injustice. The economic conditions of the time were also changing in ways that would later influence Karl's thinking. The Industrial Revolution, which had begun in Britain, was slowly spreading to continental Europe. Traditional ways of life were being disrupted as more people moved from rural areas to cities, seeking work in the growing factories. The social fabric was changing, with new classes emerging: the industrial bourgeoisie, who owned the means of production, and the proletariat, who sold their labor. In Trier, these changes were not yet as dramatic as they would be in larger industrial centers, but their effects could still be felt. The town's traditional craftsmen and small merchants were facing new pressures from industrial competition. Some were prospering, while others struggled to adapt to the changing economic landscape. Young Karl, observant and thoughtful, would have noticed these changes and perhaps begun to wonder about their causes and consequences. As Karl approached the end of his secondary education, thoughts of his future career began to occupy his mind. His father hoped that he would follow in his footsteps and become a lawyer. Heinrich saw law as a respectable profession that would provide his son with a stable income and social standing. He wanted Karl to have a good life, free from the financial worries and social limitations that he himself had experienced. In 1835, at the age of 17, Karl enrolled at the University of Bonn to study law, in accordance with his father's wishes. Bonn was a lively university town on the banks of the Rhine. its streets filled with students from various backgrounds, its taverns buzzing with conversation and debate. Here, Karl experienced a taste of independence for the first time, away from the watchful eyes of his parents and the familiar confines of Trier. University life opened up new horizons for the young man. He joined a tavern club and became involved in student politics. He attended lectures not only in law, but also in literature, history, and philosophy. He stayed up late into the night, engaged in passionate discussions with fellow students about art, politics, and the meaning of life. These conversations, fueled by youthful enthusiasm and perhaps a bit of wine, were an important part of his intellectual development. However, Karl's time at Bonn was not entirely smooth. He spent money freely, more than his father could comfortably afford to send him. He was once briefly imprisoned for disturbing the peace and was wounded in a duel, a common practice among students of that era to settle matters of honor. His academic performance was uneven, with excellent results in some subjects, but neglect of others that didn't capture his interest. After a year at Bonn, concerned about his son's behavior and academic focus, Heinrich Marx insisted that Karl transfer to the more serious and prestigious University of Berlin. This move would prove to be a turning point in Karl's intellectual journey. Berlin was the capital of Prussia, a center of intellectual and cultural life, home to some of the most important thinkers of the time. In Berlin, the pace and focus of Karl's studies changed. The university there was influenced by the ideas of Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, a philosopher whose dialectical method and theories about history and society would have a profound impact on Karl's thinking. Hegel had died a few years before Karl arrived in Berlin, but his influence permeated the intellectual atmosphere of the university. Karl became involved with a group known as the Young Hegelians, who were applying Hegel's methods to critique religion, politics, and society. These young intellectuals gathered in coffee houses and private homes, engaging in lengthy discussions about philosophy and politics. They were critical of the conservative Prussian state and its alliance with the Lutheran Church. They believed in the power of rational critique to bring about social and political change. Among the young Hegelians, Karl found kindred spirits who shared his growing interest in philosophical and social questions. One of these was Bruno Bauer, a lecturer in theology who became Karl's mentor and friend. Bauer was working on a critique of the Gospels, arguing that they should be understood as human creations rather than divine revelations. His radical approach to religious texts influenced Karl's own developing critique of religion. During his time in Berlin, Karl's interests shifted increasingly from law to philosophy. He immersed himself in the works of Hegel, struggling to understand the philosopher's complex ideas about dialectics, history, and the state. He also read widely in other areas, from Greek philosophy to contemporary political theory. His room was filled with books, papers, and the ever-present smoke from his pipe as he worked late into the night, his mind ablaze with new ideas and questions. In 1841, Karl completed his doctoral dissertation on the difference between the natural philosophies of Democritus and Epicurus. This scholarly work, focused on ancient Greek philosophy, might seem far removed from the revolutionary social and economic theories he would later develop, yet it contained seeds of his later thinking, particularly in its concern with materialism. The idea that physical matter is the fundamental reality, and its critique of religious explanations of the world. As Karl's university years drew to a close, he faced decisions about his future career. His father had died in 1838, removing the immediate pressure to pursue law, but also creating financial pressures for the family. Karl had hoped for an academic career, but his association with the radical young Hegelians made this difficult in the conservative Prussian university system. Instead, he turned to journalism, becoming a contributor and then editor of the Rheinische Zeitung, a liberal newspaper based in Cologne. This work brought him into direct contact with political and social issues of the day. He wrote articles criticizing censorship, defending the rights of the poor to gather fallen wood in forests, a traditional right that was being eliminated, and commenting on various political developments. It was during this period that Karl began to move beyond purely philosophical concerns to engage with economic and social questions. He found that his philosophical training did not provide him with the tools he needed to understand the concrete social problems he was encountering as a journalist. This realization led him to begin studying political economy, a field that would become central to his later work. The gentle currents of Karl Marx's early life, the comfortable middle-class upbringing in Trier, the intellectual stimulation provided by his father and his education, the university years in Bonn and Berlin, the engagement with Hegelian philosophy, and the turn to journalism, all flowed together to shape the man he was becoming. These experiences laid the foundation for the revolutionary thinker who would later challenge the very basis of capitalist society and inspire movements around the world. As we leave young Karl at the threshold of his adult life, poised to embark on the intellectual and political journey that would define him, we can see how the quiet child from Trier had already begun to transform into a man of ideas, a seeker of truth, a questioner of established wisdom. The peaceful riverside town of his birth seems far away now, as distant as the sound of his mother's lullabies, or the gentle touch of his father's hand, guiding him through his first steps in the garden of their family home. Yet those early influences remained with him, shaping his character and his vision, even as he prepared to step onto the world stage and into history. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the quiet stillness of evening, let us drift back through the mists of time to explore the ancestral roots of Karl Marx, whose family story unfolds like a gentle river flowing through the European landscape. Born on May 5, 1818, in the peaceful riverside town of Trier, located in what was then the Kingdom of Prussia, Karl Marx came from a lineage rich with cultural complexity and intellectual tradition that would softly shape his worldview like rain shapes the earth. The Marx family tree extends its branches deep into Jewish heritage, a cultural identity that would influence Karl's early years in ways both seen and unseen. His father, Heinrich Marx, was born Herschel Levi, the son of a rabbi in Trier. The Marx name itself was adopted later, a gentle transformation of identity that speaks to the changing currents of European society. Heinrich's ancestors had been rabbis for generations, keepers of ancient wisdom and tradition, passing down stories and teachings through the quiet evenings of family gatherings. In the soft lamplight of their home, young Karl would have heard tales of his grandfather, Meyer Hilvey Marx, who served as the rabbi of Trier until his passing in 1804. These stories would have drifted through the house like the scent of his mother's cooking, creating an atmosphere of cultural richness that surrounded him even as he slept. The Jewish intellectual tradition, with its emphasis on questioning, interpretation, and the pursuit of understanding, was woven into the very fabric of Karl's heritage, a gentle but persistent influence that would later manifest in his analytical approach to society and history. Heinrich Marx, Karl's father, made the significant decision to convert from Judaism to Lutheranism around 1816, a choice made partly in response to the Prussian law that barred Jews from holding public office. This conversion was like a slow turn in the family's river, altering its course without erasing what came before. Heinrich became a respected lawyer in Trier, a man known for his moderate liberal views and his deep appreciation for Enlightenment thinkers such as Voltaire and Rousseau. In the quiet evenings at home, he would often read these philosophers aloud, his voice a soothing presence as young Karl drifted between wakefulness and dreams. Karl's mother, Henriette Pressburg, came from a Dutch Jewish family with its own rich heritage. Her ancestors had lived in the Netherlands for generations, bringing with them traditions and perspectives that added another layer to the cultural tapestry of Karl's upbringing. Henriette's family included rabbis and merchants, people who understood both spiritual matters and the practical concerns of commerce. Her grandfather, Isaac Pressburg, had been a respected rabbi in Nijmegen, and stories of his wisdom and compassion would have been passed down through the generations like precious heirlooms. The Pressburg family had deep roots in the Jewish communities of Holland and Hungary, with connections stretching back through centuries of European history. They had weathered periods of acceptance and persecution. Their family stories, containing both moments of joy and hardship. Henriette herself was said to have a practical nature, focused on the well-being of her family and the maintenance of their comfortable home. Her gentle presence provided a counterbalance to Heinrich's intellectual intensity, creating a home environment where ideas could flourish, but where the warmth of family life remained central. In the Marx household, the blending of these different family traditions created a unique cultural atmosphere. While the family had officially converted to Protestantism, echoes of their Jewish heritage remained, like soft whispers from the past. Family celebrations might include elements of both traditions, creating a richness of experience that would have expanded young Karl's understanding of cultural identity. The family spoke German at home, but Heinrich was also fluent in French and familiar with Latin and Greek, languages that flowed through their conversations like gentle tributaries joining a main river. The Marx family lived in a comfortable home on Brückergasse, later moving to a house on Simonstrasse, streets in Trier that still stand today, their cobblestones holding the memory of Karl's childhood footsteps. Their home was filled with books, the pages turning softly in the quiet evenings as Heinrich read by lamplight and discussed ideas with his precocious son. The family enjoyed a middle-class lifestyle, with servants to help with household tasks, allowing time for intellectual pursuits and family conversations that would stretch long into the evening. Trier itself, one of the oldest cities in Germany, with its Roman ruins and medieval architecture, provided a living connection to history that surrounded young Karl as he grew. The ancient Porta Nigra, the Roman gate that had stood since the 2nd century, was a daily reminder of the layers of civilization that had come before, a physical manifestation of the historical processes that would later fascinate him. The flowing Moselle River that curved around the city like a protective arm offered both beauty and a connection to the wider world through trade and travel. The region of Trier had its own unique cultural identity, influenced by its proximity to France and Luxembourg. This borderland quality, this gentle blending of different national influences, may have contributed to Karl's later interest in international perspectives and his ability to see beyond national boundaries to the broader patterns of social and economic development that connected different societies. Family gatherings in the Marx household would have been occasions for both celebration and intellectual exchange. Heinrich's siblings and their families, along with Henriette's relatives, would visit for holidays and special occasions, bringing with them stories and perspectives from their own lives. These gatherings, with their mixture of languages, ideas, and traditions, created a microcosm of cultural diversity that expanded Karl's horizons even as he remained within the protective circle of family. The Marx family maintained connections with both their Jewish and Christian relatives, creating a network of relationships that spanned different religious communities. This experience of moving between different cultural worlds may have contributed to Karl's later ability to analyze social structures from an outside perspective, seeing patterns and connections that might be invisible to those fully embedded within a single tradition. In the gentle rhythm of family life, certain traditions would have marked the passing of seasons and years. The celebration of birthdays was important in the Marx household, with special meals prepared and gifts exchanged. Music was also valued, and Karl's sisters received piano lessons, filling the home with melodies that drifted through the rooms like the scent of freshly baked bread. Karl himself was encouraged to recite poetry and engage in theatrical performances for family entertainment, developing a comfort with language and expression that would serve him well in later years. The family's dining table was a place of both nourishment and education, where conversations about current events and ideas flowed as freely as the wine in their glasses. Heinrich believed in treating his children as intellectual equals from an early age, engaging them in discussions about philosophy, politics, and literature as they shared their evening meals. These conversations, stretching into the quiet hours of night, planted seeds of curiosity and critical thinking in young Karl's mind that would continue to grow throughout his life. As Karl grew older, his father's library became a sanctuary, a quiet place where he could explore ideas at his own pace. The books on those shelves, works of literature, philosophy, history, and law, were like friends waiting to share their wisdom in the soft afternoon light filtering through the windows. Karl would lose himself in these volumes, his mind traveling far beyond the boundaries of Trier, while his body remained comfortably at home. The family's Jewish heritage, though officially set aside through conversion, continued to influence their worldview in subtle ways. The emphasis on education and intellectual achievement that characterized many Jewish families of the time was certainly present in the Marx household. Heinrich and Henriette placed great value on their children's education, seeing it as both a path to social advancement and a good in itself. This respect for learning, this belief in the power of ideas to transform both individuals and society, would become a cornerstone of Karl's own approach to understanding the world. The Marx family's experience of religious conversion and cultural adaptation was not uncommon among European Jewish families of their time. This experience of navigating between different identities, of belonging to multiple cultural traditions simultaneously, created a perspective that could see beyond the surface of social conventions to the deeper structures beneath. For Karl, this family history may have contributed to his later ability to analyze how economic systems shape cultural and religious expressions. Rather than seeing culture and religion as independent forces, as a child, Karl would have heard family stories that connected him broader historical narrative. Tales of ancestors who had lived through significant historical events, the French Revolution, the Napoleonic Wars, the Congress of Vienna, would have made history feel personal and immediate. These stories, shared in the intimate setting of family gatherings, gave human faces to historical processes, creating an understanding that history was not just about great men and battles, but about how ordinary people lived through and responded to changing circumstances. The family maintained connections with relatives across Europe, receiving letters that brought news from Amsterdam, Nijmegen, and other cities where family members had settled. These letters, read aloud in the evening gatherings, expanded the family's mental map of the world and reinforced their sense of belonging to both local and dispersed communities. For young Karl, these connections may have fostered an early understanding of the international nature of human society, a perspective that would later inform his analysis of capitalism as a global system. Heinrich Marx's legal practice brought him into contact with people from various social classes, and stories from his work would have given Karl glimpses into the lives of both the privileged and the struggling. Heinrich's clients included vineyard owners, merchants, and laborers, providing a cross-section of Trier society that entered the Marx home through Heinrich's dinner table accounts of his day. These stories, shared in the warm circle of family, contained lessons about justice, inequality, and the complexities of human relationships that would later find expression in Karl's theoretical work. The gentle rhythm of family life in the Marx household followed the changing seasons, with summer picnics along the Moselle River, autumn walks to gather chestnuts in the nearby forests, winter evenings spent reading by the fire, and spring celebrations of renewal. These seasonal traditions created a sense of continuity and connection to the natural world that provided balance to the intellectual pursuits that were so valued in their home. As Karl grew into adolescence, family conversations increasingly included discussions of political developments in Prussia and across Europe. The 1830s were a time of political tension and growing calls for democratic reforms, and Heinrich's moderate liberal views influenced the household's understanding of these events. Around the dinner table, in the soft glow of evening light, father and son would discuss the meaning of liberty, the proper role of government, and the possibilities for social progress. Conversations that planted seeds for Karl's later political development. When Karl left home at age 17 to attend university, first in Bonn and then in Berlin, he carried with him the intellectual foundation built through years of family discussions. Letters exchanged between Karl and his parents during this period reveal both the strong bonds of affection that connected them and the continuing influence of family perspectives on his developing worldview. Heinrich's letters, in particular, show his ongoing role as a mentor and guide, offering gentle advice about both practical matters and intellectual pursuits. The death of Heinrich Marx in 1838, when Karl was just 20 years old, marked a profound transition in the family story. The loss of his father's guiding presence created a void that Karl would fill with new intellectual influences, particularly the Hegelian philosophy he encountered at the University of Berlin. Yet the foundational values instilled during those formative years in Trier, the commitment to rational inquiry, the belief in human potential, the critical examination of established institutions, remained with him, flowing into new channels, but retaining their essential character. It was during this period that Karl began to move beyond purely philosophical concerns to engage with economic and social questions. He found that his philosophical training did not provide him with the tools he needed to understand the concrete social problems he was encountering as a journalist. This realization led him to begin studying political economy, a field that would become central to his later work. The gentle currents of Karl Marx's early life, the comfortable middle-class upbringing in Trier, the intellectual stimulation provided by his father and his education, the university years in Bonn and Berlin, the engagement with Hegelian philosophy, and the turn to journalism, all flowed together to shape the man he was becoming. These experiences laid the foundation for the revolutionary thinker who would later challenge the very basis of capitalist society and inspire movements around the world. As we leave young Karl at the threshold of his adult life, poised to embark on the intellectual and political journey that would define him, we can see how the quiet child from Trier had already begun to transform into a man of ideas, a seeker of truth, a questioner of established wisdom. The peaceful riverside town of his birth seems far away now, as distant as the sound of his mother's lullabies, or the gentle touch of his father's hand, guiding him through his first steps in the garden of their family home. Yet those early influences remained with him, shaping his character and his vision, even as he prepared to step onto the world stage and into history. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the quiet town of Trier, nestled along the gentle curves of the Moselle River, young Karl Marx opened his eyes to a world that would later shape his revolutionary thoughts. Born in 1818, Karl's childhood unfolded in this ancient Roman city, where cobblestone streets wound between buildings that had witnessed centuries pass by. The soft light of morning would filter through the tall windows of the Marx family home, a comfortable middle-class dwelling that stood on Bruckenstrasse, not far from the flowing waters that gave the town its peaceful rhythm. The Marx household was a place of warmth and intellectual curiosity. The walls were lined with bookshelves, their wooden frames holding volumes that seemed to whisper stories of distant places and ideas. In the evenings, the soft glow of oil lamps would illuminate the pages, as Heinrich Marx, Karl's father, would read aloud. His voice a gentle rumble that filled the room with tales of philosophy and enlightenment thinking. The scent of leather-bound books mingled with the aroma of home-cooked meals, creating a sensory tapestry that would forever connect learning with comfort in young Karl's mind. Outside the windows, Trier offered a backdrop of gentle beauty and historical significance. The town had been standing since Roman times, and ancient structures like the Porta Nigra, a massive stone gate with weathered archways, reminded residents of their connection to a grand past. The streets were narrow and winding, lined with buildings whose facades told stories of different architectural periods, from Roman to medieval to the more recent neoclassical styles that were fashionable during Karl's childhood. The sounds of Trier created a soothing soundtrack to Karl's early years. The distant toll of church bells marked the hours, their resonant tones floating across the town like ripples on still water. The clip-clop of horses' hooves on cobblestones, the soft murmur of townsfolk in the marketplace, the occasional laughter of children playing in hidden courtyards. All these sounds blended into the auditory landscape of his youth. The Marx family home itself was a substantial dwelling, reflecting Heinrich Marx's success as a lawyer. The rooms were spacious by the standards of the time, with high ceilings that kept them cool in summer. Large windows allowed natural light to spill across wooden floors that creaked softly underfoot, telling stories of all who had walked there before. In winter, fireplaces in the main rooms provided warmth and became gathering places for the family. The gentle crackling of burning wood accompanying evening conversations. The garden behind the house offered young Karl a small sanctuary where nature's lessons could be absorbed in quiet contemplation. Fruit trees, perhaps apple or pear, provided shade in summer and sweet harvests in autumn. Flower beds added splashes of color and fragrance, attracting butterflies and bees whose gentle buzzing formed a subtle background to hours spent reading or daydreaming outdoors. Here, Karl might have observed the changing seasons, the cycle of growth and decay that would later inform his understanding of historical processes and dialectical thinking. Trier's natural surroundings extended beyond the garden walls, offering broader landscapes that surely made an impression on the young boy. The Moselle River, with its unhurried flow, carried boats and reflected the changing sky. Vineyards climbed the surrounding hills in neat rows, their patterns demonstrating how human labor could shape the natural world. Forests beyond the town provided deeper mysteries, places where shadows gathered under ancient trees, and the soft crunch of fallen leaves underfoot marked the passage of time. The social environment of Trier was equally formative for Karl. The town had about 12,000 inhabitants during his childhood, creating a community where faces were familiar and social connections were close. The Marx family occupied a respected position in this community, though their situation was complicated by matters of religion and identity. Heinrich Marx, born Jewish, had converted to Lutheranism, the dominant Protestant denomination, partly for practical reasons. As Jews faced significant legal and social restrictions in Prussia at that time, this religious conversion placed the family in a somewhat liminal social position, no longer fully part of the Jewish community, but perhaps not entirely accepted by the Christian majority either. This early experience of social boundaries and questions of belonging may have sensitized young Karl to issues of social exclusion and the arbitrary nature of many societal divisions. The rhythm of daily life in the Marx household followed patterns common to middle-class families of the era. Mornings would begin with the soft sounds of the household stirring, the quiet movements of servants preparing breakfast, the gentle voice of Karl's mother Henrietta calling her children to start the day. Meals were taken together when possible, creating regular intervals of family connection. Karl was one of 9 children, though several died young, a common and sorrowful reality of the time. The surviving siblings created a small society within the home, with its own hierarchies, alliances, and shared secrets. Education formed a central pillar of Karl's childhood environment. His father believed deeply in the value of learning and ensured that his son received excellent instruction. The home environment encouraged reading and discussion, with Heinrich often engaging his children in conversations about ideas and current events. The soft rustle of turning pages and the scratch of pen on paper would have been familiar sounds in the quiet corners of the house where Karl studied. Beyond the home, Karl's formal education began at the Friedrich Wilhelm Gymnasium, a school influenced by Enlightenment ideals. The school building itself was substantial and dignified, its corridors echoing with footsteps and muffled voices from classrooms where Latin, Greek, history, and philosophy were taught. The desks were arranged in neat rows, their wooden surfaces marked by generations of students who had sat there before. The smell of chalk dust hung in the air, mingling with the scent of paper and ink. The social landscape of Trier during Karl's childhood was undergoing subtle but significant changes. The region had been under French control during the Napoleonic period before being transferred to Prussia in 1815. Just a few years before Karl's birth, this political transition brought new administrative structures and cultural influences. French revolutionary ideas had circulated during the occupation, leaving traces in the intellectual atmosphere. At the same time, Prussian authority brought more conservative social policies and increased censorship. The economic life of the town provided young Karl with his first glimpses of social stratification, while his own family lived comfortably. Trier had its share of poverty. The vineyard workers, craftspeople, and servants who maintained the comfort of middle-class homes like the Marxes lived very different lives from those they served. Market days would bring farmers from surrounding areas into town, their carts laden with produce, creating temporary bursts of activity in the central squares. These occasions offered opportunities to observe the exchange of goods and the social interactions that accompanied commerce. Early, unconscious lessons in economic relations. The gentle passage of seasons marked time in Trier, each bringing its own activities and sensory experiences. Spring brought the soft green of new growth to the hillside vineyards, and the delicate scent of blossoms to the air. Summer days were long and languid, with the warm stone of ancient buildings holding the day's heat as evening approached. Autumn painted the surrounding forests in rich hues of gold and crimson, while the grape harvest brought a special energy to the region. Winter wrapped the town in stillness, sometimes covering the rooftops and cobblestones with a blanket of snow that muffled sounds and transformed familiar landscapes. Religious life provided another rhythm to town existence. Though the Marx family had converted to Protestantism, they lived in a predominantly Catholic region. The sonorous bells of the Cathedral of St. Peter, a massive structure dating back to the 4th century, would have been a constant presence, marking hours, calling the faithful to worship, announcing celebrations and mourning. The cathedral itself dominated the town's skyline, its stone towers reaching toward heaven, its interior spaces cool and vast, filled with the scent of incense and the soft echo of whispered prayers. As Karl grew older, the physical boundaries of his world expanded. He began to explore more of Trier independently, perhaps finding favorite spots along the riverbank where he could sit and think, or discovering quiet corners of the town's ancient ruins where history seemed almost tangible. The physical freedom of childhood gradually gave way to the intellectual freedom that would define his adult life. The home environment continued to nurture Karl's developing mind. Evening conversations might now include more serious topics, as Heinrich recognized his son's intelligence and curiosity. The soft lamplight would illuminate animated discussions about philosophy, law, and social questions, with father and son exchanging views as the rest of the household settled into nighttime quiet. These conversations planted seeds that would later grow into Karl's lifelong engagement with questions of justice, freedom, and human society. The physical environment of school life also evolved as Karl progressed through his education. Classrooms became places of intellectual challenge rather than simple instruction. The relationships with teachers and fellow students grew more complex, creating a social laboratory where ideas could be tested and alliances formed. The young Marx was reportedly respected for his intellect, but not always liked for his intensity, an early indication of how his passionate engagement with ideas might set him apart. The natural world continued to provide both backdrop and metaphor for Karl's developing worldview. The Moselle River, constant yet ever-changing, might have suggested ideas about permanence and flux that would later inform his dialectical thinking, the cycle of seasons in the vineyards, with periods of growth, harvest, and dormancy, perhaps offered early insights into historical processes. The interdependence of natural systems, how soil, water, plants, and human labor combined to produce the region's famous wines, may have planted early seeds for his later understanding of economic and social relations. As adolescence approached, Karl's awareness of the broader social and political context surely deepened. The 1830s brought waves of political unrest across Europe, and even in the relative quiet of Trier, echoes of these movements would have been felt. Conversations at home or overheard discussions among adults would have introduced concepts of liberalism, conservatism, and the ongoing tensions between those who sought change and those who defended tradition. The physical spaces of Karl's childhood gradually took on new meanings as his understanding developed. The imposing government buildings represented authority that could be questioned. The comfortable rooms of his own home reflected privilege that not all enjoyed. The ancient ruins scattered throughout Trier spoke of civilizations that had risen and fallen, suggesting that perhaps the current social order was not as permanent as it might appear. When it came time for Karl to leave Trier for university education, first in Bonn and then in Berlin, he carried with him the sensory memories of his childhood environment, the sound of the river, the smell of books in his father's study, the taste of local wines, the feel of sun-warmed stone beneath his hands as he explored Roman ruins. All these experiences had shaped not just his memories, but his way of perceiving and understanding the world. It was during this period of transition that Karl began to move beyond purely philosophical concerns to engage with economic and social questions. He found that his philosophical training did not provide him with the tools he needed to understand the concrete social problems he was encountering as a journalist. This realization led him to begin studying political economy, a field that would become central to his later work. The comfortable middle-class surroundings of his childhood in Trier now seemed distant, both geographically and intellectually, yet the foundations laid there, the value placed on education, the exposure to both ancient history and contemporary ideas, the observations of social differences, the experience of being simultaneously inside and outside dominant groups, all contributed to the development of the man who would go on to analyze capitalism and advocate for revolutionary change. As we imagine young Karl falling asleep in his childhood bed in Trier, perhaps with moonlight filtering through the window and the distant sound of the river providing a gentle lullaby, we can see how these peaceful beginnings contained the seeds of the intellectual journey to come. The quiet child absorbing the sights, sounds, and rhythms of his environment would one day transform that accumulated experience into theories that would challenge the very foundations of the social order he had grown up in, showing how even the most tranquil beginnings can lead to profound awakenings. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. It was during this period of transition that Karl began to move beyond purely philosophical concerns to engage with economic and social questions. He found that his philosophical training did not provide him with the tools he needed to understand the concrete social problems he was encountering as a journalist. This realization led him to begin studying political economy, a field that would become central to his later work. The comfortable middle-class surroundings of his childhood in Trier now seemed distant, both geographically and intellectually, yet the foundations laid there, the value placed on education, the exposure to both ancient history and contemporary ideas, the observations of social differences, the experience of being simultaneously inside and outside dominant groups, all contributed to the development of the man who would go on to analyze capitalism and advocate for revolutionary change. As we imagine young Karl falling asleep in his childhood bed in Trier, perhaps with moonlight filtering through the window and the distant sound of the river providing a gentle lullaby, we can see how these peaceful beginnings contained the seeds of the intellectual journey to come. The quiet child absorbing the sights, sounds, and rhythms of his environment would one day transform that accumulated experience into theories that would challenge the very foundations of the social order he had grown up in, showing how even the most tranquil beginnings can lead to profound awakenings. Karl's formal education began in the gentle embrace of his hometown, Trier, where the ancient Roman ruins stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time and civilizations. At the Trier High School, known as the Friedrich Wilhelm Gymnasium, young Karl would walk through hallways that echoed with centuries of learning. The school buildings, with their weathered stone and tall windows that let in streams of soft, diffused light, provided a serene atmosphere for the curious mind of the young scholar. There, he would often sit by the window, watching the slow drift of clouds across the sky as his teachers introduced him to the classics of Greek and Roman literature. His father, Heinrich, a man of quiet determination and measured words, had converted from Judaism to Protestantism, partly to continue his legal practice in a society that placed restrictions on Jewish professionals. This early exposure to the realities of social discrimination would later inform Karl's understanding of how economic structures shape human possibilities. In the evenings, Heinrich would often read aloud from the works of Voltaire and Rousseau, his voice a soothing murmur in the warm glow of oil lamps. As young Karl listened, his eyes growing heavy with sleep, but his mind absorbing these progressive Enlightenment ideas. The soft patter of rain against the windows of their comfortable home would sometimes accompany these reading sessions, creating a cocoon of intellectual nurturing that allowed Karl's mind to wander and wonder. His father's gentle guidance and the library of books available to him created a peaceful sanctuary for intellectual growth, far from the tumultuous ideas that would later define his life's work. When Karl was 17, like leaves drifting slowly in an autumn breeze, he made his way to the University of Bonn in 1835. The university town, nestled along the Rhine River, offered a new landscape for his expanding mind. The river itself, flowing with unhurried constancy, might have seemed a metaphor for the continuous stream of human history that Karl would later analyze. At Bonn, he enrolled to study law, following in his father's footsteps like a small boat trailing in the wake of a larger vessel. The university years unfolded at a languid pace, with seasons melting into one another as Karl attended lectures in high-ceilinged rooms where professors spoke in measured tones about legal principles and historical precedents. Between classes, he would sometimes sit on the banks of the Rhine, watching the water's surface ripple and shimmer in the sunlight, perhaps contemplating the fluid nature of human societies and the forces that shape them. During his time at Bonn, Karl became involved with the Poets' Club, a group of students who gathered in the soft evening hours to share their literary creations. The flickering candlelight would illuminate their faces as they recited verses, their words hanging in the air like delicate mist. Karl himself wrote poetry during this period, his verses often exploring themes of human connection and the yearning for a more harmonious world. Though he would later move away from poetry toward more analytical forms of expression, these early creative endeavors helped him develop the rich, evocative language that would characterize even his most theoretical works. After a year at Bonn, Karl transferred to the University of Berlin, where the intellectual climate was more rigorous and demanding. Berlin in the 1830s was a city of contrasts, with grand boulevards and humble alleyways, elegant salons, and crowded tenements. The university itself stood as a temple to learning, its neoclassical architecture suggesting permanence and authority. Within those walls, Karl's mind found new challenges and inspirations. Hegel's philosophy, though Hegel himself had passed away a few years earlier. Hegel's ideas, like a slow-moving current beneath the surface of academic discourse, continued to shape intellectual life at the university. The Hegelian concept of dialectics, the notion that ideas and social forms develop through contradiction and resolution, would become a cornerstone of Karl's own thinking, though he would later transform it in significant ways during long, quiet evenings in his modest student lodgings, with only the soft hiss of a coal stove for company. Karl would pore over Hegel's texts. The dense, abstract language required patient attention, and Karl would often read passages multiple times, allowing the ideas to settle slowly into his consciousness like snow, gradually covering a landscape. This deliberate, unhurried engagement with complex philosophical concepts helped develop the intellectual rigor that would characterize his later works. In Berlin, Karl also became associated with the young Hegelians, a group of thinkers who sought to draw more radical political implications from Hegel's philosophy. Among them was Bruno Bauer, whose gentle manner belied the boldness of his ideas. Bauer and Karl would spend hours in conversation, their voices a soft murmur against the background sounds of the city, distant carriage wheels on cobblestone streets, the occasional call of a night watchman, the rustle of leaves in the university gardens. These conversations, unfolding without haste, allowed ideas to bloom and develop like flowers opening slowly to the morning sun. Another significant influence during this period was Ludwig Feuerbach, whose critique of religion as a human projection resonated deeply with Karl. Feuerbach suggested that humans created God in their own image, rather than the reverse, and that religious belief alienated people from their own human potential. This perspective, shared in books that Karl would read late into the night, the pages illuminated by the warm glow of candlelight, helped shape his understanding of how ideological systems can mask social realities. Karl completed his doctoral dissertation on the differences between the natural philosophies of Democritus and Epicurus in 1841. The ancient Greek atomists, with their vision of a universe composed of tiny particles moving through the void, provided Karl with a materialist perspective that would inform his later work. The process of writing the dissertation was one of patient scholarship, with Karl spending long hours in the university library, the soft rustling of pages and the occasional whispered conversation creating a soothing backdrop for his intellectual explorations. After completing his doctorate, Karl had hoped to secure a university position, but his association with radical thinkers made this impossible in the conservative Prussian academic environment. Instead, he turned to journalism, becoming the editor of the Rheinische Zeitung, a liberal newspaper based in Cologne. This transition marked a significant shift in his intellectual development, as he began to engage more directly with concrete social and political issues. As an editor, Karl would sit at his desk from morning until evening, the light changing gradually across the room as he read submissions, wrote editorials, and corresponded with contributors. The rhythmic clicking of printing presses in the building created a steady, almost hypnotic background to his work. It was here, amid the practical concerns of publishing a newspaper under government censorship, that Karl began to see the limitations of purely philosophical approaches to social problems. One of the issues that caught his attention was the plight of peasants who had traditionally gathered fallen wood in the forests, a practice that was being criminalized as private property rights expanded. Karl's articles on this topic required him to understand economic relationships and property laws in a new way. The suffering of the peasants, described in letters to the newspaper that Karl would read with growing concern, put a human face on abstract legal principles as he sat by his window in the newspaper office, watching the slow drift of clouds across the evening sky. He began to formulate questions about the relationship between economic systems and human well-being that would guide his future work. The Prussian government eventually shut down the Rhenish Zeitung in 1843, leading Karl to relocate to Paris. The journey to the French capital, undertaken by stagecoach over several days, provided time for reflection as the landscape slowly changed outside the coach windows, German forests giving way to French farmlands, villages appearing and disappearing like dreams in the distance. Paris itself, with its wide boulevards and revolutionary history, offered a new intellectual environment and exposure to socialist and communist ideas that were circulating among French workers and intellectuals. In Paris, Karl met Friedrich Engels, who would become his closest collaborator and friend. Their first meeting took place in the Café de la Régence, where the gentle clink of coffee cups and the murmur of conversations created an atmosphere conducive to the exchange of ideas. Engels, who had just published a study of the working class in England, shared with Karl his first-hand observations of industrial capitalism's effects on workers. As they talked, the afternoon light filtering through the cafe windows gradually dimmed, but neither man noticed the passage of time. So engrossed were they in their discussion of historical processes and economic structures. Engels came from a wealthy manufacturing family, but had developed a critique of the very system that provided his family's fortune. His practical knowledge of industrial production complemented Karl's more theoretical approach, and together they began to develop a comprehensive analysis of capitalism. Their collaboration, which would continue for decades, had a rhythm like a gentle duet, with ideas flowing back and forth between them in conversation and correspondence. Karl would engage with Proudhon's ideas critically, eventually writing The Poverty of Philosophy in response. These intellectual exchanges, conducted through published works and personal meetings in quiet Parisian cafes, where time seemed to slow to the pace of thoughtful conversation, helped Karl refine his own understanding of socialism and communism. Another important influence during this period was Moses Hess, sometimes called the Communist Rabbi, who helped connect Karl's philosophical background with socialist economic theories. Hess, with his gentle demeanor and penetrating insights, introduced Karl to the concept of communism, not merely as an economic system, but as a path to human emancipation. During walks along the Seine, with the river flowing unhurriedly beside them, and the grand buildings of Paris creating a backdrop of human achievement, Hess and Karl would discuss how society might be transformed to allow for fuller human development. Karl's time in Paris also exposed him to the writings of French historians such as François Guizot and Augustin Thierry, who emphasized class struggle in their analyses of the French Revolution and other historical events. Their works, which Karl would read in the peaceful hours of early morning before the city fully awakened, suggested that history could be understood as a series of conflicts between social classes with opposing interests. This historical perspective would become central to the materialist conception of history that Karl would later develop with Engels. In 1844, Karl wrote the economic and philosophically manuscripts, which remained unpublished during his lifetime, but represent an important stage in his intellectual development. In these manuscripts, he explored the concept of alienation, the process by which workers in capitalist society become estranged from their labor, its products, their own human nature, and from other people, as he wrote, perhaps by the light of a lamp in his modest Paris apartment, with the sounds of the city muted by the late hour. Karl was bringing together his philosophical training and his growing economic analysis in a way that would characterize his mature work. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. In the soft glow of a lamp that barely illuminated his modest room in Trier, a young Karl Marx would often sit at his father's feet, listening to the gentle cadence of Heinrich Marx's voice as he shared stories of the Enlightenment philosophers. Heinrich, a successful lawyer with liberal leanings, became the first significant intellectual influence in Karl's life, nurturing in his son a deep appreciation for rational thought and progressive ideas. The elder Marx would often recite passages from Voltaire and Rousseau, his voice rising and falling like a lullaby of reason, planting seeds of critical thinking that would later bloom in Karl's own philosophical explorations. On quiet evenings, when the household had settled into a peaceful rhythm, Heinrich would guide Karl through complex ideas, teaching him that questioning established authority was not an act of rebellion, but a necessary step toward human progress. Though Heinrich had converted from Judaism to Lutheranism for professional reasons, he maintained a quiet skepticism toward religious dogma, whispering to Karl that one should seek truth through reason rather than revelation. These intimate father-son conversations, unfolding in the tranquil hours when the rest of Trier slept, formed the foundation of Karl's intellectual journey. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Karl found another guiding presence in Baron Ludwig von Westphalen, his neighbor and future father-in-law. During long, unhurried walks through the verdant forests surrounding Trier, the Baron would share his extensive knowledge of literature, philosophy, and romantic poetry. Ludwig's voice, always measured and thoughtful, would blend with the gentle rustling of leaves as he introduced the young Marx to the works of Homer Shakespeare, and the romantic poet Heinrich Heine. The Baron, with his aristocratic background and progressive sympathies, represented a living bridge between classical humanism and forward-thinking politics on particularly beautiful afternoons, when golden sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Ludwig would speak of Saint Simon and other utopian socialists, introducing ideas that would later become central to Karl's thinking. These conversations unfolded at nature's pace, with pauses to admire a flowering plant or listen to birdsong, creating a sense that intellectual exploration was not separate from, but deeply connected to the natural world. The Baron's daughter Jenny, who would later become Karl's wife and intellectual partner, sometimes joined these walks, her presence adding another dimension to the philosophical discussions. When Karl left Trier to study law at the University of Bonn and later at the University of Berlin, he encountered new mentors who would shape his intellectual development. Among the most significant was the philosopher Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, whose ideas Karl absorbed not directly, as Hegel had died before Marx arrived in Berlin, but through the community of young Hegelians who gathered to discuss and develop the master's dialectical method in the softly lit back rooms of Berlin cafes, where the aroma of coffee mingled with pipe smoke. Karl would listen intently as Bruno Bauer, Max Stirner, and other young Hegelians debated the implications of Hegel's philosophy. The rhythmic exchange of ideas in these gatherings had a soothing quality, as thoughts were offered, challenged, refined, and transformed through the dialectical process. Karl would often remain quiet during these sessions, absorbing the ideas being discussed, his mind working like a gentle stream that gradually shapes the stones in its path. Later, in the peaceful solitude of his room, with only the soft ticking of a clock to mark the passage of time, he would reflect on these discussions, gradually developing his own critical perspective on Hegelian idealism. During his Berlin years, Karl also found an intellectual companion in Eduard Gans, a progressive Hegelian professor who introduced him to the study of law, not as a set of abstract principles, but as a reflection of social and economic realities. Gans, with his calm demeanor and methodical approach, showed Karl how legal systems evolved in response to changing material conditions, an insight that would later inform Marx's materialist conception of history. Their conversations often took place during leisurely strolls along the Spree River, the water flowing steadily beside them, mirroring the continuous development of human society that they discussed. After completing his doctoral dissertation on the differences between Democritean and Epicurean philosophy of nature, Karl moved to Cologne to work as a journalist for the Rheinische Zeitung. It was there that he met Moses Hess, often referred to as the communist rabbi, who would introduce Marx to socialist economic theories. Hess possessed a gentle demeanor that belied the revolutionary nature of his ideas. With his soft voice and thoughtful pauses, he helped Karl connect his philosophical background with emerging critiques of capitalism. During their time together in Cologne and later in Paris, Hess and Marx would take long, unhurried walks, often along riverbanks where the water flowed with a soothing constancy. As they walked, Hess would explain how communism might serve not merely as an economic system, but as a path to human emancipation. The rhythm of their footsteps on cobblestone streets created a gentle backdrop to conversations that gradually transformed Karl's understanding of society and history. In 1843, following the suppression of the Rhenish Zeitung by Prussian authorities, Karl and his new bride Jenny moved to Paris, where he would encounter perhaps his most important intellectual collaborator, Friedrich Engels. Their first meeting in the Café de la Régence, where chess players moved pieces with deliberate care across checkered boards, marked the beginning of a friendship and intellectual partnership that would last a lifetime. Engels, the son of a wealthy industrialist, brought first-hand knowledge of capitalist production and working-class conditions to their relationship. The connection between Marx and Engels developed with the natural ease of kindred spirits finding one another. Engels, with his practical experience and financial acumen, complemented Marx's theoretical depth and philosophical rigor. Their collaboration had a rhythmic quality, like a well-practiced duet, with each contributing distinct elements that harmonized into a coherent whole. In the tranquil evenings they spent together, often in Marx's modest apartment, with its simple furnishings and books piled gently on every surface, they would discuss, debate, and develop the ideas that would eventually become historical materialism. Paris offered Karl not only the companionship of Engels, but exposure to a vibrant intellectual community. The city, with its wide boulevards and graceful architecture, provided a backdrop for encounters with various socialist and radical thinkers. Had made a significant impression on Marx, though they would later become intellectual adversaries. Their early conversations, often lasting late into the night, as the sounds of the city gradually faded into a peaceful murmur, helped Karl refine his own economic theories through contrast and critique. Karl's time in Paris also exposed him to the writings of French historians such as François Guizot and Augustin Thierry, who emphasized class struggle in their analyses of the French Revolution and other historical events. Their works, which Karl would read in the peaceful hours of early morning before the city fully awakened, suggested that history could be understood as a series of conflicts between social classes with opposing interests. This historical perspective would become central to the materialist conception of history that Karl would later develop with Engels. In 1844, Karl wrote the economic and philosophically manuscripts, which remained unpublished during his lifetime, but represent an important stage in his intellectual development. In these manuscripts, he explored the concept of alienation, the process by which workers in capitalist society become estranged from their labor, its products, their own human nature, and from other people, as he wrote, perhaps by the light of a lamp in his modest Paris apartment, with the sounds of the city muted by the late hour. Karl was bringing together his philosophical training and his growing economic analysis in a way that would characterize his mature work. After being expelled from Paris in 1845, Karl and his family moved to Brussels, where he continued to develop his ideas in collaboration with Engels and other exiles. It was during this period that they wrote The German Ideology, a work in which they first fully articulated their materialist conception of history. The manuscript, composed in a quiet room with sunlight filtering through lace curtains, represented the culmination of influences from Hegel, Feuerbach, French socialism, and British political economy, all synthesized through Marx and Engels' unique perspective. The members of the League, many of them German artisans and craftsmen with calloused hands and earnest expressions, provided Marx with insights into working-class experiences and aspirations. Their stories, shared during meetings in dimly lit rooms where voices were kept low to avoid attracting attention, gave human dimension to the economic theories Karl was developing. Throughout his life, Karl maintained correspondences with thinkers across Europe, creating a network of intellectual exchange that nourished his work. Letters would arrive from various countries, bearing different postmarks and written in different hands, but all contributing to the ongoing development of his ideas. In the quiet of his study, with only the occasional crackle of the fire or the distant sounds of his children playing in another room, Karl would read these letters carefully, absorbing new information and perspectives. After the failed revolutions of 1848, Karl found refuge in London, where he would spend the remainder of his life. The reading room, with its magnificent dome and circular design, created an atmosphere of hushed concentration, where the only sounds were the gentle turning of pages and the occasional soft footsteps of other scholars moving among the stacks. In this peaceful sanctuary of learning, Karl developed relationships with librarians who would set aside new acquisitions they thought might interest him. These quiet guardians of knowledge, with their patient assistance and unobtrusive support, facilitated his research in countless small ways. One elderly librarian with silver hair and wire-rimmed spectacles took a particular interest in Karl's work, sometimes bringing him obscure economic texts that had just arrived from the continent, placing them gently on his desk with a knowing nod. Throughout his London years, Karl maintained his closest intellectual partnership with Engels, who had moved to Manchester to manage his family's textile factory. Their correspondence flowed back and forth like a tranquil river of ideas, with angels providing financial support, as well as insights into the practical workings of industrial capitalism. When angels visited London, the two would spend long evenings in conversation, sometimes joined by other exiles and radicals, creating a small island of German language and revolutionary thought in the vast sea of Victorian England. In the later years of his life, as health problems increasingly confined him to his home, Karl found intellectual companionship in his daughters, particularly Alina, who shared his interest in literature and politics. On quiet afternoons, when Karl's chronic ailments prevented more strenuous activity, Alina would read to him from Shakespeare or Balzac, her voice gentle and expressive, creating a soothing atmosphere in which father and daughter could discuss the social insights embedded in great literature. As twilight settled over London, casting long shadows across the modest furnishings of the Marx household, these reading sessions would sometimes give way to reminiscences. Karl would speak of his early mentors, his father Heinrich, Baron von Westphalen, the young Hegelians, Moses Hess, tracing the constellation of influences that had guided his intellectual journey. His voice, softened by age and memory, would rise and fall in the dimming light, mapping the connections between people and ideas that had shaped his life's work. And so, through a lifetime of relationships with mentors, collaborators, and family members, Karl Marx developed the theories that would profoundly influence the course of modern history. Each person who touched his life left an imprint, like gentle waves shaping a shoreline over time, contributing to the gradual evolution of his thought. As we reflect on these influences, we might imagine Karl in his final years, drifting peacefully to sleep with the voices of all who had guided him echoing softly in his dreams. A lifetime of intellectual connections, creating a tapestry of ideas that continues to resonate in our world today. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. But long before these twilight years of reflection, Karl Marx embarked on a professional journey marked by uncertainty, discovery, and gradual intellectual awakening. Let us drift back now, like autumn leaves carried by a gentle stream, to the early days of his career, when the young Marx was still finding his path in the world. After completing his doctoral dissertation on the differences between the natural philosophy of Democritus and Epicurus in 1841, the young Karl, just 23 years old, found himself at a crossroads. The academic path he had envisioned began to close before him, as his association with the radical young Hegelians made a university position increasingly unlikely in the conservative Prussian state. The air of those days was heavy with political tension, like the stillness before a summer storm. And young intellectuals with progressive ideas found doors quietly closing around them. In these uncertain days, Karl's thoughts would often drift to his father Heinrich, who had passed away in 1838. Heinrich, a lawyer of moderate liberal views, had hoped his brilliant son would follow a conventional path to security and respectability on quiet evenings. As Karl contemplated his future, he might have imagined conversations with his father, explanations of why he needed to follow this more difficult road, reassurances that his choices had meaning. The memory of his father's steady presence remained a comforting shadow in those first tentative steps into professional life. It was during this period of transition that an opportunity appeared like a soft light on the horizon. Arnold Rouge, a fellow young Hegelian 12 years Marx's senior, invited the promising young philosopher to collaborate on a journal called the Deutsch Französische Jahrbucher, or German-French Annals. Rouge, with his silver-streaked hair and penetrating gaze, saw in Marx a kindred spirit whose intellectual rigor might help bridge German and French progressive thought. The journal represented a dream of intellectual exchange across borders, a gentle flow of ideas between two great European traditions. In early 1843, Marx accepted Rouge's invitation and prepared to leave Germany for Paris. Before his departure, in June of that year, he married his longtime love, Jenny von Westphalen, whose aristocratic family had shown remarkable acceptance of the young radical. Their wedding day unfolded in a gentle haze of hope and promise, Jenny's hand warm in his as they exchanged vows, her eyes reflecting confidence in their shared future. Though material comfort was uncertain, they were wrapped in the soft blanket of mutual devotion and intellectual partnership that would sustain them through the challenging years ahead. The newly married couple arrived in Paris in October 1843, settling into a modest apartment where the morning light filtered through thin curtains, and the sounds of the vibrant city rose up from the streets below. Paris in those days was a swirling center of radical thought, its cafes and salons humming with conversation about social reform, workers' rights, and visions of a more equitable society. For Marx, who had lived primarily in the more conservative German states, the city was like a deep breath of fresh air, filling his lungs with new possibilities. These early works revealed a mind in transition, moving from philosophical critique toward a more comprehensive analysis of society and economics. Writing these pieces, Marx would often work late into the night, the soft glow of candlelight illuminating his papers, the scratch of his pen, a gentle rhythm accompanying his deepening thoughts. Despite the intellectual promise of the journal, financial difficulties caused it to fold after just one double issue. The practical challenges of publishing radical content across national boundaries proved too great, like a delicate plant unable to take root in stony soil. This early professional disappointment settled over Marx like a fine mist, not overwhelming, but present in every breath, a reminder of the material constraints that would shape his life's work. Yet Paris offered compensations beyond the failed journal. It was here that Marx first encountered organized groups of working-class radicals whose lived experiences added texture and urgency to his theoretical considerations. In the evenings, he would sometimes attend meetings where craftsmen and laborers spoke of their conditions, their voices rising and falling in the warm, close air of rented rooms, their calloused hands gesturing to emphasize points about wages and working hours. Marx would listen intently, absorbing their stories into his evolving understanding of society's structure. Most significantly, it was in Paris that Marx began his lifelong friendship and collaboration with Friedrich Engels. Their first substantial meeting took place in August 1844 at the Café de la Régence, a chess player's haunt where the soft clink of cups and the murmur of conversations created a soothing backdrop for their intellectual exchange. Engels, the son of a wealthy industrialist, had just completed a study of working conditions in Manchester, England, and brought first-hand observations of industrial capitalism that complemented Marx's more theoretical approach. As they talked through those late summer days, a remarkable intellectual harmony emerged between them, like two streams merging into a stronger current. Engels, with his practical experience and financial connections, provided both concrete examples and occasional material support that allowed Marx to continue his studies. Their conversations would often extend for hours, the cafe around them gradually emptying as they explored ideas about history, economics, and social change, their words weaving together into what would eventually become a unified theory. This period in Paris also saw Marx delving deeply into economic studies, beginning the long, patient work of understanding the capitalist system from its foundations. In the quiet of the Bibliothèque Nationale, surrounded by the comforting presence of books and the soft rustle of turning pages, he studied the works of classical economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo. Their descriptions of market mechanisms and labor value provided building blocks for his analysis. Though he would ultimately take these concepts in directions their originators never imagined. Marx's notes from this period, later published as the Economic and Philosophically Manuscripts of 1844, reveal his developing concept of alienation, the idea that under capitalism, workers become estranged from their labor, its products, their human nature, and each other. Writing these reflections, Marx might have paused occasionally to gaze out windows at laborers passing on Paris streets, their tired postures and worn clothing visible manifestations of the abstract processes he was analyzing. The soft patter of rain against glass, or the distant sounds of street vendors, might have accompanied these moments of contemplation. As he connected theoretical insights to the living reality around him, the relative freedom Marx enjoyed in Paris proved short-lived. His contributions to another radical publication, Vorwärts, drew the attention of the Prussian government, which pressured French authorities to take action against the émigré critics. In January 1845, Marx received an expulsion order, giving him little time to gather his belongings and make arrangements for his young family, which now included baby Jenny, born the previous May. These moments of disruption had become a familiar pattern in Marx's life. The hurried packing of books and papers, the careful wrapping of the few precious family items, the uncertainty of what awaited at the next destination. Jenny, who had chosen this unsettled life out of love and shared conviction, would manage these transitions with remarkable grace, creating pockets of domestic comfort in each new setting. Their departure from Paris unfolded in the muted colors of winter, the city's elegant facades fading behind them as they journeyed toward Brussels, which had agreed to offer them refuge, with the understanding that Marx would not engage in political activities. Brussels, with its orderly streets and measured pace, provided a different atmosphere than the intellectual ferment of Paris. Here, Marx and his family settled into a quiet routine, their days flowing one into another like a gentle river. Their home on the Rue d'Orléans became a center for gatherings of German émigrés and local radicals, where conversations would stretch into the evening hours, punctuated by the soft clink of glasses and occasional laughter, the air gradually filling with pipe smoke that hung in layers like thoughts taking form. It was in Brussels that Marx and Engels produced their first truly collaborative work, The German Ideology, written primarily in 1845-46, but not published in their lifetime. Working together, they would often sit across from each other at a wooden table, the surface gradually disappearing under sheets of paper covered with their distinctive handwriting. Their process had a natural rhythm, Marx's intense concentration, producing dense theoretical passages, Engels offering clarifications and practical examples. Their different intellectual styles complementing each other like counterpoint in music. In this work, they developed their materialist conception of history, arguing that human consciousness is shaped by social and economic conditions rather than the other way around. The manuscript pages accumulated slowly, day by day, like sediment forming rock, each layer building upon the previous to create a comprehensive alternative to the idealist philosophy that dominated German thought. Though publishers showed little interest in the finished work, its creation marked a crucial step in the development of what would later be called Marxism. During this Brussels period, Marx also became more directly involved in practical political organization. In early 1846, he and Engels established the Communist Correspondence Committee, designed to connect socialist and communist groups across Europe. Letters would arrive from various cities, carried by post or sympathetic travelers, bringing news of working-class activities and theoretical discussions. Marx would read these by lamplight, sometimes reading passages aloud to Jenny, the paper crinkling softly in his hands as he considered how to respond, how to help shape this scattered movement into something more coherent. In 1847, Marx joined the League of the Just, a secret society of workers and artisans, which soon renamed itself the Communist League. The League's leaders recognized Marx's intellectual contributions and commissioned him to write a manifesto expressing their principles, working through the winter of 1847-48, often late into the night, while his household slept around him. Marx crafted the document that would become the Communist Manifesto. With significant input from Engels, the writing process had a measured pace, like the steady fall of winter snow outside his window. Marx would sometimes pause in his work, listening to the soft breathing of his children in the next room, or the distant sounds of the city settling into night. These quiet moments of connection to his family and the world around him would ground his abstract thinking, reminding him of the human stakes of the economic systems he analyzed. The manifesto, published in February 1848, just as revolutions began to sweep across Europe, marked Marx's emergence as a significant voice in radical politics. Its opening declaration that a specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism, captured the growing anxiety of ruling classes about working class movements. The document's clear, forceful prose, so different from the academic style of his earlier works, reached toward a broader audience, like a hand extended in the darkness, offering guidance to those seeking to understand their historical moment. The revolutionary wave of 1848 brought dramatic changes to Marx's circumstances. When uprisings spread to Belgium, he was arrested and expelled, moving briefly back to Paris before the new German revolutions drew him to Cologne. There, from June 1848 to May 1849, he edited the new Rheinische Zeitung, a daily newspaper that combined news reporting with radical analysis. This period marked Marx's first experience as a working journalist, the demands of daily deadlines creating a different rhythm than his previous scholarly work. Each morning, Marx would arrive at the newspaper offices as the city was coming to life. The early light touching cobblestone streets, still wet with dew. Inside, the printing press would already be in motion for the day's edition, its steady mechanical pulse setting the tempo for the work ahead. Throughout the day, reports would arrive from correspondents and news services, bringing word of developments across Europe, a protest in one city, a government decree in another, workers organizing in a third. Marx would absorb these fragments, fitting them into his developing understanding of how revolutionary movements advance or retreat. The newspaper office had its own sensory landscape, the sharp scent of ink, the rustle of paper, the murmur of staff discussing the day's events, occasional bursts of more animated conversation when significant news arrived. For Marx, who had spent so much time in the relative solitude of theoretical work. This collaborative environment offered new perspectives. His colleagues, some experienced journalists, and others political activists learning the trade, brought diverse skills and knowledge that enriched the publication. Editing required different skills than theoretical writing. Decisions about what to emphasize had to be made quickly. Language needed to be accessible without sacrificing accuracy, and the practical constraints of space and censorship always hovered in the background. Marx adapted to these demands with remarkable facility, his intellectual flexibility allowing him to translate complex ideas into formats that could reach a broader audience. The paper's circulation grew, its influence spreading like ripples in a pond, touching readers across the Rhineland and beyond. However, as revolutionary momentum faded and conservative forces regained control across Europe, the newspaper faced increasing harassment from authorities. Issues were confiscated, staff members arrested on various pretexts, and financial penalties imposed. The pressure built gradually, like clouds gathering before a storm, until publishing became unsustainable. The final issue, printed in red ink as a symbolic gesture, appeared on May 19, 1849, marking the end of Marx's brief but significant career as a newspaper editor. Once again facing exile, Marx made his way to London, which would become his permanent home. The journey took him through Paris and various German states, the landscape passing by train windows like pages turning in a book, each scene giving way to the next as he moved toward an uncertain future. Jenny and their children joined him later, after he had established minimal arrangements for their arrival. London in 1849 was the capital of the world's most powerful industrial nation. Its streets and factories offering living examples of the capitalist system Marx sought to analyze. The city spread along the Thames like a great organism, fog softening its contours in the early mornings, the distant sounds of commerce, cart wheels on cobblestones, factory whistles, market vendors, creating a constant murmur of activity. For Marx, newly arrived with few resources, the city presented both opportunity and hardship. Those first London years were marked by material poverty that contrasted sharply with the richness of Marx's intellectual development. The family moved between modest lodgings, sometimes barely able to afford necessities, their situation made more difficult by the deaths of several children. Through these struggles, Marx would spend long hours in the reading room of the British Museum, its high ceilings and orderly shelves creating a sanctuary where he could continue his economic studies undisturbed by immediate concerns. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. In the quiet shadows of Victorian London, Karl Marx developed a working process as methodical as it was intense, his scholarly routine unfolding day after day. with the steady rhythm of the Thames flowing past the city's ancient bridges, rising in the late morning after nights often spent in restless contemplation. Marx would prepare for his day with a simple breakfast, perhaps some bread and strong coffee. The aroma filling the modest rooms where his family made their home. The morning light would filter through thin curtains as he organized his thoughts, sometimes discussing ideas with his wife Jenny, whose patience and intellectual companionship provided an essential foundation for his work. By mid-morning, Marx would make his way through London's bustling streets toward the British Museum, his familiar route taking him past shop fronts and through neighborhoods where workers hurried to factories and offices. The journey offered him daily glimpses of the very economic system he was dissecting in his writings. The contrasts between wealth and poverty laid bare on London's thoroughfares. The city itself became a living text for his observations, each chimney stack and workhouse a paragraph in the story of industrial capitalism he was carefully composing. The reading room of the British Museum became Marx's true workshop, a place where he would spend 6 days a week, often arriving as the doors opened and remaining until closing time. The grand dome above created a cathedral-like atmosphere for scholarship. The circular arrangement of desks radiating outward like spokes on a wheel. Here, Marx established a methodical approach to his research, requesting volumes from the vast collection and filling notebook after notebook with his small, dense handwriting. The gentle rustling of pages turning and the soft scratching of pens on paper created a soothing backdrop for his concentrated efforts. Marx's working method involved immersing himself completely in his subjects, reading extensively across disciplines, including political economy, philosophy, history, and literature. He would often request a dozen or more books at once, arranging them carefully on his desk like ingredients for an intellectual feast. His process was remarkably thorough, sometimes spending months researching a single concept before beginning to formulate his own analysis. This patient accumulation of knowledge became the foundation upon which he built his theoretical framework, each idea carefully considered and tested against historical evidence. As afternoon sunlight shifted across the reading room floor, Marx would continue his careful note-taking, occasionally pausing to gaze upward in contemplation, or to rest his eyes, which grew increasingly troubled by various ailments over the years. The museum became a second home, its predictable routines and scholarly atmosphere providing structure during years of financial uncertainty. The librarians came to know him well, his dedicated presence becoming part of the institution's daily rhythm. In the evening, Marx would gather his papers and make his way home, sometimes stopping at a pub where he might meet Friedrich Engels or other intellectual companions. These conversations offered a chance to test ideas in friendly debate. The quiet corners of London taverns becoming impromptu seminars where concepts were refined through discussion. Marx would sip his ale slowly, listening intently to his companions, his beard now flecked with gray as the years of exile stretched on. At home in the evening, Marx would often continue working late into the night, the household quieting around him as children were put to bed. Jenny would sometimes sit nearby with her own reading or correspondence, the couple sharing a companionable silence, broken only by the occasional comment or question. Marx would spread his papers across whatever table was available, continuing to write or revise by lamplight, the flame casting gentle shadows across pages filled with his evolving ideas about capital, labor, and historical materialism. This nocturnal work often extended into the early morning hours, Marx's concentration deepening as the household slept. He found a particular clarity in these quiet hours when interruptions ceased and his thoughts could flow unimpeded. The soft ticking of a clock might be the only sound accompanying the scratch of his pen, each word carefully chosen as he developed the precise language needed to express complex economic relationships. Sometimes he would pause to massage his temples or to pace slowly around the room, working through a difficult concept before returning to his desk. Marx's writing process itself was painstaking and deliberate, involving multiple drafts and extensive revisions. He would often write a complete manuscript, then set it aside for months before returning with fresh perspective to rework the material. This approach meant that many of his projects expanded far beyond their original scope, Capital being the most notable example. What began as a critique of political economy grew into a multi-volume analysis that would occupy him for decades. The first volume published in his lifetime, while the others remained unfinished at his death. Later compiled by Engels from his extensive notes, the physical act of writing was sometimes challenging for Marx, who suffered from painful carbuncles and liver ailments that made sitting at a desk for long periods uncomfortable. He would occasionally dictate to Jenny or one of his daughters, pacing the room as he formulated sentences, the words flowing more easily when he could move his body as well as his mind. These sessions created a different rhythm to his work. The spoken words requiring immediate precision rather than the contemplative revision possible with handwritten text. Marx's approach to writing involved a distinctive blend of meticulous research, theoretical innovation, and rhetorical force. He worked to develop a style that could convey complex ideas while still maintaining a connection to the lived experiences of working people. This balance was not always easily achieved, and he sometimes struggled between academic precision and political accessibility. His manuscripts show evidence of this tension, with passages repeatedly revised to find the right tone and clarity. The seasons passed in London, years turning into decades as Marx continued his scholarly routine. Spring would bring longer days and renewed energy after the damp London winters, which often exacerbated his health problems. Summer might allow for occasional outings to Hampstead Heath with his family, a rare respite from work where he could walk among trees and feel the sun on his face. These moments of leisure were precious, but brief, as Marx felt constant pressure to complete his economic analyses, while supporting his family through journalism and occasional financial help from Engels. Financial necessity shaped Marx's working life in significant ways. To supplement the family income, he wrote hundreds of articles for the New York Tribune and other publications, often completing these journalistic pieces in the morning before turning to his more theoretical work. This parallel writing practice required him to shift between different voices and audiences, developing the ability to address current events with the same analytical depth he brought to his longer works. The pressure of deadlines and payment created a counterpoint to the more open-ended research of his major projects. Marx's collaborative relationship with Engels formed another essential element of his working process. The two would exchange letters almost daily when Engels was in Manchester, each sharing insights and references that might benefit the other's work. When together in London, they would spend hours in conversation, sometimes walking through the city as they discussed ideas, their matched strides carrying them through parks and squares, while their minds explored economic theories and historical developments. Engels provided both intellectual partnership and practical support, his financial assistance often making it possible for Marx to continue his research during periods of particular hardship. The Marx household itself became part of his working process, with intellectual life and family life intertwining in their modest rooms. Children grew up surrounded by books and papers, absorbing their father's dedication to scholarship, even as they experienced the practical consequences of his chosen path. The family would sometimes gather in the evening to read literature aloud, Shakespeare and Greek classics, providing a different kind of intellectual nourishment. These moments of shared culture created a gentle rhythm that balanced the intensity of Marx's theoretical work. As Marx's major works took shape, his writing process evolved to accommodate increasingly complex structures. Capital required him to develop new ways of organizing material, creating a framework that could contain both abstract theory and concrete historical examples. He would sometimes create outlines and diagrams to visualize relationships between concepts. These pages, filled with connecting lines and annotations, showing the development of his thinking. The manuscript itself grew organically, with sections expanded or rearranged as his understanding deepened through continued research. The publication process brought its own challenges, as Marx worked with editors and translators to prepare his work for different audiences. He was particularly attentive to the German editions of his works, reviewing proofs carefully and often making substantial revisions at this stage for translations. He would work closely with the translators when possible, ensuring that his precise meanings were preserved across languages. This attention to detail reflected his understanding that the specific formulation of his ideas was as important as the ideas themselves. In his later years, Marx's working habits adapted to his declining health, with periods of intense activity alternating with necessary rest. He might work from bed during particularly difficult times, propped against pillows, with papers spread around him like fallen leaves. Jenny would bring tea and ensure he took breaks, her care extending to his intellectual life as well as his physical needs. Despite these challenges, his mind remained active and engaged, continuing to develop new ideas and revisit earlier concepts with fresh insight. Throughout these London decades, Marx maintained a remarkable consistency of purpose, his daily routines serving the larger project of understanding and explaining the capitalist system. Each morning's walk to the museum, each evening's writing session, each conversation with Engels contributed to this lifelong endeavor. The rhythm of his working life, research, contemplation, writing, revision, created a steady progression through enormously complex material, allowing him to construct theoretical frameworks that would influence generations of thinkers. As twilight settled over London each evening, lamps being lit in windows across the city, Marx's pen would continue its patient journey across the page, each sentence adding to a body of work that sought to illuminate the hidden structures of economic life. The distant sounds of the city would fade as he concentrated, the immediate world receding as his mind explored the intricate relationships between labor, value, and social transformation. In these quiet moments of focused creation, Karl Marx found the space to develop ideas that would eventually travel far beyond the modest rooms where they were born, their influence flowing outward like ripples on the Thames, touching distant shores long after their creator had laid down his pen for the final time. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Throughout these London decades, Marx's monumental achievement, Das Kapital, gradually took shape, a work that would become the cornerstone of his intellectual legacy. The first volume appeared in 1867, after years of painstaking research and writing. Its pages, containing his most developed analysis of the capitalist mode of production, Marx would often spend entire seasons refining a single chapter, carefully building his argument like a craftsman, assembling a delicate timepiece. The book represented not merely an economic treatise, but a comprehensive examination of how capitalism functioned as a social and historical system, revealing its inner contradictions and tendencies toward crisis. In the soft lamplight of his study, Marx would carefully trace the journey of commodities through the marketplace, showing how simple objects contained within them complex social relationships. His theory of surplus value, perhaps his most significant theoretical contribution, explained how capitalist profit emerged from the difference between what workers were paid and the value they created through their labor. This insight came to him gradually, like a distant landscape slowly becoming visible through morning mist, requiring countless hours of contemplation before it could be articulated with precision. The writing of Das Kapital followed a gentle rhythm, with Marx rising early to begin his research at the British Museum, where he would remain until closing time, surrounded by stacks of economic reports, historical documents, and philosophical texts. The museum became a second home, its reading room offering a peaceful sanctuary where his thoughts could unfold without interruption. The soft rustling of pages turning, the distant footsteps on marble floors, the occasional whispered conversation, these formed the soundtrack to his intellectual journey, a soothing background to the intense concentration he brought to his work. When evening came, Marx would return home, his mind filled with new connections and insights, ready to transform his research into flowing prose. His writing process was unhurried and deliberate, each sentence carefully considered before being committed to paper. Sometimes he would pause, gazing out the window at the London streets below, watching as gas lamps were lit one by one, casting pools of gentle light into the gathering darkness. These moments of quiet reflection were essential to his process, allowing his thoughts to settle like leaves, gently floating to the forest floor. The relationship between Marx and his lifelong collaborator, Friedrich Engels, provided a foundation of support that made his achievements possible. Engels, who managed a textile mill in Manchester, provided not only financial assistance, but also valuable information about the practical workings of industrial capitalism. Their correspondence flowed back and forth like a tranquil river of ideas, each letter enriching their shared understanding. When they were together, their conversations might continue late into the night, voices softening as the hours passed, the room growing warmer and more intimate as they explored the implications of their developing theories. Marx's earlier work had prepared the ground for his mature contributions. The Communist Manifesto, written with Engels in 1848, had already articulated a vision of history as shaped by class struggle, its flowing prose capturing the revolutionary spirit of its time. The manifesto's famous opening lines about a specter haunting Europe conveyed both urgency and inevitability, like distant thunder promising a coming storm. Yet, beneath its revolutionary rhetoric lay careful analysis of how economic systems evolved through history, each giving way to the next through internal contradictions. His philosophical foundations were laid in works like the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, where he explored the concept of alienation, the process by which workers become estranged from their labor, its products, their fellow humans, and ultimately themselves. These early writings revealed Marx's deep humanism, his concern for how economic systems affected the quality of human experience. He would often work on these manuscripts late into the evening, the room growing quiet around him, the only sounds being the occasional shifting of coals in the fireplace and the soft scratching of his pen. Marx's method of historical materialism emerged gradually through these years of study and reflection. Unlike earlier philosophers who saw history as driven by ideas or great individuals, Marx understood historical development as rooted in the material conditions of life, how humans produced their subsistence and organized their economic relations. This approach allowed him to see beneath the surface of events to the underlying economic transformations that shaped them, much as a geologist might understand the slow movements of Earth beneath visible landscapes. His work on historical materialism involved countless hours of historical research, patiently tracing the evolution of economic systems through time. Marx would immerse himself in accounts of ancient slave economies, medieval feudalism, and the emergence of modern capitalism, finding in each the seeds of its successor. This historical perspective gave his work a depth and richness that transcended immediate political concerns, connecting contemporary struggles to long waves of historical development, like viewing a single day as part of the gentle turning of seasons. The concept of class struggle, another of Marx's enduring contributions, emerged from this historical perspective. Reading his descriptions of capitalism's dynamic growth and inherent instabilities feels like watching clouds slowly gathering on distant horizons, their patterns suggesting whether yet to come. The concept of modes of production that Marx developed provides a way of understanding how economic systems function as integrated wholes, with their own internal logics and developmental tendencies. This framework allows us to see how technologies, social relations, legal structures, and cultural forms interconnect within specific historical periods. Marx would develop these ideas during long afternoons of concentrated thought, the connections between different elements of society gradually becoming clear to him, like stars emerging one by one in an evening sky. Marx's analysis of commodity fetishism, how market relations disguise social relationships as relationships between things, revealed the mystifications inherent in capitalist society. This concept emerged from his patient examination of everyday experiences, finding in simple market transactions complex webs of hidden social relations. His ability to see beneath the surface of familiar practices required both theoretical sophistication and a kind of meditative attention to ordinary life, perceiving depths where others saw only surfaces. Throughout his work, Marx maintained a distinctive writing style that combined analytical precision with literary power. His prose could shift from detailed economic analysis to sweeping historical vistas, from careful definition of concepts to vivid metaphors that illuminated complex relationships. This literary quality makes reading Marx a different experience than reading most economic theorists, more like following a skilled storyteller who gradually reveals the hidden connections between seemingly disparate elements of human experience. Despite the revolutionary implications of his work, there was something deeply contemplative about Marx's approach to understanding society. His days spent in libraries and archives, carefully examining historical documents and economic statistics, reflected a commitment to patient, thorough investigation rather than hasty judgment. This scholarly temperament coexisted with his political passions, each informing the other, like the interplay of logic and emotion in a piece of music that touches both mind and heart. As evening shadows lengthened across his study, Marx would sometimes pause in his writing to spend time with his family, listening to his daughters play piano or reading aloud from Shakespeare or Greek mythology. These moments of domestic tranquility provided necessary balance to his intellectual labors, reminding him of the human relationships that ultimately gave meaning to his theoretical work. The sound of music filling their modest rooms, the shared appreciation of literature, the simple pleasure of family conversation. These formed the emotional context within which his ideas developed. The final years of Marx's life brought increasing physical suffering, but continued intellectual engagement. Even as his health declined, he pursued new areas of study, including anthropology and Russian economic development. His curiosity undiminished by age and illness. These late investigations reflected his openness to revising and expanding his theories based on new evidence, his thinking remaining fluid rather than hardening into dogma. There is something touching about this continued intellectual growth in the face of physical limitation, like a tree still putting forth new leaves, even as its trunk grows weathered. Marx's legacy would continue to evolve long after his death. His ideas interpreted and reinterpreted by successive generations of thinkers and activists. What began in those quiet rooms in London would eventually influence revolutionary movements, academic disciplines, artistic creations, and political systems across the globe. Yet this vast influence grew from humble origins, from days spent in library reading rooms, evenings of writing by lamplight, conversations with friends and family, the patient accumulation of knowledge and insight over decades of dedicated work. As night settled over London, Marx would finally set aside his work, perhaps looking once more at the pages he had written that day before extinguishing the lamp. In the darkness, his mind might still turn over problems to be addressed tomorrow, connections yet to be fully articulated. Sleep would come gradually, bringing temporary rest from his intellectual labors, the rhythms of his breathing slowing like the pendulum of a clock winding down. And in the morning, he would begin again, returning to the patient work of understanding that defined his life and created his enduring legacy. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. In the gentle light of an early spring morning in Trier, Germany, a young Karl Marx stood at his first significant crossroads. The year was 1835, and at just 17 years of age, he faced a decision that would quietly set the course of his future. His father, Heinrich, a respected lawyer with practical sensibilities, encouraged his brilliant son toward the study of law, a path of stability and respectability. As the soft breeze rustled through the vineyards surrounding the ancient Roman city, young Karl considered his options with the thoughtfulness that would later characterize his intellectual endeavors. Imagine if he had followed the straightforward path his father envisioned. Perhaps he would have become a provincial lawyer, arguing cases in the local courts, his revolutionary ideas never taking form beyond occasional discussions over evening wine with colleagues. But something within Marx yearned for deeper understanding, for answers to questions that law books couldn't provide. The river of his life was finding its natural course, flowing toward philosophy rather than jurisprudence. He enrolled at the University of Bonn to study law, honoring his father's wishes, but soon transferred to the University of Berlin, where philosophy beckoned like a distant lighthouse on a misty shore. In Berlin's academic halls, amid the unhurried discussions that stretched into evening hours, Marx encountered the ideas of Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. These ideas settled into his consciousness like seeds in fertile soil, waiting for the right conditions to grow. The Hegelian dialectic, the notion that progress emerges from the conflict of opposing forces, would later become fundamental to Marx's understanding of historical development. During those university years, as seasons gently changed outside the library windows, Marx found himself drawn into a circle of young Hegelians, intellectuals who applied their philosophical mentors' methods to critique contemporary society and religion. In these conversations, lasting until candles burned low in their holders, Marx's worldview began to take shape, not suddenly, but gradually, like a landscape emerging from morning fog. Had he resisted this philosophical pull? Had he devoted himself solely to legal studies, as his father wished? The intellectual landscape of the modern world might have developed along different contours. The absence of Marxist thought would have left a void that other thinkers might have filled in entirely different ways. Perhaps the critique of capitalism would have taken longer to articulate, or emerged in a form less systematic, less comprehensive than Marx would eventually provide. After completing his doctoral dissertation in 1841, Marx faced another turning point as he sought an academic career. conservative political climate in Prussia, however, closed this door to him with the gentle but firm pressure of censorship and suspicion of radical thinkers, like a traveler finding his intended path blocked by an unexpected obstacle. Marx redirected his journey toward journalism. Becoming editor of the Rheinische Zeitung in Cologne in 1842 marked a subtle but significant shift. Here, Marx began to engage not just with abstract philosophical questions, but with the concrete realities of politics and economics. Writing about the plight of Moselle wine farmers and debates over wood theft laws brought him face to face with the material conditions shaping human lives. The newspaper's pages became a canvas where he could sketch early versions of ideas that would later fill volumes. Had the Prussian authorities been more tolerant of dissent? Had they not suppressed the newspaper in 1843, Marx might have continued as a liberal journalist. His revolutionary potential never fully realized, but the closing of this door nudged him toward a more radical path. Like a stream diverted by a fallen tree, finds a new channel that ultimately leads to broader waters. The gentle current of Marx's life then carried him to Paris in late 1843, a city humming with revolutionary ideas and personalities. Here, amid the unhurried conversations in cafes and salons, Marx formed a friendship that would prove transformative. His meeting with Friedrich Engels, their connection developed with the natural ease of kindred spirits finding each other. Two minds recognizing in each other a shared vision and complementary strengths. In Paris, too, Marx encountered French socialism and political economy, steeping himself in these new ideas like a patient tea drinker, allowing flavors to fully develop. He began a deeper study of economics, tracing the contours of capitalism with increasing precision. His economic and philosophically manuscripts of 1844, though unpublished during his lifetime, marked his growing understanding of alienation, the process by which workers become estranged from their labor, its products, and ultimately from their own humanity. Had Marx not been expelled from Paris in 1845 at the request of the Prussian government, had he remained in that intellectually fertile environment, his theories might have developed along different lines, perhaps retaining more of their philosophical, humanistic elements, rather than taking the more scientific, economic turn they would later follow. The soft pressure of circumstance was guiding him toward his distinctive contribution. Moving to Brussels, Marx and Engels collaborated on the German ideology, articulating for the first time their materialist conception of history. The understanding that economic conditions form the foundation upon which political, legal, and cultural institutions are built, like patient gardeners. They cultivated this idea, watching it grow from a simple insight into a comprehensive framework for understanding social change. In 1847, another pivotal moment arrived when Marx and Engels joined the Communist League. a small international organization of revolutionary workers. The League commissioned them to write a platform document, resulting in the Communist Manifesto, completed in early 1848. As revolutionary tremors were beginning to move across Europe. The manifesto's opening words, "A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism," would echo through history with a resonance neither author could have anticipated as they worked through winter evenings, their breath visible in the cold Brussels air. Had Marx declined this commission, had he chosen to focus on his theoretical studies rather than political engagement, his ideas might have remained confined to academic circles, their practical impact diminished like a river that never reaches the sea. The manifesto gave his developing theories a voice that carried beyond the boundaries of scholarly discourse. The revolutions of 1848 swept across Europe like a sudden spring storm, and Marx returned to his homeland, editing the new Rhenish Zeitung in Cologne and advocating for democratic reforms. When counter-revolutionary forces regained control, Marx faced exile once more, eventually settling in London in 1849, the city where he would spend the remaining 34 years of his life. London's grey skies and crowded streets became the backdrop for Marx's most productive years. Day after day, year after year, he followed the thread of his inquiry through the labyrinth of economic theory and historical fact, his pace unhurried but persistent, like the steady tick of the museum's clock marking the passage of time. Had Marx chosen a different city for his exile? Had he not had access to the British Museum's unparalleled resources, capital might never have achieved its depth and breadth. London, as the heart of the world's most advanced industrial economy, provided both the research materials and the living laboratory Marx needed to develop his critique of capitalism to its fullest extent. During these London years, Marx faced personal tragedies that might have derailed a less determined thinker. Poverty was a constant companion, forcing the family to move from one shabby lodging to another. As unpaid rent accumulated, more devastating were the deaths of 3 of his children, including his beloved son Edgar in 1855. Losses that carved deep channels of grief in his heart. Had these personal trials broken his resolve? Had Marx abandoned his intellectual work in the face of such suffering? The world might never have received the full flowering of his economic theories, but he persevered, finding in his work both purpose and solace, like a sailor who navigates by stars even through the darkest night. The publication of Volume I of Capital in 1867 marked the culmination of years of research and writing. Yet Marx considered it only the beginning of his complete analysis. He continued working on subsequent volumes, though declining health and the complexities of the material slowed his progress like a river meeting the resistance of rocky terrain. These volumes would be completed and published by Engels after Marx's death. their final form perhaps different than what Marx himself might have created. Had Marx lived longer, had he been able to complete his economic writings himself, the development of Marxist thought might have followed a different course. The gaps and ambiguities in his unfinished work left room for varied interpretations that would later divide his intellectual heirs. The final significant turning point in Marx's life came with his involvement in the International Workingmen's Association, later known as the First International, founded in 1864. Here, Marx's theoretical insights met practical application as he drafted rules and programs for the organization, navigating the complex currents of different socialist tendencies with the patience of an experienced river pilot. Within the International, Marx engaged in a long struggle with the anarchist Bakunin. Their disagreement centered on the role of the state in revolutionary transformation. Marx believed in the necessity of workers capturing political power and using the state as a transitional tool, while Bakunin advocated the immediate abolition of all state structures. Their debate unfolded slowly, like a chess match between grandmasters, each move carefully considered. Had Marx been more conciliatory? Had he found common ground with Bakunin rather than insisting on the correctness of his own position? The socialist movement might have maintained greater unity. Instead, the International split in 1872, foreshadowing later divisions that would characterize the left throughout the following century. As Marx entered his final years, his health declined steadily, like a candle gradually burning down to its base. Chronic liver problems, carbuncles, and respiratory infections confined him often to his home or sent him seeking relief at health resorts. Yet even as his physical strength ebbed, his mind remained engaged with new areas of study: anthropology, mathematics, developments in Russia. His intellectual curiosity flowing like a stream that continues its journey, even as it grows narrower. The death of his wife, Jenny, in December 1881, left Marx bereft. The loss of his life companion, removing a central support from his increasingly fragile existence. Just 14 months later, in March 1883, Marx himself died quietly in his armchair, having drifted into a peaceful sleep from which he would not awaken. Had Marx lived into the 20th century, had he witnessed the Russian Revolution and the establishment of states claiming to embody his ideas, one wonders how he might have responded. Would he have recognized his theories in their implementation? Or would he have modified his thinking in response to these new historical developments? The question hangs in the air like a soft mist, impossible to disperse. As evening shadows lengthen and the first stars appear in the darkening sky, we might imagine Marx at his desk in London, pen moving steadily across paper, working to understand the economic forces shaping human society. Outside his window, the city continues its bustling life. Factory workers returning home after long hours of labor, merchants calculating the day's profits, children playing in narrow streets, all participants in the capitalist system he sought to comprehend and ultimately transform. The light from his lamp creates a small circle of illumination in the gathering darkness, much as his ideas would later provide illumination for those seeking to understand the workings of economic power. His breathing slows as he considers his next sentence, the quiet scratch of his pen the only sound in the room. And as our thoughts drift with his, we too may find ourselves slipping gently toward sleep, carried along by the steady current of history that connects his time to our own. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. In the quiet stillness of 19th century Europe, Karl Marx formed relationships that would nurture, challenge, and ultimately shape his revolutionary ideas. As we settle into this gentle exploration of his personal connections, allow yourself to relax, to breathe deeply, and to drift along the river of time that carried this complex thinker through his remarkable life. Karl's first and most enduring love was Jenny von Westphalen, a baron's daughter whose beauty and intellect captured his heart during his youth in Trier. Their love story began in the soft, dappled light of shared childhood experiences, blossoming into romance as they wandered through wooded paths discussing literature and philosophy. Jenny, 4 years older than Karl, possessed a refined education, unusual for women of her time, and her keen mind provided a sounding board for his emerging ideas. Their courtship unfolded slowly, like petals opening toward the sun. Despite the social barriers between the aristocratic Jenny and the middle-class Karl, they became engaged when Marx was just 18. But their patience would be tested through a 7-year engagement. During this time, their letters floated between them like delicate birds, carrying whispers of affection and intellectual exchange. Jenny waited with remarkable constancy while Karl completed his education, their love deepening through the gentle passage of seasons. When they finally married in 1843, the union represented not merely a romantic culmination, but an intellectual partnership that would weather the most challenging of circumstances. As we imagine them setting up their first home together in Paris, we can see how Jenny's unwavering support created a sanctuary for Karl's work. She copied his manuscripts in her elegant handwriting, discussed his ideas, and maintained their household through increasingly difficult financial circumstances. Their relationship flowed like a steady stream through the landscape of their lives, sometimes rushing with passion, other times moving quietly with comfortable familiarity. Together, they welcomed 7 children into their family circle, though only 3 daughters, Jenny, Laura, and Alina, would survive to adulthood. The soft murmur of children's voices filled their home, bringing both joy and profound sorrow as they lost 4 children to the harsh realities of 19th century poverty and inadequate medical care. Each loss carved deep channels of grief in their hearts, yet somehow their bond remained unbroken, perhaps even strengthened by shared suffering. During their years of exile in London, Jenny's health gradually declined, like a flower slowly folding its petals at dusk. Karl's devotion never wavered as he sat beside her bed, reading aloud or simply holding her hand in the gentle silence of their shared understanding. When Jenny passed away in December 1881, a light went out in Marx's life that would never be rekindled. He would follow her just 15 months later, perhaps drawn to reunite with his beloved companion of nearly 40 years. As the evening breeze rustles through imaginary curtains, let us turn our attention to another pivotal relationship in Marx's life: his intellectual partnership and deep friendship with Friedrich Engels. Their meeting in 1844 at a Paris cafe resembled two complementary elements finding each other and creating something greater than themselves. Engels, the son of a wealthy German industrialist, had first-hand knowledge of factory conditions that would prove invaluable to Marx's theoretical work. Their friendship unfolded like a gradually opening book, each page revealing new depths of mutual respect and affection. Engels provided not only intellectual stimulation, but also financial support that sustained the Marx family through decades of hardship. With quiet generosity, he regularly sent funds from his position in his father's Manchester business, allowing Marx to continue his scholarly pursuits without the constant pressure of immediate economic necessity. The two men collaborated on the Communist Manifesto, their words flowing together like tributaries joining to form a powerful river of revolutionary thought. Their working relationship had a comfortable rhythm, Engels often developing initial drafts that Marx would then refine and expand with his characteristic analytical precision. They exchanged thousands of letters over the years, their correspondence forming a tapestry of intellectual exchange, personal updates, and affectionate concern. When Marx's family faced illness or financial crisis, Engels responded with immediate and practical assistance. After Marx's death, it was Engels who painstakingly organized and edited the unfinished manuscripts of Capital, ensuring that his friend's intellectual legacy would continue to flow into future generations. Their friendship demonstrates how human connection can transcend mere practical alliance to become something approaching brotherhood, a gentle reminder of how we might all be enriched by such bonds. The soft lamplight now guides us toward Marx's relationships with his daughters, particularly Alina, or Tussie, as she was affectionately known within the family circle. The youngest Marx daughter developed an especially close bond with her father in his later years. She became his secretary, research assistant, and intellectual confidant. The quiet rustle of paper accompanying their shared work in his study, Alina inherited her father's passion for social justice, along with his intellectual vigor. Their conversations would often continue late into the evening, the gentle tick of the clock marking the passage of hours, unnoticed as they discussed politics, literature, and philosophy. After Karl's death, Alina dedicated herself to preserving and promoting her father's work, translating his writings and speaking about his ideas with the intimate understanding that only a beloved daughter could possess. The relationships between Marx and all three of his surviving daughters carried the warmth of genuine affection and intellectual respect. He encouraged their education at a time when women's intellectual development was often neglected, reading Shakespeare aloud to them and discussing complex ideas as naturally as other fathers might discuss the weather. This nurturing of their minds reflected his belief in human potential beyond the artificial constraints of gender or class. As we drift further into our exploration, like a boat carried by gentle currents, we encounter Marx's relationships with his wider intellectual community. His friendship with the poet Heinrich Heine brought moments of literary beauty into a life often dominated by economic analysis. They would walk together through Parisian streets, their conversation moving from serious political discussion to light-hearted banter with the easy flow of true companionship. Marx's relationship with Pierre Joseph Proudhon began as intellectual kinship, but gradually cooled like an autumn day giving way to winter. Their initial exchanges sparked with the excitement of shared revolutionary fervor, but fundamental differences in their approaches to socialism eventually created an unbridgeable distance. Marx's critique of Proudhon's work in The Poverty of Philosophy marked the end of their intellectual alliance, a reminder that even among those working toward similar goals, theoretical differences can sometimes overshadow common purpose. The gentle rhythm of Marx's life also included his relationship with the International Workingmen's Association, where he found community among fellow socialists and labor activists, though sometimes contentious. These relationships provided a sense of purpose and belonging during his years of exile. In evening meetings filled with pipe smoke and passionate debate, Marx's ideas were both challenged and refined. The give and take of intellectual exchange, polishing his theories like water smoothing river stones. His relationship with Mikhail Bakunin, the Russian anarchist, illustrates how intellectual differences could evolve into personal animosity despite initial mutual respect. Their disagreement over the role of the state in revolutionary change grew from a philosophical difference into a struggle for influence within the International. This conflict, though painful, helped Marx clarify his own thinking about revolutionary strategy and the transition to socialism, showing how even difficult relationships can contribute to intellectual growth. As night deepens around us and our thoughts become more dreamlike, we might consider Marx's complex relationship with his own Jewish heritage. Born to Jewish parents who converted to Protestantism for social and professional reasons. Marx had a complicated connection to his religious roots. His essay on the Jewish question, while advocating for Jewish civil rights, also contained troubling stereotypes about Jewish people and commerce. This contradiction reflects the complex interplay between his revolutionary universalism and the cultural prejudices of his time, a reminder that even profound thinkers remain products of their historical context. Marx's relationship with his father Heinrich provided early intellectual stimulation and emotional support. Heinrich's letters to his son during university years carried the gentle guidance of a parent who recognized his child's exceptional gifts. When Heinrich died, while Karl was still a young man, the loss created a hollow space in his life that perhaps contributed to his seeking father figures and mentors like the philosopher Ludwig Feuerbach, whose materialist critique of religion influenced Marx's developing worldview. The soft blanket of night now brings us to Marx's relationship with his homeland. His forced exile from Germany, followed by expulsions from France and Belgium, created a lifelong sense of displacement that colored his perspective on nationalism and borders. In London, where he would spend the final 3 decades of his life, Marx developed a complex relationship with his adopted city, appreciating its relative political freedom, while remaining critical of the industrial capitalism that powered British imperial might. Inside the British Museum reading room, Marx formed a quiet relationship with knowledge itself, spending countless hours researching economic history and theory. The hushed atmosphere of the reading room, with its soaring dome and circular arrangement of desks, provided a sanctuary where his thoughts could unfold without interruption. His relationship with his own health was often neglectful, as he pushed his body beyond reasonable limits in service to his intellectual work. Chronic ailments, including painful carbuncles, liver problems, and respiratory issues, were his constant companions, like unwelcome shadows darkening his days. Yet even in physical suffering, he maintained his intellectual discipline, sometimes dictating pages of manuscript while confined to bed, his voice rising and falling like waves against the shore of illness. As our consciousness drifts toward sleep, we might imagine Marx in quiet moments of reflection, perhaps sitting beside the graves of his departed children in London's Highgate Cemetery, where he himself would eventually rest. In such moments of solitude, did he question the personal sacrifices made in pursuit of his life's work? Did he wonder about the relationships neglected or strained by his single-minded focus on understanding and changing the economic systems that shaped human existence? The gentle darkness of night reminds us that all relationships exist in the interplay of light and shadow. Marx's connections with family, friends, colleagues, and adversaries reveal not just the public theorist, but the private man, capable of deep love, lasting friendship, intellectual generosity, and also of stubbornness and occasional harshness in his judgments of others. As sleep approaches like a soft mist rising from evening meadows, we might find comfort in recognizing the fundamentally human nature of this towering intellectual figure behind the monumental theories and revolutionary ideas. Lived a man who knew the warmth of his children's embraces, the comfort of his wife's unwavering support, the stimulation of intellectual friendship, and the pain of loss and exile. The relationships that flowed through Marx's life, like tributaries feeding a mighty river, remind us of our own connections, how they shape us, sustain us, challenge us, and ultimately help define who we become. As your thoughts grow gentler and more diffuse, allow yourself to drift with these reflections into the peaceful waters of sleep, carried by the timeless current of human connection that links us all across centuries and continents. In the shared experience of giving and receiving love, understanding, and companionship, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. The gentle darkness of night reminds us that all relationships exist in the interplay of light and shadow. Marx's connections with family, friends, colleagues, and adversaries reveal not just the public theorist, but the private man, capable of deep love, lasting friendship, intellectual generosity, and also of stubbornness, pride, and occasional harshness in his judgments of others. As the evening shadows lengthen across our consciousness, let us wander through the personal gardens of Karl Marx's life, where ideas bloomed alongside the simple pleasures of domestic existence, away from the intensity of his economic theories and revolutionary writings. Marx was a father who delighted in telling his children elaborate bedtime stories. Imagine him in the soft lamplight of evening, his distinctive beard and wild hair creating dancing shadows on the wall as he wove tales for his daughters. His voice would soften from its usual passionate debate tones to something gentler, more playful, as he created imaginary worlds for young minds drifting toward sleep. Marx's relationship with his wife, Jenny von Westphalen, flowed through his life like a constant, nourishing stream. They met when Karl was just 17 and Jenny 22. An unusual match not only for their age difference, but because Jenny came from an aristocratic Prussian family, while Karl was the son of a middle-class lawyer. Their love transcended these social boundaries, carrying them through decades of hardship, exile, and poverty. In quiet moments, they would read poetry together, Jenny's melodious voice bringing life to verses from Shakespeare and Goethe as Karl listened, his ever-active mind momentarily at peace. The Marx household, whether in their modest London flat or during earlier years in Paris and Brussels, was often filled with the aroma of tobacco from Karl's ever-present cigars. He would smoke them continuously while working, the gentle curling smoke rising toward the ceiling as his pen scratched across endless pages. This simple pleasure remained one of his few indulgences, a small comfort during years of financial struggle and physical ailment. The ritual of lighting a cigar became a meditative moment in days otherwise consumed by intellectual labor. Chess provided another refuge for Marx's relentlessly analytical mind. In the evenings, when the weight of his scholarly work had been set aside like a heavy coat at day's end, he would often engage in long chess matches with friends or family members. The polished wooden pieces moved methodically across the checkered board, each strategic decision a miniature exercise in the dialectical thinking that characterized his broader work. The soft click of pieces against the board created a soothing rhythm, a counterpoint to the chaotic political world he sought to understand and transform. Long walks through London's parks offered Marx moments of physical refreshment and contemplative solitude. He particularly favored Hampstead Heath, where the rolling landscape and distant views of the city provided both exercise and inspiration. These walks became a necessary balm for his chronic health issues. Painful boils, liver ailments, and respiratory problems that plagued him throughout adulthood. The gentle sway of trees in the breeze, the soft crunch of gravel paths beneath his feet, the distant laughter of children playing. All these sensory experiences grounded the philosopher in the tangible world his theories sought to change. Marx's love of literature extended far beyond political economy and philosophy. He could recite lengthy passages of Shakespeare from memory, finding in the bards complex characters and moral dilemmas reflections of the human condition he sought to understand. Aeschylus and Homer were beloved companions from his classical education, their ancient verses offering timeless insights into human struggle and triumph. In the evening hours, when his eyes grew too tired for reading or writing, he might recite favorite passages to himself, the familiar words washing over him like a warm bath for the mind. The Marx family dining table was often surrounded by international visitors, political refugees, and fellow intellectuals, creating an atmosphere of lively discussion and cultural exchange. Despite their frequent poverty, Jenny and Karl maintained a tradition of hospitality, sharing what little they had with friends and comrades. Karl enjoyed good food and wine when circumstances permitted, taking pleasure in the sensory experience of a well-prepared meal shared with stimulating company. The conversations would flow like the wine, moving from politics to literature to personal matters, all infused with Marx's characteristic wit and occasional bursts of hearty laughter. Music provided another dimension to Marx's personal life, a soothing counterbalance to the intensity of his intellectual pursuits. He appreciated opera particularly, finding in its dramatic combinations of music, story, and spectacle an art form that spoke to multiple aspects of human experience. When finances allowed, an evening at the opera represented a rare luxury. A few hours when the constant pressure of writing and political organizing could be set aside, the melodies would linger in his mind afterward, providing gentle accompaniment to his thoughts as he walked home through London's lamplit streets. The relationship between Marx and his lifelong collaborator Friedrich Engels reveals much about Marx's capacity for deep, enduring friendship. Their intellectual partnership is well documented, but their personal bond extended far beyond shared political goals. Engels provided not just financial support, but emotional sustenance during Marx's darkest periods of illness and loss. They enjoyed drinking beer together, engaging in playful intellectual competitions, and sharing the small triumphs and setbacks of daily life. Marx's letters to Engels reveal a warmth and humor often absent from his published works, showing how this friendship provided a safe harbor where he could express vulnerability and doubt. As a father, Marx showed a tenderness that might surprise those who know only his revolutionary theories. He would get down on hands and knees to play with his young daughters, becoming a horse for them to ride upon. His serious demeanor transformed by their delighted giggles. Later, as they grew older, he encouraged their intellectual development without imposing his own views, wanting them to develop independent minds. Evening hours often found the family engaged in reading aloud, with each person taking turns bringing characters to life while the others listened. Wrapped in the shared warmth of story and familial connection, she joined the family as a young woman, sent by Jenny's mother to help with household management, and remained with them for decades. The relationship transcended that of servant and employers, as Lenchen became an integral part of the family's emotional fabric. She shared their hardships, celebrated their small joys, and provided practical support that allowed Marx to focus on his intellectual work. The gentle rhythm of her domestic activities, preparing meals, mending clothes, tending to the children, created a foundation of stability amid the often chaotic circumstances of the family's life. Marx's health troubles brought periods of enforced rest, when his normally frenetic intellectual activity had to slow to accommodate his body's limitations. During these times, he discovered the quiet pleasure of observing nature from his window. The changing patterns of clouds, the gradual shifting of seasons marked by London's plane trees, the varied songs of birds. These moments of passive contemplation offered a different kind of insight than his usual analytical thinking, a direct experience of the natural world cycles that informed his understanding of historical processes and change. The Marx family experienced the profound grief of losing children, a sadly common experience in the 19th century, but no less devastating. The deaths of 4 of their 7 children created wounds that never fully healed, especially the loss of their beloved son, Edgar, at age 8. In these darkest moments, Marx revealed a depth of emotion that contrasted with his public persona, weeping openly and questioning the meaning of his work in the face of such personal tragedy. The experience of grief became another thread in the complex tapestry of his personal philosophy, informing his understanding of human suffering and resilience. Languages flowed through the Marx household like gentle streams. Karl himself was fluent in several languages and would often switch between them mid-conversation, sometimes to express a concept that had no precise equivalent in English, other times simply for the pleasure of linguistic variety. His children grew up in this multilingual environment, absorbing French, German, and English as naturally as they breathed the air of their London home. The soft murmur of different languages created a domestic soundscape that reflected the family's international connections and cosmopolitan outlook. Despite frequent financial hardship, Marx maintained a personal library that served as both workspace and sanctuary. Books lined the walls of his study, creating a physical manifestation of the intellectual world he inhabited. He treated these volumes with reverence, handling them with care, despite his otherwise somewhat disheveled personal habits. Visitors recalled how he would sometimes pause in conversation to locate a specific book, running his fingers gently along the spines until he found the one he sought, then opening it with evident pleasure to share a particular passage that illuminated the point under discussion. As evening shadows lengthen and our thoughts grow more diffuse, we might imagine Marx in one of his more peaceful moments, perhaps sitting in his favorite armchair by the fire, tobacco smoke curling upward, the sounds of his family moving about the house, creating a gentle background to his momentarily quieted thoughts. In such moments, the revolutionary theorist became simply a man taking comfort in familiar surroundings and beloved presences, his brilliant mind temporarily at rest. The rhythm of Marx's days followed patterns that provided structure amid the uncertainties of exile and financial precarity. He typically rose late in the morning, having often worked well into the night hours when the household was quiet and his thoughts could flow uninterrupted. Morning began with strong coffee and newspapers from various countries, his first connection to the wider world beyond his windows. The afternoon might bring research at the British Museum's reading room, that cathedral of knowledge where so many of his ideas took shape under the great domed ceiling. The soft rustling of pages and quiet footsteps creating a meditative atmosphere conducive to deep thought. As sleep approaches like a soft mist rising from evening meadows, we might find comfort in recognizing the fundamentally human nature of this towering intellectual figure. Behind the monumental theories and revolutionary ideas lived a man who knew the warmth of his children's embraces, the comfort of his wife's unwavering support, the stimulation of intellectual friendship, and the pain of loss and exile. The relationships that flowed through Marx's life, like tributaries feeding a mighty river, remind us of our own connections, how they shape us, sustain us, challenge us, and ultimately help define who we become as your thoughts grow gentler and more diffuse. Allow yourself to drift with these reflections into the peaceful waters of sleep, carried by the timeless current of human connection that links us all across centuries and continents. In the shared experience of giving and receiving love, understanding, and companionship, as your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life in the quiet corners of 19th century Europe. Karl Marx lived a life of profound thought and daily struggle, his existence flowing through predictable rhythms despite the revolutionary nature of his ideas. As we settle into this gentle exploration of his daily life, allow yourself to relax, to breathe deeply, and to imagine the soft footfalls of this bearded philosopher as he moved through his days. In his early adulthood, while studying in Berlin during the 1830s, young Marx would rise with the gentle morning light filtering through simple curtains. His small student quarters were modest but adequate, with books already beginning to accumulate in stacks against the walls. The morning would begin with a simple breakfast, perhaps some dark bread, butter, and strong coffee, as he gathered his thoughts for the day ahead. The coffee was a constant companion throughout his life, the rich aroma filling whatever space he inhabited, the warm cup cradled in his hands as he contemplated the world around him. As a young man, Marx's mornings were often dedicated to attending lectures, his notebooks open before him, his pen moving steadily across the page. His handwriting was notoriously difficult to decipher, small and cramped, as though his hand could barely keep pace with the torrent of thoughts flowing through his mind. In these early years, before chronic illness became his unwelcome companion, his energy was boundless, his intellectual appetite insatiable. The afternoons of his university days would find him in libraries or coffee houses, surrounded by other young intellectuals, the air thick with tobacco smoke and passionate discussion. Marx was not one to shy away from debate. Rather, he thrived in these environments where ideas collided and sparked new insights. His voice, described by contemporaries as somewhat high-pitched yet commanding, would rise and fall as he articulated his developing worldview, his dark eyes intense beneath his prominent brow. Evenings often stretched late into the night, with Marx returning to his rooms to read by lamplight, the soft glow illuminating pages of Hegel, Feuerbach, and the classical philosophers who shaped his intellectual foundation. Sleep came late, his mind still turning over arguments and counter-arguments as he drifted into dreams filled with philosophical dialogues and visions of social transformation. As we follow the gentle current of time forward to Marx's years in Paris in the mid-1840s, his daily patterns shifted with his growing family responsibilities and deepening political engagement. Now married to Jenny von Westphalen, his childhood sweetheart and intellectual partner, their modest apartment on Rue Vaino became a center of both domestic life and revolutionary thinking. Mornings in Paris began a bit later, as Marx had developed the habit of working well into the night. Jenny would already be up, tending to their first daughter, little Jenny Caroline. When Marx finally emerged from sleep, the apartment would be filled with the comforting aroma of coffee and perhaps fresh bread from a nearby bakery. Marx would often take breakfast at a small wooden table near the window. Newspapers spread before him, absorbing the political developments of the day with intense concentration, occasionally reading passages aloud to Jenny, who shared his political passions. The Parisian midday was a time for meetings with fellow radicals. Friedrich Engels, who would become his lifelong friend and collaborator, Pierre Joseph Proudhon, whose ideas Marx would later critique, and many others who passed through their lives like leaves carried on a stream. These meetings might take place in small cafes where the clinking of glasses and murmur of conversation created a soothing backdrop for revolutionary discourse. Afternoons in Paris often found Marx at the National Library, his figure hunched over texts on political economy, history, and philosophy. The library provided a peaceful sanctuary with its high ceilings and hushed atmosphere, where the soft rustling of pages and occasional cough or whisper were the only sounds disturbing the scholarly silence. Here, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of centuries, Marx would fill notebook after notebook with observations, quotations, and his own developing theories. As evening approached, he would walk home through the winding Parisian streets, perhaps stopping to purchase a small treat for his daughter or some modest provision for dinner. These walks provided rare moments of solitude and reflection, the rhythm of his footsteps on cobblestone streets matching the cadence of his thoughts. Evenings in the Marx household were often social affairs, with friends gathering for discussions that continued late into the night. Their small apartment would grow warm with bodies and ideas, glasses of wine or beer passing from hand to hand, simple food shared among comrades. Marx enjoyed these gatherings immensely, his serious demeanor often giving way to surprising humor and even occasional singing of revolutionary songs, his deep voice joining others in melodies of hope and struggle. When we follow Marx to London, where he would spend the final 3 decades of his life, from 1849 onward, his daily routines became more settled, yet increasingly marked by the twin pressures of poverty and ill health. The Marx family moved several times within London, each home modest and often overcrowded, but their longest residence was at 28 Dean Street in Soho, where they occupied 2 small rooms. In London, Marx's mornings began slowly, often suffering from carbuncles, liver problems, and what may have been a combination of bronchitis and pleurisy. He would sometimes remain in bed until late morning, his sleep having been fitful and disturbed. Jenny or one of his daughters would bring him tea and perhaps toast, setting it carefully on the bedside table, crowded with books, papers, and medicine bottles. The simple white teacup with its chipped rim was a constant in his changing circumstances, a small comfort in difficult times. When he finally rose, Marx would dress meticulously despite his limited wardrobe. Personal dignity mattered greatly to him, and even in their direst financial circumstances, he maintained a certain formality in his appearance. His beard, now fully grown and increasingly flecked with gray, his clothes brushed clean, but showing signs of wear. By late morning, Marx would be at his desk. A sturdy wooden table positioned near the window to capture the often elusive London light. This desk was the center of his intellectual universe, covered with an organized chaos of papers, books, newspapers in multiple languages, ink pots, and pens. Here he would work on correspondence, writing letters in his difficult hand to contacts across Europe and America, maintaining the revolutionary networks that sustained his political work. Midday might bring a simple meal prepared by Jenny, or in later years, by his devoted daughter Alina. Food in the Marx household was basic and often inadequate. Bread, potatoes, perhaps some cheese, or on better days, a bit of meat. Marx ate without great attention to what was before him, his mind still occupied with the morning's work, occasionally reading aloud passages from newspapers or letters that had particularly struck him. The afternoon journey to the British Museum reading room became the most consistent ritual of Marx's London years. Departing his home after the midday meal, he would walk through the bustling London streets, his gait steady, but increasingly marked by the physical discomforts that plagued him. The walk itself was a transition time, a bridge between the domestic sphere and the scholarly sanctuary that awaited him. The reading room of the British Museum was Marx's true London home, a magnificent circular space crowned with a blue dome, where the accumulated knowledge of centuries awaited his inquiring mind. Arriving around 1 o'clock, Marx would present his reader's ticket and make his way to his preferred seat, number G7, which offered good light and relative privacy. The soft shuffling of feet on the carpet, the gentle clearing of throats, the barely audible turning of pages. These sounds created a soothing backdrop to his intense concentration. Here, surrounded by reference works, statistical compilations, economic treatises, and historical accounts, Marx would work steadily until closing time, filling notebook after notebook with his observations and analyses. The rhythm of his research had a meditative quality. Request a volume, examine its contents, take careful notes, return it, request another. His posture would gradually relax as he sank deeper into his work, the outside world receding, time marked only by the changing quality of light through the high windows. As the afternoon waned, Marx would gather his materials, carefully placing his notebooks in the inside pocket of his coat, nodding farewell to the attendants who had come to know this regular visitor so well. The walk home in the late afternoon was often slower than the morning journey, his body tired from hours of sitting, hunched over texts, his mind full of new information to process. Evenings in the Marx household centered around the family table, where dinner was served and the day's events discussed. Despite their poverty, education and culture remained priorities, and the dinner conversation might include discussions of literature, music, or politics in a mixture of languages. German, English, and French flowing easily among family members. Marx was a devoted father who delighted in his children's development, listening attentively to their experiences and encouraging their intellectual growth. After dinner, Marx might read aloud to the family. Shakespeare was a particular favorite, his works known almost by heart, recited with dramatic flair that revealed the philosopher's deep appreciation for literature. These readings created islands of joy and connection in lives often marked by hardship and uncertainty. As the evening deepened, Marx would often return to his desk, working by lamplight while the household gradually quieted around him. These night hours were perhaps his most productive, when interruptions ceased and his thoughts could flow unimpeded onto the page. The soft scratching of his pen, the occasional turning of a page, the gentle sighing of a man wrestling with complex ideas. These sounds filled the nighttime silence of his room. Sleep came late to Marx, and often restlessly. His overactive mind and physical discomforts made deep, restorative sleep elusive. He would lie beside Jenny, their breathing eventually synchronizing in the darkness, their bodies finding comfort in proximity, despite the worries that never fully receded, concerns about money, about the political movements to which they had dedicated their lives, about their children's futures. Throughout all these periods of his life, certain constants remained: his deep intellectual curiosity, his commitment to understanding the economic forces shaping society, his devotion to family, his capacity for friendship, and his unwavering belief that a better world was possible. The daily routines that carried him through decades of exile, poverty, and illness provided the structure within which his monumental work could unfold. As we imagine Karl Marx moving through these daily patterns, the morning coffee, the afternoon research, the evening conversations, we see not just the author of revolutionary texts, but a human being navigating the same fundamental needs and relationships that shape all our lives. His days had their rhythm of waking and sleeping, of hunger and satisfaction, of solitude and connection, flowing one into another like a river, moving steadily toward its destination. And now, as your own thoughts begin to gentle and slow, perhaps you can feel the comforting rhythm of daily life that connects us across time to figures like Marx. The universal human experience of days passing, one after another, each filled with small moments and routines that, taken together, create the tapestry of a life. Allow your breathing to deepen, your muscles to relax as you drift towards sleep, carried on the current of these soothing thoughts about lives lived long ago, yet connected to your own through the shared experience of human existence, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. In the quiet hours of the evening, when the mind seeks rest, let us contemplate the life and philosophy of Karl Marx, whose ideas have flowed through the centuries like a gentle river, sometimes turbulent, sometimes calm, but always moving forward with purpose and meaning. Karl Marx was born in 1818 in the peaceful Rhineland town of Trier, where the soft murmur of the Moselle River provided a backdrop to his childhood thoughts. As a young boy, Marx would often walk along the riverbanks, watching the water ripple and flow, perhaps an early metaphor for how he would later view the currents of history and human society. The son of a lawyer, young Karl grew up in a home where ideas were valued, and discussions flowed freely around the dinner table, like warm tea being poured on a cold evening. Marx's worldview began to take shape during these formative years, nurtured by his father's liberal ideals and the intellectual atmosphere of his home. His mind, even then, was like a garden where seeds of thought were carefully planted, waiting for the right conditions to bloom. As a student, he would stay awake into the late hours, reading by candlelight, his curious mind unable to rest until it had absorbed just one more page, one more idea. In his university years at Bonn and then Berlin, Marx's philosophy began to deepen and expand, like a slow breath filling the lungs. He was drawn to the ideas of Hegel, whose concept of dialectics suggested that all things in the universe evolve through a process of contradiction and resolution. This notion settled into Marx's consciousness like a soft blanket, providing comfort and structure to his developing worldview. Philosophy stands in the same relation to the study of the actual world as masturbation to sexual love. Marx once wrote with characteristic directness, even in his critique. We can sense his desire for ideas to connect meaningfully with the real world, like a dreamer who wishes to bring their visions into waking life. As Marx moved through his 20s, his philosophical journey led him toward materialism, a view that emphasized the concrete conditions of human existence rather than abstract ideas. This transition was gentle but profound, like watching the seasons change from spring to summer, with each day bringing subtle shifts that eventually transform the entire landscape. His marriage to Jenny von Westphalen in 1843 brought a tender dimension to his life. Jenny, with her aristocratic background and refined education, chose to follow Marx into a life of uncertainty and often hardship. Their love story whispers to us a cross time of devotion that transcends circumstance. In quiet evenings by the hearth, they would read poetry together, their voices mingling like two streams joining to form a river. The couple moved to Paris, where Marx's philosophy continued to evolve in the company of other thinkers and revolutionaries. The city's atmosphere, with its cafes filled with conversation, and its streets alive with political ferment, entered Marx's consciousness like a gentle mist, shaping his thoughts in ways both subtle and profound. It was during this period that Marx met Friedrich Engels, beginning a friendship that would last a lifetime. Their intellectual partnership was like a dance, each complementing the other's movements with grace and understanding. Engels, from a wealthy industrial family, provided Marx with insights into the workings of factories and the conditions of workers that would become central to his developing critique of capitalism. This statement reveals the heart of Marx's evolving philosophy, a desire not merely to understand the world, but to transform it into something more just, more humane. This commitment to practical change flowed through his life like a gentle current, never ceasing, always moving forward. Marx's worldview was fundamentally shaped by his observation of human suffering. Walking through the industrial districts of European cities, he witnessed the toll that early capitalism took on workers, the exhaustion etched on their faces, the cramped conditions of their homes, the children with eyes too old for their years. These experiences settled into his heart like stones at the bottom of a stream, forming the foundation of his critique of economic systems that prioritized profit over human well-being. In 1848, Marx and Engels published the Communist Manifesto, a work that expressed their shared vision with remarkable clarity. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, they wrote, articulating a view of human history as a flowing river of conflict between those who own the means of production and those who must sell their labor to survive. The manifesto's language has a rhythmic quality, like waves lapping against a shore, drawing readers into its vision of a world transformed. Forced to leave various European countries due to his revolutionary ideas, Marx eventually settled in London in 1849, where he would spend the remainder of his life. His days took on a pattern: mornings spent in the British Museum reading room, afternoons dedicated to writing, evenings filled with conversation or correspondence. This routine provided structure and comfort, like the predictable rhythm of tides, ebbing and flowing. Marx's personal values remained consistent throughout his life. Even as his thinking developed and matured, he valued intellectual honesty above all, refusing to bend his analysis to fit preconceived notions or political expediency. Truth, for Marx, was like a distant star, sometimes obscured by clouds, but always there to guide the way if one looked carefully enough. He also valued family deeply. Despite the hardships his political commitments brought upon them, Marx was a loving father who told elaborate bedtime stories to his children, creating worlds of imagination where they could temporarily escape the material constraints of their often difficult circumstances. His daughter Alina recalled how he would carry her on his shoulders through London parks, pointing out birds and plants, connecting her to the natural world, even in the heart of the industrial city. Social progress can be measured by the social position of the female sex, Marx once observed, revealing a commitment to equality that was ahead of his time. His relationship with Jenny was based on mutual respect and intellectual partnership, though it also contained the complexities and contradictions inherent in any long marriage navigating difficult circumstances. As Marx's health declined in later years, his work on Does Capital continued, though at a slower pace, like a river approaching the sea. The book represented his most comprehensive analysis of capitalism as an economic system, exploring its inner workings with a patience and detail that reflected his commitment to understanding the forces shaping human society. Volume 1 was published in his lifetime, while volumes 2 and 3 were completed by Engels after Marx's death. Using his extensive notes, a final act of friendship that ensured the completion of Marx's intellectual journey. Throughout his life, Marx maintained a capacity for deep friendship. His correspondence reveals a man capable of warmth, humor, and genuine connection. With Engels, he shared not only ideas, but also the ordinary pleasures of life: good food, wine, conversation that meandered like a country path through topics serious and light. These friendships provided sustenance during difficult times, like rain nourishing soil during drought. Marx's personal philosophy was grounded in a profound humanism, despite his reputation for cold economic analysis. At the heart of his thinking was a concern for human flourishing and the conditions that would allow all people to develop their potential fully. This vision of human possibility flows through his work like a gentle underground spring, sometimes hidden but always present. His critique of religion, often misunderstood as simple rejection, was more nuanced. He saw religious belief as both the opium of the people and the heart of a heartless world, recognizing its dual nature as both a source of comfort and a distraction from addressing real suffering. This complexity of thought characterized Marx's approach to all subjects, like layers of sediment forming over time to create a rich and varied landscape. In his personal habits, Marx was both disciplined and chaotic. He could work with intense focus for hours, then abandon his desk for long walks through London, allowing ideas to settle in his mind like dust after a storm. He enjoyed good food and wine when finances permitted, seeing no contradiction between his critique of luxury and his appreciation of life's pleasures when enjoyed in moderation and shared with others. Marx's relationship with nature was complex. While his analysis focused primarily on social and economic systems, he recognized humanity's connection to the natural world. This awareness of ecological interdependence whispers through his work, like a breeze barely stirring the leaves. As Marx aged, his thinking continued to evolve. In his later years, he became interested in anthropological studies of non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, expanding his understanding of human social organization beyond the European models that had initially shaped his thought. This intellectual curiosity never dimmed, like a star that maintains its brightness even as the sky around it darkens. The death of his wife, Jenny, in 1881 brought profound grief to Marx. They had shared nearly 4 decades of life together. Through exile, poverty, the deaths of children, and political disappointment. Yet, they had also shared ideas, love, and a vision of a better world. Marx followed her just 15 months later, his body finally surrendering to the various illnesses that had plagued him for years. This comparison places Marx's contribution in the context of the great intellectual achievements of his century, like 2 rivers flowing side by side, each carving its own path through the landscape of human understanding. As the evening grows deeper and your thoughts begin to drift toward sleep, consider how Marx's ideas continue to flow through our world, sometimes visible on the surface of political and economic discourse, sometimes running deeper, like an underground river that occasionally emerges in unexpected places. His vision of a society organized around human needs rather than profit, his analysis of how economic systems shape our lives, his hope for a world where work could be an expression of creativity rather than mere survival. These ideas move through time like gentle waves, touching shore after shore. Throughout all these periods of his life, certain constants remained: his deep intellectual curiosity, his commitment to understanding the economic forces shaping society, his devotion to family, his capacity for friendship, and his unwavering belief that a better world was possible. The daily routines that carried him through decades of exile, poverty, and illness provided the structure within which his monumental work could unfold. As we imagine Karl Marx moving through these daily patterns, the morning coffee, the afternoon research, the evening conversations, we see not just the author of revolutionary texts, but a human being navigating the same fundamental needs and relationships that shape all our lives. His days had their rhythm of waking and sleeping, of hunger and satisfaction, of solitude and connection, flowing one into another like a river, moving steadily toward its destination. And now, as your own thoughts begin to gentle and slow, perhaps you can feel the comforting rhythm of daily life that connects us across time to figures like Marx. The universal human experience of days passing, one after another, each filled with small moments and routines that, taken together, create the tapestry of a life. Allow your breathing to deepen, your muscles to relax as you drift toward sleep, carried on the current of these soothing thoughts about lives lived long ago, yet connected to your own through the shared experience of human existence. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. In the autumn of 1843, as golden leaves drifted through the crisp air of the Rhineland, Karl Marx and his young bride Jenny began a journey that would carry them far from their German homeland. The carriage wheels turned slowly over cobblestone streets as they departed Cologne, the familiar spires of the cathedral fading into the distance behind them. This was the first of many journeys that would shape the life of the philosopher, each new landscape offering fresh perspectives that would gradually transform his understanding of the world. Paris welcomed the young couple with its wide boulevards and bustling cafes. Here, in a modest apartment on Rue Vaine, Marx would wake each morning to the gentle sounds of a city coming to life. The aroma of fresh bread from nearby bakeries would drift through their windows as he settled at his small wooden desk, pen in hand, thoughts flowing onto paper. The City of Light was aptly named, not just for its illuminated streets, but for how it illuminated Marx's thinking. The vibrant intellectual atmosphere enveloped him like a warm blanket on cold evenings. In these Parisian days, Marx would often walk along the Seine, watching how the afternoon light played upon the water's surface, creating patterns that shifted and changed just as his ideas were shifting and changing. The river flowed steadily, reliably, much like time itself, carrying the city's stories from one day to the next. He would pause on bridges, gazing down at the water, perhaps finding in its constant movement a metaphor for the historical forces he was beginning to understand. The cafes of Paris became a second home to Marx. In these warm, inviting spaces filled with the comforting scent of coffee and tobacco, he would meet with fellow thinkers, their conversations flowing as smoothly as the wine they sometimes shared. It was here that Marx first encountered many of the French socialists, whose ideas would become interwoven with his own, like threads in a tapestry, creating something new and enduring. The soft murmur of voices around him, the clink of cups on saucers, the occasional burst of laughter, these formed the gentle soundtrack to his intellectual development. When evening came to Paris, Marx would often return home to Jenny, their small apartment aglow with candlelight. Outside their windows, the city would gradually quiet, though never completely. There was always the distant sound of hoofbeats on cobblestones, the occasional call of a street vendor, the muffled voices of neighbors. These sounds became as familiar as breathing, a comforting reminder of the living, breathing city that surrounded them. After 3 years in Paris, political pressures forced the Marx family to move once again. This time, they journeyed to Brussels, where the landscape changed from the grand boulevards of Paris to narrower streets and quieter squares. The Belgian city embraced them with its own particular atmosphere, less dramatic than Paris, perhaps, but with a steadiness that allowed Marx's thoughts to deepen and mature like wine aging in a cool cellar. In Brussels, Marx established a routine that would become familiar in the years ahead. Each morning, he would rise with the sun, preparing a simple breakfast before settling into his work. The scratch of his pen on paper filled the quiet room as Jenny moved softly around their home, caring for their growing family. Their daughter Jenny had been born in Paris, and in Brussels, little Laura joined the family, bringing new joy and, inevitably, new worries about providing for these precious lives. The parks of Brussels offered Marx peaceful retreats where he could walk slowly, thoughtfully, as ideas formed and reformed in his mind. The gentle rustle of leaves overhead, the soft give of earth beneath his feet, the distant laughter of children playing. These sensory experiences grounded him even as his thoughts soared into abstract realms of economic theory and historical analysis. Sometimes, as the afternoon light filtered through the trees, creating dappled patterns on the ground before him, Marx would pause, watching this play of light and shadow, perhaps seeing in it a reflection of the dialectical processes he was describing in his work. Brussels also brought new friendships, particularly with Friedrich Engels, who would become Marx's closest collaborator and dearest friend. Together, they would spend long evenings in conversation, their words flowing back and forth like a gentle tide, building and receding, each bringing the other to new understandings. The comfort of this intellectual companionship was like a warm hearth on a cold night, providing both light and warmth as Marx continued his journey of understanding. In 1848, as revolutionary fervor swept across Europe like a spring breeze, awakening dormant fields, Marx and his family were once again uprooted. They returned briefly to Paris before political circumstances pushed them further on their journey. This time, they crossed the English Channel, the boat rocking gently beneath them as they approached the shores of England, a country that would become their final home. London greeted the Marx family with its fog and its vastness. Here was a city unlike any they had known before, a sprawling metropolis where the Industrial Revolution was most visibly transforming human existence. The contrast between wealth and poverty was stark, like the difference between day and night. In the mornings, Marx would often walk through different neighborhoods, observing how the quality of light, the sounds, even the smells changed as he moved from one area to another. The acrid smoke from factories would give way to the fresher air of parks, the crowded tenements to spacious homes with carefully tended gardens. The British Museum became Marx's sanctuary in London. Day after day, year after year, he would make his way to the magnificent reading room, where the hushed atmosphere enveloped him like a protective cloak. The soft rustle of pages turning, the occasional cough quickly stifled, the barely audible scratch of pens on paper. These gentle sounds formed a soothing backdrop to his intensive research. The domed ceiling arched high above, creating a space that seemed to expand to accommodate the breadth of human knowledge contained within its walls. In this peaceful haven, Marx would sit for hours, surrounded by books that connected him to thinkers across time and space. The weight of a volume in his hands, the slightly musty scent of old paper, the texture of leather bindings. These sensory experiences were as much a part of his intellectual journey as the ideas he encountered, as sunlight filtered through the high windows, moving slowly across the reading tables as the hours passed. Marx absorbed economic data, historical accounts, philosophical treatises, gradually weaving them together into his own understanding of how human societies develop and change. The Marx family's London homes were modest, reflecting their persistent financial struggles. They moved several times, each new dwelling becoming familiar through the daily rhythms of family life. In Soho's Dean Street, in Kentish Town, and finally in Maitland Park Road, Hampstead. The pattern of their days unfolded with a gentle predictability that contrasted with the revolutionary nature of Marx's ideas. Mornings would begin with the preparation of simple meals, the clatter of dishes, the voices of children growing older with each passing season. Marx would often help with household tasks before retreating to his study, where books and papers accumulated like autumn leaves. The afternoon might bring a walk to clear his mind, perhaps through Hampstead Heath, where the open landscape offered a respite from the crowded city streets. The feel of wind on his face, the distant views across London, the earthy scent of grass and trees. These experiences reconnected Marx to the physical world, even as his thoughts explored abstract economic concepts. Evenings in the Marx household often brought friends and fellow political exiles, creating an atmosphere that blended intellectual discussion with the simple pleasures of shared meals and conversation. Languages mingled: German, English, French, creating a rich tapestry of sounds. The glow of lamps, the warmth of bodies gathered around a table, the taste of food prepared with care despite limited resources. These elements created moments of comfort and connection in what was often a difficult existence. Throughout these years of exile, Marx maintained correspondence with contacts across Europe and beyond, his letters serving as bridges across geographical distances. Each letter received brought news of movements and changes in distant places, connecting the Marx family to the wider world, even as their financial circumstances often confined them to their immediate surroundings. The texture of paper from different regions, the varied handwriting of his correspondence, the occasional smudge suggesting a letter written in haste or difficult conditions. These tactile details connected Marx to the physical reality of the political struggles he analyzed. Despite the challenges of exile and poverty, Marx found moments of pure joy in his family life. He would often tell elaborate bedtime stories to his children, his voice softening as he created magical worlds far removed from economic theory. On rare holidays, the family might visit the seaside, where the rhythmic sound of waves on shore, the call of seabirds, the feel of sand between toes provided sensory experiences that refreshed both body and mind. These moments of simple pleasure were like gentle clearings in a dense forest of intellectual labor and political struggle. As the years passed in London, Marx's health gradually declined, like a slow-changing season moving from autumn toward winter. His walks became shorter, his hours in the British Museum fewer. Increasingly, he worked at home, surrounded by the familiar objects and sounds of family life. The tick of the clock on the mantel, the crackle of the fire in winter, the distant street sounds filtering through windows. These formed the backdrop to his final intellectual efforts. In his last years, Marx occasionally traveled for his health, seeking relief in spa towns where mineral waters promised healing. Carlsbad, Algiers, the Isle of Wight, each offered temporary respite and new landscapes to absorb. The change in air, in light, in daily routines provided brief refreshment, like a cool drink on a warm day. Yet, always, Marx's thoughts returned to his unfinished work, to the ideas that had been his constant companions through decades of travel and settlement. Throughout all these journeys and dwelling places, certain elements remained constant in Marx's life. His deep intellectual curiosity, his commitment to understanding the economic forces shaping society, his devotion to family, his capacity for friendship, and his unwavering belief that a better world was possible. The daily routines that carried him through decades of exile, poverty, and illness provided the structure within which his monumental work could unfold. As we imagine Karl Marx moving through these daily patterns, the morning coffee, the afternoon research, the evening conversations, we see not just the author of revolutionary texts, but a human being navigating the same fundamental needs and relationships that shape all our lives. His days had their rhythm of waking and sleeping, of hunger and satisfaction, of solitude and connection, flowing one into another like a river, moving steadily toward its destination. And now, as your own thoughts begin to gentle and slow, perhaps you can feel the comforting rhythm of daily life that connects us across time to figures like Marx. The universal human experience of days passing, one after another, each filled with small moments and routines that, taken together, create the tapestry of a life. Allow your breathing to deepen, your muscles to relax as you drift toward sleep, carried on the current of these soothing thoughts about lives lived long ago, yet connected to your own through the shared experience of human existence. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Throughout all these journeys and dwelling places, certain elements remained constant in Marx's life. His deep intellectual curiosity, his commitment to understanding the economic forces shaping society, his devotion to family, his capacity for friendship, and his unwavering belief that a better world was possible. The daily routines that carried him through decades of exile, poverty, and illness provided the structure within which his monumental work could unfold. Yet the path that Marx traveled was not smooth or gentle. It wound through valleys of difficulty and across mountains of hardship. His life was marked by challenges that would have defeated a soul of lesser determination. Let us drift softly through these struggles, feeling the weight he carried, yet finding in his perseverance a lullaby of human resilience. In his early years, when Marx was still forming his intellectual identity, he faced the first of many disappointments. His doctoral thesis on Greek philosophy, though brilliant, did not secure him the university position he had hoped for. The Prussian authorities, ever suspicious of free thinking, had begun tightening their control over academic appointments. Imagine young Marx, his eyes tired from writing by candlelight, receiving word that the doors to academic life would remain closed to him, the gentle disappointment settling around his shoulders like a shawl. He turned instead to journalism, becoming the editor of the Rheinische Zeitung, a liberal newspaper in Cologne. Here he found his voice, writing about social issues and economic inequality with growing passion. But this voice was soon muffled when the newspaper was suppressed by government censors in 1843. Picture the printing presses falling silent, the ink drying unused, the words Marx had hoped to share with the world remaining unspoken. This was an early lesson in the power of established authority to silence dissent. Following this setback, Marx and his young bride Jenny von Westphalen journeyed to Paris, where they hoped to find greater intellectual freedom. For a time, they did. The city embraced them with its vibrant cafes and revolutionary thinkers. But even here, Marx's radical ideas and connections with worker organizations drew unwelcome attention. In 1845, at the request of the Prussian government, French authorities expelled him from Paris. Imagine the couple packing their few belongings, Jenny perhaps soothing their infant daughter, as they prepared once again to leave a place they had begun to call home. The soft rustle of papers being carefully stored away, the quiet click of a suitcase closing on dreams temporarily deferred. Brussels became their next haven, but it too proved temporary when revolutions erupted across Europe in 1848. Marx returned briefly to Germany, hoping the tide of history had turned in favor of his ideas. He revived the new Rheinische Zeitung and wrote passionately in support of democratic reforms. But the revolutionary wave receded, leaving Marx exposed to government repression once more. Authorities ordered his expulsion, and he fled to London in 1849, where he would remain for the rest of his life. London, though a final destination, brought no end to Marx's struggles. The family settled in Soho, in cramped apartments where poverty became their constant companion. Imagine the damp London fog seeping through poorly sealed windows, the perpetual chill that no amount of coal could quite dispel. Marx would often pawn his overcoat during warmer months, only to struggle to redeem it when winter returned with its biting cold. Financial hardship wrapped around the Marx family like a heavy blanket. They relied heavily on the generosity of Friedrich Engels, Marx's lifelong friend and collaborator. Even with this support, there were days when food was scarce, and creditors knocked insistently at the door. Jenny would sometimes write letters to relatives seeking small loans, her elegant handwriting betraying nothing of the desperation that prompted the correspondence. Perhaps the most heart-wrenching of Marx's trials was the loss of his children. Of the 7 children born to Karl and Jenny, only 3 daughters survived to adulthood. Their son, Edgar, died of tuberculosis at age 8 in 1855. Picture Marx sitting beside the small bed, watching helplessly as his beloved boy struggled for breath. Unable to ease his suffering despite all his theories about alleviating human pain, the quiet ticking of a clock marking hours that moved too quickly toward goodbye. The loss of Edgar came just a year after the death of another child, Guido, who had lived only 1 year. Earlier, they had lost a daughter, Franziska, at age 1. Each tiny grave dug into Marx's heart, creating spaces of grief that his intellectual work could never fill. In the silence of night, when his family slept, Marx would sometimes pause in his writing, remembering the small hands and bright eyes now gone from his life. The gentle weight of absence settling around him like dust in the lamplight. Chronic illness became another of Marx's constant companions. He suffered from painful boils and carbuncles, liver ailments, and nervous exhaustion. Imagine him at his desk, trying to concentrate despite the throbbing pain, dipping his pen in ink only to set it down again when discomfort overwhelmed his thoughts. The soft sigh of frustration mingling with the rustle of pages left unwritten. The political disappointments were perhaps as painful as the personal ones. Marx lived to see the Paris Commune of 1871 rise with such promise, only to be brutally suppressed after just 2 months. He had placed great hope in this working-class government, seeing in it the first flowering of the social revolution he had long predicted. Its defeat was a bitter pill, made more so by the execution or exile of many comrades he had known and admired. Picture Marx reading the newspaper accounts of the Commune's final days, his fingers gripping the pages tightly, his eyes moving slowly across descriptions of events he felt powerless to influence from his London exile. Throughout these trials, Jenny remained his steadfast supporter, though she too paid a heavy price for their shared commitments. Born to aristocracy, she had chosen love over comfort, following Marx into a life of financial insecurity and political uncertainty. She copied his manuscripts, managed their meager household economy, and maintained their social connections, even when illness confined Marx to his study. The soft rustle of her skirts, moving through their small apartment, became the soundtrack to their shared struggle, a gentle reminder of sacrifices made willingly for love and principle. In 1881, Jenny died after a long battle with cancer. Marx, already in declining health himself, was devastated. He had lost not only his wife, but his closest confidant and the keeper of his daily world. Imagine him sitting alone in rooms once animated by her presence, the silence heavy with memories of her voice, her laughter, her unwavering belief in him, even when his own faith faltered, the soft settling of dust on her belongings, undisturbed now that she was gone. Marx himself would follow Jenny less than 2 years later, dying in his armchair after a bout of bronchitis, weakened his already compromised health. He had lived to see his work gain recognition, but not the social transformation he had envisioned. The gentle closing of a book before the final chapter could be written. Throughout these manifold hardships, Marx demonstrated a remarkable resilience. When poverty threatened to overwhelm his family, he would retreat to the British Museum reading room, spending long hours researching economic history and theory, the quiet rustle of pages turning, the soft scratch of his pen taking notes, created a rhythm that soothed his anxieties and gave purpose to difficult days. In this sanctuary of books, Marx could temporarily forget the creditors and focus, instead, on understanding the economic forces that shaped both his personal circumstances and the broader society. When political disappointments mounted, Marx would intensify his correspondence with fellow revolutionaries across Europe and America. These letters, flowing outward like ripples from a stone dropped in water, connected him to a community of shared purpose, even when physical gatherings were impossible. The gentle folding of pages, the melting of sealing wax, the careful addressing of envelopes became rituals that maintained his sense of participation in a movement larger than himself. When grief threatened to overwhelm him after the loss of a child or during Jenny's final illness, Marx would sometimes walk for hours through London's parks and streets, the soft rhythm of his footsteps on gravel paths or cobblestone streets, the whisper of leaves overhead, the distant sounds of city life continuing despite his personal sorrow. All these sensations gradually restored his connection to the living world and its ongoing struggles. What did Marx learn from these challenges? Perhaps most fundamentally, he learned that theory must always be grounded in lived experience. His own encounters with poverty, censorship, exile, and loss deepened his understanding of the human costs of economic systems. The abstract concepts in his writing were nourished by the concrete realities of his daily existence. Each setback added another layer to his analysis, making it richer and more nuanced, like sediment building up over time to create fertile soil. He learned, too, about the sustaining power of friendship, his relationship with angels, who supported him financially and intellectually for decades, demonstrated how solidarity could create a small model of the cooperative society Marx envisioned. Imagine the two friends sitting late into the evening, sharing a bottle of inexpensive wine, discussing ideas with the easy familiarity of minds long accustomed to thinking together. The soft clink of glasses, the comfortable pauses in conversation, the unspoken understanding built over years of shared purpose. From his family life, despite its hardships, Marx learned about the transformative power of love. Though he could not protect his children from illness or his wife from the difficulties of their circumstances, the tenderness that flowed between them created moments of genuine joy amid struggle. Picture Marx taking a rare break from his writing to tell stories to his daughters, their small faces illuminated with delight, the weight of his work temporarily lifted by their laughter, the gentle warmth of connection flowing through the family circle like a current of light. Perhaps most importantly, Marx learned that the work of understanding and changing the world requires patience beyond a single lifetime. Though he did not live to see his ideas implemented on a large scale, he came to accept that he was planting seeds that others would nurture to fruition. The quiet satisfaction of setting words on paper that might outlast his physical presence, like stars continuing to shine long after their creation as you drift toward sleep. Perhaps you can take comfort in this most human of stories, of struggle met with persistence, of setbacks answered with renewed effort, of a life lived in service to a vision that extended beyond personal comfort or immediate reward. Let the gentle rhythm of Marx's journey, with all its difficulties and small triumphs, remind you that our own challenges connect us to the vast tapestry of human experience, stretching back through time. Allow your thoughts to slow now, like a river approaching the sea. Feel the weight of the day gradually lifting from your shoulders as you sink deeper into relaxation. The story of Marx's struggles recedes gently into the background of your consciousness, leaving behind only the soothing awareness that difficulties come and go like clouds across the sky, while the human capacity for resilience and hope remains constant, carrying us forward through the night toward the promise of another day. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Beyond the familiar portrait of Karl Marx as the bearded revolutionary philosopher sits a more nuanced individual whose personal life contained many gentle contradictions and quiet moments that rarely find their way into history books. As you settle in and prepare for rest, let us explore these lesser-known pathways of Marx's existence, the small details that colored his days and shaped his humanity in ways that textbooks seldom capture. Few people know that Karl Marx possessed a deep appreciation for poetry and literature that extended far beyond political treatises. In his younger years, before economic theory consumed his attention, Marx wrote tender love poems to his future wife, Jenny von Westphalen. These verses revealed a romantic soul behind the stern revolutionary facade. His poetry, though not considered remarkable by literary standards, showed a sensitivity and emotional depth that contradicted his later image as a cold analyst of economic systems. One particular poem he wrote to Jenny spoke of stars reflecting in her eyes, comparing her love to an eternal light guiding him through darkness. This poetic sensibility never fully disappeared, even as his writing turned toward economic critique. Marx was also surprisingly fond of Shakespeare, whose works he could quote extensively from memory during long evenings in his modest London home. He would sometimes recite passages from Hamlet or King Lear to his daughters, his voice softening as he shared these beloved texts. The revolutionary who called for the workers of the world to unite also found solace in the gentle rhythms of Elizabethan verse, letting the ancient words wash over him like a balm. For his often troubled spirit, the Marx household contained more laughter than one might expect. Despite their chronic financial difficulties and the serious nature of his work, Marx had a playful side that emerged especially with his children. He would get down on his hands and knees, letting his young daughters ride on his back as he crawled around their small apartment, growling like a bear. These moments of levity provided necessary balance to the intellectual intensity that dominated so much of his existence. His children later recalled how he would create elaborate stories for them, crafting fantastic tales that had nothing to do with politics or economics, but were simply meant to delight young imaginations. In quiet moments, Marx revealed an unexpected talent for drawing. Though never formally trained, he produced charming sketches that he included in letters to friends and family. These weren't political cartoons or social commentary, but simple renderings of landscapes, architectural details that caught his eye, or affectionate caricatures of his children. This visual creativity offered him a form of expression entirely different from his theoretical writing, a gentle counterpoint to the density of Das Kapital. Marx's relationship with nature reveals another surprising dimension of his character. Despite being associated with urban revolutionary movements, he found deep peace in natural settings. During his years in London, he would sometimes escape the city's smoke and noise for long walks in Hampstead Heath, where the rolling hills and ancient trees provided temporary respite from his financial worries and political battles. In these quiet rambles, he collected wildflowers to press between the pages of books, creating delicate botanical collections that stood in stark contrast to his revolutionary manifestos. Few historians mention Marx's fondness for chess, a game that absorbed him during many evenings. He approached chess with the same analytical intensity he brought to economic theory, studying famous matches and developing his own strategies. Friends noted how his expression would soften into childlike concentration as he contemplated the wooden pieces, momentarily freed from the weight of world revolution. The game provided not just intellectual stimulation, but but also a structured escape where the rules were clear and outcomes determined by skill rather than the chaotic forces of history and economics that preoccupied his professional thinking. Marx's relationship with food and drink offers another window into his humanity. Contrary to his austere image, he appreciated culinary pleasures when circumstances allowed. He enjoyed good wine and developed a particular fondness for the sweet, heavy wines of Hungary. When funds permitted, which was rarely, he would prepare elaborate meals for friends, taking pride in dishes he had learned to cook from his mother. There's something deeply humanizing in imagining the father of communism carefully stirring a pot of soup or presenting a lovingly prepared dish to his family. Finding joy in this most fundamental form of nurturing, his linguistic abilities were remarkable, yet seldom highlighted in standard biographies. Beyond his native German, Marx was fluent in French and English, read Latin and Greek with ease, and in his later years taught himself Russian specifically to better understand that country's economic conditions. Language learning for Marx wasn't merely practical, but seemed to provide genuine pleasure. He would sometimes compose humorous multilingual puns that left his monolingual friends bewildered, but delighted his children, who grew up in this polyglot environment where words became toys to be played with across linguistic boundaries. The Marx household contained music as well as words. Though not musically talented himself, Marx had a deep appreciation for opera and would sometimes use his very limited funds to take his wife, Jenny, to performances. The emotional resonance of music seemed to touch something in him that theoretical writing could not express. Visitors to the Marx home might find him humming arias as he worked, the melodies providing a soundtrack to his revolutionary thoughts. Marx's handwriting reveals something of his inner tensions. His script was notoriously difficult to decipher, with letters crowding together as though his hand couldn't keep pace with his racing mind. This created endless difficulties for typesetters and colleagues who received his letters. There's a poignant contrast between the clarity of his theoretical constructs and the near illegibility of his physical expression of them, as though his very body struggled to channel the torrent of ideas flowing through his consciousness. Sleep patterns reveal another side of Marx that contradicts his disciplined image. He was an inveterate night owl who often worked until dawn, then slept well into the afternoon. This nocturnal schedule created a peaceful bubble of productivity when the household was quiet and London's noise had subsided. In the soft glow of lamplight, with his family sleeping around him, Marx would write for hours, occasionally pausing to gaze out at the stars or listen to the rare silence of the sleeping city. There's something deeply human in this image of the revolutionary as a solitary night watcher, finding his most creative moments while the world rested. Marx's relationship with his body shows a touching vulnerability. He suffered from painful boils and liver problems throughout much of his adult life. Conditions exacerbated by his sedentary work habits and financial inability to seek proper treatment. In private letters, he described these physical ailments with a mix of frustration and self-deprecating humor, calling his body a miserable machine that constantly interrupted his intellectual work. Yet he persisted, writing through pain, finding ways to accommodate his physical limitations while pursuing his mental labors. His friendship with Friedrich Engels reveals a capacity for deep personal connection that transcended political alliance. Engels not only provided financial support that kept the Marx family from complete destitution, but offered emotional sustenance as well. Their correspondence shows moments of remarkable tenderness, with Marx sharing his fears, doubts, and personal sorrows in ways that humanized the theoretical giant. When Marx's young son died, it was to Engels that he poured out his grief in letters of devastating emotional rawness, revealing the depth of feeling beneath his analytical exterior. Few people know that Marx was an avid reader of mathematics in his later years, studying calculus and algebraic theory, not for any practical application to his economic work, but simply for the intellectual pleasure it provided. There's something touching about this pursuit of abstract mathematical beauty by a man whose name would become synonymous with material analysis of social conditions. These mathematical studies were a private passion, undertaken in quiet hours when his mind sought patterns and certainties different from the chaotic social forces he analyzed in his public work. Marx's relationship with money itself was complex and sometimes contradictory. Though he critiqued capitalism's commodification of human relationships, he was not immune to occasional material desires. When small windfalls came his way through inheritances or publishing payments, he sometimes indulged in what he called bourgeois pleasures: a better bottle of wine, books he had long wanted, or small gifts for his daughters. These moments of material enjoyment seemed to provide not just physical comfort, but a psychological respite from the constant financial anxiety that dominated much of his life. In his final years, Marx developed an interest in gardening, tending to a small plot behind his London home. There's a gentle irony in the image of the revolutionary theorist carefully nurturing seedlings, finding satisfaction in this most basic form of production. Friends noted how his expression softened when discussing his modest horticultural achievements, pride evident in his voice when describing a particularly successful crop of beans, or the first blooms of flowers he had planted. This connection to growing things provided a tangible counterpoint to his abstract theoretical work. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine Marx in these quiet, private moments, reciting Shakespeare to his children, sketching a landscape, contemplating a chess move, or tending to his garden. See him not just as the revolutionary theorist, but as a human being who found joy in small pleasures, who suffered physical pain and emotional loss, who laughed with his children and wrote love poems to his wife. The man behind the theory was as complex and contradictory as the social forces he analyzed, filled with the same fundamental human needs for connection, beauty, and meaning that unite us all across time and circumstance. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. In the gentle fading light of the mid-19th century, as gaslit streets began to illuminate European capitals, and the rhythmic chugging of steam engines marked the quickening pulse of industrial change, a child was born who would one day attempt to make sense of these transformations. The world that welcomed young Karl Marx in 1818 was one of profound transition, a world slowly shedding its agrarian past, while the first tendrils of industrial modernity reached across the continent. The soft glow of candles still illuminated most homes, while in the distance, factory chimneys began their steady ascent into European skies. Trier, the ancient Roman city where Marx first opened his eyes, nestled along the Moselle River in what is now Germany, carried the whispers of centuries. Its cobblestone streets and medieval architecture stood as quiet witnesses to the passage of time, from Roman legions to Frankish kings, from feudal lords to Prussian administrators. Here, in this tranquil border town, the rhythm of life still followed older patterns, the soft toll of church bells marking the hours as they had for generations. Young Karl grew up in a household that embodied the complexities and contradictions of the era. His father Heinrich, born Jewish, but converted to Lutheranism for professional advancement, was a man caught between worlds, between traditional religious identity and the pragmatic demands of a society still structured by religious affiliation. The family home on Brukergasse Street was comfortable but not ostentatious, filled with books and conversation, a place where ideas flowed as freely as the nearby Moselle River, sometimes gentle, sometimes rushing with unexpected force. The Europe of Marx's childhood was still recovering from the Napoleonic Wars, those great upheavals that had redrawn maps and reimagined possibilities. The Congress of Vienna had attempted to restore the old order, but something fundamental had changed. Revolutionary ideas continued to circulate like seeds carried on the wind, taking root in unexpected places. The French Revolution's promise of liberty, equality, and fraternity remained an unfulfilled dream that haunted the European imagination, a ghost that could not be exorcised by royal decrees or diplomatic arrangements. As a boy, Marx would have heard stories of these recent upheavals, perhaps from elderly neighbors who remembered when French revolutionary troops had occupied Trier, bringing with them new laws and ideas that briefly flourished before withering under Restoration. These stories would have mingled with the classical education he received. Tales of ancient Greece and Rome providing templates for understanding power, governance, and social conflict. In the evenings, the Marx family often read Shakespeare aloud. The bard's insights into human nature and political intrigue seeping into the young boy's consciousness like water into fertile soil. The landscape of Marx's youth was one of gentle contradictions. While his hometown maintained its medieval charm, not far away the first factories were appearing, drawing peasants from the countryside into new concentrations of humanity. The soft clip-clop of horses still dominated transportation. Yet steam engines were beginning to shriek their arrival, compressing time and space in ways that would have seemed magical to previous generations. The rhythms of agricultural life, planting and harvest, the turning of seasons, still governed most lives. Yet the mechanical pulse of industrial time was beginning to assert its dominance. The factory whistle competing with church bells to mark the hours. As Marx entered his teenage years, the social fabric of Europe was stretching and tearing in places. The 1830s brought waves of unrest. The July Revolution in France, Belgian independence, Polish insurrection against Russian rule. These events rippled across the continent like stones dropped in a pond, their concentric circles eventually reaching even quiet Trier. Meanwhile, writers and thinkers were questioning established certainties. Romantic poets celebrated nature and emotion against industrial rationality, while philosophers debated the nature of progress and the direction of history. When Marx departed for university in Bonn and later Berlin, he entered intellectual environments buzzing with these questions. The Germany of his university years was not yet a unified nation, but a patchwork of states, each with its own ruler, yet increasingly connected by language, culture, and emerging national consciousness. In lecture halls and coffee houses, students and professors debated not just academic questions, but the very future of society. The air was thick with possibility and uncertainty, like the moment before a summer storm when the atmosphere grows heavy with anticipation. It was during these formative years that Marx encountered the philosophical ideas that would shape his thinking. Hegel's dialectical view of history as a process of conflict and resolution, Feuerbach's critique of religion as human projection, the early socialists' visions of more equitable societies. These influences settled into his mind like layers of sediment, each contributing to the intellectual landscape from which his own theories would eventually emerge. The 1840s, when Marx began his career as a journalist and political activist, witnessed the quiet intensification of industrial development across Europe. The railway networks expanded like veins, carrying the lifeblood of commerce, while telegraph wires created new nervous systems of communication. Cities swelled with unprecedented numbers, their ancient boundaries expanding to accommodate newcomers seeking work in factories and workshops. The soft glow of gaslight replaced the warmer flicker of candles and oil lamps, creating islands of artificial day in the urban night. In these transforming cities, new social realities emerged. Workers lived in crowded conditions, their days measured not by the sun's arc, but by the factory clock. Children as young as 6 or 7 toiled in mines and mills, their small hands better suited to certain tasks, their small bodies navigating spaces adults could not enter. Women entered industrial work in unprecedented numbers, disrupting traditional family patterns. The soot from countless chimneys settled on buildings and lungs alike, while waterways that had flowed clean for centuries now carried industrial waste. Marx observed these changes with growing concern, his journalist's eye noting details that others might miss: the pallor of a child worker's face, the stooped posture of an elderly weaver displaced by mechanical looms, the calculating gaze of factory owners measuring human worth in terms of productivity. In Paris, Brussels, and Cologne, he connected with others who shared his concerns, forming friendships and intellectual partnerships that would sustain him through difficult years ahead. The most significant of these connections was with Friedrich Engels, the son of a textile manufacturer, who had witnessed firsthand the conditions of industrial workers in Manchester. Their meeting in 1844 at the Café de la Régence in Paris marked the beginning of a lifelong friendship and collaboration, a rare harmony of minds that would produce works neither could have created alone. Over cups of coffee or glasses of wine, they discussed not just abstract theories, but the lived realities they had observed, the human stories behind economic statistics. The year 1848 brought the season of revolutions that swept across Europe like a sudden spring storm. From Paris to Vienna, Berlin to Budapest, people took to the streets demanding political rights, social reforms, national self-determination. For a brief, exhilarating moment, it seemed that history itself had accelerated, that decades of change might be compressed into months or even weeks. Marx and Engels had just published the Communist Manifesto, its opening declaration that a specter is haunting Europe, seeming prophetic as events unfolded. But like many spring storms, the revolutions of 1848 soon passed, leaving behind puddles of unfulfilled promises. Reactionary forces regrouped, revolutionary unity fractured along class and national lines. And by 1849, the old order had largely reasserted itself, though not without concessions in some places. For Marx, this period ended in exile, forced to leave continental Europe for the relative safety of London, where he would spend the remaining 3 decades of his life. London in the 1850s was the capital of the world's first industrial superpower, a city of stark contrasts, where unimaginable wealth existed alongside desperate poverty. The Crystal Palace exhibition of 1851 showcased Britain's industrial might and imperial reach, while in the East End, families crowded into single rooms, children went hungry, and diseases spread through inadequate sanitation. The Thames, once celebrated by poets, had become an open sewer, its stench in summer so overpowering that Parliament had to suspend sessions. It was in this London, amid its fog and contradictions, that Marx settled with his family in a series of modest homes, eventually finding more stable accommodation in Kentish Town. His daily routine took shape around research at the British Museum reading room, where he would arrive when the doors opened and remain until closing, filling notebook after notebook with observations, statistics, historical accounts. The raw materials from which capital would slowly emerge. The Marx household was a place of both intellectual vigor and domestic warmth. Jenny von Westphalen, his aristocratic wife who had chosen love over social convention, maintained as much dignity as poverty allowed. Their daughters, Jenny, Laura, and Alina, grew up surrounded by books and ideas, multilingual from childhood, aware of their father's work, even as they experienced its consequences in practical deprivations. The family often read Shakespeare aloud in the evenings, finding in his plays a universe of human experience that transcended their immediate circumstances. Financial hardship was a constant companion in these years. The family relied on Engel's regular financial support, occasional journalism, small inheritances, and even pawning of household items to survive. There were periods when they could not afford meat, when creditors knocked at the door, when illness went untreated for lack of funds. Marx himself developed carbuncles, painful skin infections, likely exacerbated by poor nutrition and the stress of constant financial worry. Yet, amid these difficulties, the work continued day after day, year after year, as capital slowly took shape. The London years were punctuated by moments of both personal joy and deep sorrow. Marx took genuine delight in his children, joining their games, telling them stories, later engaging with them as intellectual companions. But tragedy also visited repeatedly. 3 children died young, a son and 2 daughters, each loss carving permanent hollows in the parents' hearts. Marx stood at their small graves in Highgate Cemetery, the same ground where he would eventually rest, watching as earth covered their coffins, feeling a grief beyond ideology or theory, beyond the family circle. Marx maintained connections with revolutionary exiles from across Europe, participating in the International Workingmen's Association, later known as the First International, and following political developments with keen interest. The Paris Commune of 1871 particularly captured his attention as an example of workers taking political power, if only briefly. Its bloody suppression affected him deeply, strengthening his conviction that revolutionary change would not come peacefully. As the years passed, Marx's health declined, accelerated by decades of overwork, inadequate nutrition, and the emotional toll of financial insecurity. His once robust frame became thinner. His legendary energy diminished, though his mind remained sharp. After Jenny's death in 1881, followed by his eldest daughter Jenny in 1883, something in him seemed to fade. He traveled to Algeria, seeking better climate for his health, visited family in France, but the improvements were temporary. Marx's relationship with money itself was complex and sometimes contradictory. Though he critiqued capitalism's commodification of human relationships, he was not immune to occasional material desires. When small windfalls came his way through inheritances or publishing payments, he sometimes indulged in what he called bourgeois pleasures. A better bottle of wine, books he had long wanted, or small gifts for his daughters. These moments of material enjoyment seemed to provide not just physical comfort, but a psychological respite from the constant financial anxiety that dominated much of his life. In his final years, Marx developed an interest in gardening, tending to a small plot behind his London home. There's a gentle irony in the image of the revolutionary theorist carefully nurturing seedlings, finding satisfaction in this most basic form of production. Friends noted how his expression softened when discussing his modest horticultural achievements, pride evident in his voice when describing a particularly successful crop of beans, or the first blooms of flowers he had planted. This connection to growing things provided a tangible counterpoint to his abstract theoretical work. On March 14, 1883, seated in his armchair, Karl Marx quietly passed from this world. Engels, in his funeral oration, compared his friend to Darwin, both having discovered fundamental laws governing their respective domains. The small gathering at Highgate Cemetery could not have imagined how Marx's ideas would spread across continents, inspiring revolutions, shaping nations, becoming both embraced and vilified on a scale few thinkers have experienced. The world Marx left behind was vastly different from the one he had entered 65 years earlier. Steam power had transformed production and transportation. Electricity was beginning to illuminate cities. Telephones were connecting distant points, and the colonial powers had divided much of the globe between them. The industrial capitalism he had analyzed was reaching maturity, while the workers' movements he had encouraged were gaining strength across Europe and beyond. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, Marx's ideas traveled far beyond the European contexts in which they had been developed. In Russia, Japan, China, India, Latin America, and eventually Africa, people grappling with their own experiences of colonialism, industrialization, and social transformation found in his work tools for understanding their changing worlds. His concepts were translated not just linguistically, but culturally, adapted to diverse contexts he could never have anticipated. The revolutions that claimed his name in the 20th century would have both familiar and unrecognizable elements to their supposed inspiration. The Soviet experiment began in a largely agrarian society rather than an industrialized one, while Chinese communism found its strength among peasants rather than urban workers. Both would create systems that used Marx's language, while often departing significantly from his analysis, raising questions about the relationship between ideas and their applications that continue to provoke debate. Today, more than 2 centuries after his birth, Marx remains a figure who cannot be ignored in understanding our world. His analysis of capitalism's dynamics, its cycles of expansion and crisis, its tendency toward concentration of wealth, its transformation of all aspects of life into commodities. These insights continue to illuminate contemporary developments, from global financial crises to the gig economy, from environmental degradation to digital surveillance capitalism. As you drift toward sleep, imagine Marx not as the stern-faced icon of political posters, but as the complex human being he was, the father who created children's stories, the husband who wrote poetry for his wife, the friend loyal through decades, the thinker who worked tirelessly to understand the forces shaping human lives. See him walking through London's streets, observing the city's contrasts, or sitting quietly in his garden watching plants respond to his care, or reading Shakespeare aloud by lamplight as his daughters listen. In these quiet human moments, perhaps we come closest to the essence of the man, whose ideas would travel so far beyond the boundaries of his own life. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the gentle twilight of historical contemplation, we find ourselves wandering through the intellectual legacy of Karl Marx, whose ideas continue to flow like a quiet river through the landscape of human thought. As we settle into this exploration, allow your mind to drift peacefully along the currents of his influence, which has shaped our understanding of society, economics, and human relations in profound ways. Born in 1818 in the Rhineland town of Trier, Marx's journey through life would take him from the comfortable surroundings of his childhood to the bustling streets of Paris, the scholarly quietude of Brussels, and finally to the foggy embrace of Victorian London. It was there, amid the world's first industrial superpower, that Marx would spend his final decades observing, thinking, and writing about the transformation of society unfolding before his eyes. The soft glow of Marx's influence first began to illuminate intellectual circles in the mid-19th century, a time when steam engines puffed rhythmically across the European landscape, and factory chimneys sketched dark lines against the sky. His collaboration with Friedrich Engels produced the Communist Manifesto in 1848, a work that entered the world during a year of revolutions across Europe. Though these uprisings would ultimately fade like evening stars before dawn, the manifesto's words continued to resonate, carried forward on gentle winds of intellectual discourse. Marx's masterwork, Capital, or Does Capital, emerged slowly over many years. Its first volume published in 1867, while later volumes were completed posthumously by his dear friend Engels. Like a patient gardener, Marx cultivated his analysis of capitalism with meticulous care, examining its roots, its structure, and the social relations it produced. His writing style, dense with careful observation and theoretical insight, required readers to slow their pace, to breathe deeply, and consider each concept fully before moving to the next. Not unlike the way we might now allow ourselves to sink gradually into the comfort of restful contemplation. In those early decades, Marx's ideas floated primarily in the rarefied air of intellectual and revolutionary circles. Workers' movements across Europe began to incorporate elements of his analysis into their understanding of their own conditions. In Germany, the Social Democratic Party embraced many Marxist principles, while in France and Italy, socialist movements found in his work a framework for understanding their struggles, like a gentle rain nourishing soil. These ideas gradually seeped into the consciousness of those seeking to understand the dramatic changes reshaping their world. The Russian Revolution of 1917 marked a turning point in how Marx's ideas would be perceived. The Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, claimed Marx's analysis as the foundation for their revolutionary project. As the Soviet Union took shape in the following years, Marx's theories were transformed into state doctrine. His nuanced analysis, sometimes simplified into rigid formulas, his thoughtful critique became, in some hands, a blueprint for constructing a new society. This development would cast a long, soft shadow over how Marx would be understood throughout much of the 20th century. In China, Mao Zedong would later adapt Marxist ideas to the conditions of a largely agrarian society, creating a variant that emphasized the revolutionary potential of peasants rather than urban workers. The Chinese Revolution, culminating in 1949, established another powerful state claiming Marx's legacy. As you relax more deeply, consider how ideas can travel across vast distances, changing form as they encounter different conditions, like a river adapting its course to the landscape through which it flows. Throughout the Cold War period, Marx's ideas became entangled with geopolitical tensions. In Western nations, particularly the United States, Marx was often viewed through the lens of Soviet communism. His complex analysis reduced to a symbol of an opposing ideology. This simplification obscured the richness of his thought, the careful attention he paid to the workings of capitalism, and the humanitarian concerns that motivated his critique, like a painting viewed in dim light. Only the broadest outlines were visible, the subtle details and shadings lost in shadow. In academic circles, however, a more nuanced engagement with Marx's thought continued to develop, Western Marxism emerged as a tradition that emphasized cultural analysis and philosophical questions, moving beyond economic determinism. Thinkers like Antonio Gramsci explored how culture and ideology helped maintain social systems, while the Frankfurt School examined how mass culture and technological rationality shaped modern consciousness. These gentle elaborations of Marx's thought expanded its reach into new domains, like a melody that inspires countless variations. The 1960s brought renewed interest in Marx's early writings, which had been relatively neglected. These works, including the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, revealed a Marx concerned with human alienation, with how capitalism separated people from their creative capacities, from the products of their labor, from nature, and from each other. This more humanistic Marx resonated with the countercultural movements of the era, his ideas flowing into new channels of social critique. In the developing world, Marx's analysis of capitalism as a global system provided frameworks for understanding colonialism and its aftermath. Dependency theory and world systems theory drew on Marxist insights to explain patterns of global inequality, while liberation theology in Latin America integrated elements of Marxist analysis with Catholic social teaching, like a gentle breeze carrying seeds across diverse landscapes. Marx's ideas found fertile ground in unexpected places. The collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 might have seemed to mark the end of Marx's relevance. Some commentators declared the end of history, suggesting that liberal capitalism had emerged as the final form of human social organization. But as you sink deeper into relaxation, imagine how ideas can submerge like underground streams, continuing to flow beneath the surface of visible discourse, only to emerge again when conditions change. The global financial crisis of 2008 sparked renewed interest in Marx's analysis of capitalism's inherent instabilities. His description of boom and bust cycles, of capitalism's tendency toward crisis, suddenly seemed prescient to many observers. Books about Marx began appearing on bestseller lists, and economists who had long dismissed his work began reconsidering some of his insights. Like an old melody suddenly remembered, Marx's critique returned to public consciousness in recent years as concerns about economic inequality have intensified. Marx's focus on class dynamics has once again found resonance. His analysis of how wealth tends to concentrate, how technological change reshapes labor relations, and how market logic extends into more aspects of life, speaks to contemporary experiences. The gig economy, digital platforms, and financialization all seem illuminated by the soft, thoughtful light of his analysis. Climate change and environmental degradation have also prompted new readings of Marx's work. His concept of metabolic rift the disruption of sustainable relations between human societies and the natural world, offers insights into our current ecological challenges. His critique of how capitalism treats nature as merely a resource to be exploited connects with contemporary environmental concerns. These ecological readings reveal dimensions of his thought that were previously less emphasized, like discovering a new room in a familiar house. Marx's influence extends beyond formal politics and economics into cultural analysis. His method of examining how economic systems shape social relations has informed feminist theory, critical race theory, and cultural studies. The concept of ideology, how dominant ideas reflect and reinforce existing power structures, has become a fundamental tool for analyzing everything from advertising to education to popular entertainment. Like a gentle rain that nourishes diverse plants, his analytical approach has enriched many fields of inquiry. In art and literature, Marx's ideas have inspired countless creative works, from the social realism of the early Soviet period to the Brechtian theater that sought to awaken critical consciousness, from the murals of Diego Rivera to the novels of John Steinbeck. Artistic expressions influenced by Marxist thought have become part of our cultural heritage. These works, in their diverse ways, attempt to make visible the social relations that shape human experience, to help us see what might otherwise remain hidden beneath the surface of everyday life. As your body relaxes more deeply, consider how Marx himself was shaped by the cultural currents of his time. He was deeply influenced by German philosophy, particularly Hegel's dialectical method, which he transformed from an idealist to a materialist approach. He absorbed the political economy of Adam Smith and David Ricardo, building upon their insights while developing his critique. He was moved by the romantic literature of his era, particularly Shakespeare and Goethe, whose works spoke to the depth and complexity of human experience. His thought emerged from this rich cultural soil, just as a tree grows from the nutrients available in its environment. Marx's personal life, with its struggles and joys, also shaped his work in ways that humanize this towering intellectual figure. His relationship with Jenny von Westphalen, his wife and intellectual companion, sustained him through decades of political exile and financial hardship. The death of several of their children brought profound grief, while his close friendship with Engels provided both emotional and material support. Marx worked through illness and poverty, driven by his commitment to understanding the forces shaping the world around him. These human dimensions remind us that great ideas emerge not from abstract contemplation alone, but from lived experience in all its complexity. The ways Marx has been read and interpreted continue to evolve, like a river changing course over time. Some emphasize his economic analysis, others his philosophical concepts, still others his political vision. Some find in his work a scientific approach to understanding society, while others see a moral critique of injustice and exploitation. Some focus on his revolutionary calls to action, others on his careful analysis of capitalism's inner workings. This multiplicity of readings reflects both the richness of his thought and the diverse needs and perspectives of those who engage with it. As you drift toward sleep, imagine Marx's ideas as a constellation of stars in the night sky. Different cultures and times have connected these points of light in different patterns, finding shapes that speak to their particular circumstances. The patterns change, but the stars themselves remain, offering their gentle illumination to all who look up in wonder. The legacy of Karl Marx continues to unfold in our own time. Neither a closed chapter of history nor a blueprint for the future, but a living tradition of critical thought that helps us understand our world and imagine how it might be different. His analysis reminds us that economic systems are human creations, shaped by historical circumstances and capable of transformation. This perspective offers both a challenge to see beyond what seems inevitable and a hope that human creativity can build more just and sustainable ways of living together. As your consciousness drifts peacefully toward sleep, let these reflections on Marx's enduring influence settle gently in your mind. His ideas, like dreams themselves, help us process our experiences and prepare us to wake with fresh perspective. Rest now, knowing that the great conversations of human thought continue their quiet flow through time, connecting us across generations in the shared project of understanding our world and ourselves. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. In the gentle quiet of the evening, as you prepare to drift into peaceful slumber, let us wander through the life of Karl Marx, a figure whose ideas have flowed through time like a river through changing landscapes. His story, told in unhurried tones, may carry you softly toward dreams. Karl Marx was born on a spring day, the 5th of May in 1818, in the riverside town of Trier, Germany. The house where he first opened his eyes still stands today, a modest building of warm stone that has weathered the seasons for centuries. As a child, young Karl would often walk along the mossy banks of the Moselle River, watching how the water's surface captured the reflection of clouds passing overhead. These quiet moments by the river would later inspire his reflections on how our surroundings shape our thoughts. Just as the river shapes its banks with patient persistence, few people know that Marx was once a poet, filling notebooks with verses during his university years. His father Heinrich, hoping for a more practical career for his son, once gently teased him about these poetic aspirations, saying that Karl's poems might better serve as kindling for the family hearth than as literature. Though Marx eventually turned from poetry to philosophy and economics, he never lost the poetic sensibility that allowed him to see the world in metaphors and flowing narratives. His writing, even on the most complex economic matters, often retained a certain lyrical quality, like the distant sound of music carried on an evening breeze. During his student days in Berlin, Marx would often stay awake until dawn, reading by candlelight as the city slept around him. He developed a habit of taking long, meandering walks through the quiet streets after midnight, his footsteps echoing softly on the cobblestones as he worked through complicated ideas in his mind. A friend once found him at sunrise, sitting on a park bench, having walked all night while contemplating Hegel's philosophy. There's a touching story about Marx's courtship with his wife, Jenny von Westphalen. Jenny came from an aristocratic family, and many disapproved of her interest in the young, somewhat disheveled student from a middle-class Jewish family. During their long engagement, Marx would sometimes leave wildflowers on her windowsill, gathered during his dawn walks. These humble bouquets became their secret language, each arrangement conveying sentiments too delicate for words. Years later, when they lived in exile in London, Jenny kept pressed flowers between the pages of her favorite books. Fragile memories of those early days preserved like dreams between waking hours. On summer evenings in London, he would carry her on his shoulders through Hampstead Heath, telling her stories about ancient myths and legends. As the setting sun painted the sky in soft shades of amber and rose, Alina later recalled how her father would become different during these walks, his scholarly seriousness giving way to playfulness, his deep voice rising and falling like gentle waves as he described the adventures of gods and heroes from worlds long past. Few people know that Marx had a wonderful sense of humor, often expressing itself in quiet, clever observations. During his years of exile in London, he developed a habit of visiting the British Museum reading room almost daily. The museum became a sanctuary for him, a place where he could work undisturbed for hours. One rainy afternoon, a museum guard who had watched Marx come and go for years approached him and asked what he was writing that required so many books and so much time. The guard laughed, not realizing that this modest man in worn clothes was crafting ideas that would indeed trouble and transform the world. Marx loved chess and would often play with friends during long winter evenings. He approached the game with the same methodical patience he brought to his scholarly work, seeing in the movement of pieces across the board a reflection of how social forces move through history. One evening, after losing a match to his friend Wilhelm Liebknecht, Marx sat quietly studying the board for several minutes. "You know," he finally said, his voice soft and contemplative, "the pawn may move only one square at a time, but when it reaches the other side of the board, it can become whatever it wishes." He then reset the pieces with slow, deliberate movements, each piece finding its place with a gentle tap against the wooden board. During his years in London, Marx developed a fondness for taking long, solitary walks on foggy mornings. The city, veiled in mist, seemed to him like a place between waking and dreaming, where the sharp edges of reality softened into something more fluid and changeable. On one such morning, he encountered an elderly street vendor selling hot chestnuts from a small cart. The old man, noticing Marx's foreign accent, asked where he was from. Marx carried this small kindness with him for years, sometimes mentioning it when discussing how ordinary people often show more genuine compassion than those who speak of charity from positions of privilege. Marx had a deep love of literature and would often read Shakespeare aloud to his family in the evenings. His favorite play was King Lear, perhaps because it explored how power and possession can distort human relationships. On winter nights, as rain tapped softly against the windows of their modest London home, Marx would read by lamplight, his voice rising and falling with the rhythm of the verses. His daughters remembered how he would sometimes pause in the middle of a passage, lost in thought, before continuing with renewed emotion, as if the centuries-old words had suddenly revealed some new truth to him. There's a gentle story about Marx and his lifelong friend Friedrich Engels taking a summer boat ride on the Thames. As they drifted along the river, Engels pointed out how the grand houses of the wealthy stood high on the hills, while workers' dwellings clustered in the lowlands, often in the shadow of the factories where they labored. Marx nodded thoughtfully, and then noticed how the reflection of these disparate buildings in the river's surface seemed to blend together, creating a single, unified image. "Water knows nothing of our social divisions," he remarked quietly. Marx had a particular fondness for apples, and would often carry one in his pocket during his daily walks. There was something about their simple perfection that pleased him, how they contained both sweetness and tartness, how their seeds held the promise of future trees, how they connected him to the cyclical rhythms of nature that continued regardless of human concerns. A friend once observed Marx sitting on a park bench, contemplating an apple with the same intense focus he might bring to a complex economic text, turning it slowly in his hand, as if it might reveal some essential truth about existence. During the years when poverty pressed most heavily on the Marx family, there were times when Karl would pawn his coat to buy medicine for his children or books needed for his research. On cold days, he would work in the British Museum not only for its resources, but also for its warmth. Yet, even in these difficult times, Marx maintained small rituals of pleasure and dignity. Every Sunday, if possible, he would buy fresh flowers for their table, bringing a touch of beauty into their modest rooms. Jenny Marx once wrote in a letter that these flowers meant more to her than any luxury, for they represented her husband's belief that life should contain moments of pure appreciation. Even amid struggle, Marx had a complicated relationship with his own health, often ignoring symptoms until they became severe. He suffered from painful boils and liver problems throughout much of his adult life. Conditions likely worsened by long hours of sedentary work, irregular meals, and the damp London climate during particularly difficult bouts of illness. He would sometimes sit by the window of his study, watching the slow dance of leaves on the trees outside, finding in their patient movement a reminder that all things, including pain, eventually pass. In these quiet moments, with the sounds of the city muffled in the background, Marx would sometimes sketch small drawings in the margins of his manuscripts. Tiny boats on waves, birds in flight, or simple horizons where earth meets sky. There's a touching account of Marx's relationship with his grandson Jean Langt, the child of his daughter Jenny. When the boy was about 5 years old, he developed a habit of climbing onto his grandfather's lap while Marx was working and asking for stories rather than sending the child away. Marx would set aside his papers and describe imaginary journeys to distant lands or tell tales about talking animals who organized themselves into fair and harmonious societies. These storytelling sessions usually ended with both grandfather and grandson dozing off in the armchair, papers scattered around them. The afternoon sun casting long, golden rectangles of light across the floor. Marx had a special appreciation for the changing seasons and would often remark on subtle shifts in light, temperature, and natural rhythms that others might overlook. In autumn, he particularly enjoyed walking through London's parks as leaves turned to russet and gold, seeing in this annual transformation a reminder that change is the only constant in both nature and human society. During one such walk with angels, they paused to watch leaves spiraling down from a tall oak tree. Marx observed quietly that each leaf fell according to its own particular path, influenced by countless factors: its shape, the breeze, the height from which it fell. Yet together, they created a pattern that was both random and somehow harmonious, much like the countless individual actions that collectively shape human history. As evening deepens around you now, imagine Marx in his final years, sitting in a comfortable chair by the window, watching as twilight softens the outlines of the world. His beard has whitened completely. His hands show the gentle tremor of age, but his eyes remain alert and thoughtful as they take in the changing light. Perhaps he's thinking of all the places he has lived, all the ideas he has explored, all the people he has loved. Perhaps he's watching the first stars appear in the darkening sky, those same stars that shone down on ancient civilizations and will continue to shine long after our brief moment has passed. The lamp beside him casts a warm circle of light on the book open in his lap. Not one of his own works, but a volume of poetry, or perhaps a novel that transports him temporarily from the weight of his lifelong intellectual project. As night settles fully around him, he closes the book gently, his finger marking his place. Tomorrow, he will continue reading, continue thinking, continue questioning. But for now, like you, he prepares for sleep, that most democratic of human experiences, where all of us, regardless of our place in society, surrender to the same gentle darkness, the same realm of dreams. And as your own consciousness begins to drift, like a leaf on a slow-moving stream, remember that all great thinkers were also simply people. People who laughed and wept, who knew doubt and hope, who watched the same moon that now perhaps shines through your window. In this shared humanity lies a profound truth that transcends all theories and systems, a truth as simple and as necessary as sleep itself. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography as evening deepens around you now. Imagine Marx in his final years, sitting in a comfortable chair by the window, watching as twilight softens the outlines of the world. His beard has whitened completely. His hands show the gentle tremor of age, but his eyes remain alert and thoughtful as they take in the changing light. Perhaps he's thinking of all the places he has lived, all the ideas he has explored, all the people he has loved. Perhaps he's watching the first stars appear in the darkening sky. Those same stars that shone down on ancient civilizations and will continue to shine long after our brief moment has passed. The years had been both generous and cruel to Karl Marx in his later life. After the intensity of his middle years, when he had produced his most famous works and participated in the revolutionary movements that swept across Europe, his final decades brought a different rhythm to his days. Following the publication of the first volume of Capital in 1867, Marx continued his scholarly pursuits, though increasingly troubled by illness that would come and go like waves upon a shore, sometimes receding to allow him moments of clarity and productivity, other times overwhelming him completely. The Marx household had moved to a modest home at 41 Maitland Park Road in London's Haverstock Hill neighborhood, where the rooms were filled with books, papers, and the lingering scent of tobacco from Marx's ever-present cigars. Here, in this quiet corner of London, far from his German homeland, Marx would spend his remaining years. The revolutionary who had once called for workers of the world to unite now found himself increasingly confined by his failing health, his world gradually narrowing to the dimensions of his study. In these gentle evening hours of his life, Marx continued to correspond with intellectuals and revolutionaries across Europe and beyond. His letters, written in his increasingly shaky handwriting, traveled across oceans and borders, carrying his thoughts and observations to comrades he would never meet in person. There is something deeply moving about this image. The aging philosopher, whose words continued to traverse the world, even as his own body became more and more restricted in its movements. The relationship between Marx and his lifelong friend and collaborator Friedrich Engels deepened in these years. Engels, who had always supported Marx financially, now also became his intellectual guardian, helping to organize his papers encouraging him to complete his unfinished works and preparing to carry forward his legacy. Their friendship, which had weathered decades of political struggle, personal hardship, and intellectual debate, stands as one of the most remarkable partnerships in the history of ideas. In the soft glow of late afternoon light, one might imagine them sitting together in comfortable silence. Two old revolutionaries who had seen both the promise and the disappointment of their dreams for a more just world. Marx's family life in these later years was marked by both joy and profound sorrow. His beloved wife Jenny, who had stood beside him through exile, poverty, and public criticism, was herself declining in health. Their home was often brightened by visits from their daughters and grandchildren, bringing moments of domestic happiness to the aging scholar. Yet shadows fell across these years as well. In December 1881, Jenny passed away after a long illness, leaving Marx bereft of his companion of nearly 40 years. Just a year later, in January 1883, came another devastating blow: the death of his eldest daughter, also named Jenny. These losses weighed heavily on Marx's heart in his final months. Through these personal tragedies, Marx continued his scholarly work when his health permitted. His intellectual curiosity remained undimmed, and he expanded his studies into anthropology, mathematics, and the economic development of Russia. He taught himself Russian to better understand the social conditions there, and corresponded with Russian revolutionaries about the possibility of that vast country following a different path to social transformation than the one he had outlined for Western Europe. There is a touching humility in this continued learning, this willingness to reconsider and refine his ideas, even in the twilight of his life. The final years saw Marx working intermittently on the remaining volumes of Capital, though he would not live to complete them. Instead, it would fall to Engels to gather Marx's extensive notes and drafts, organizing them into the second and third volumes that would be published after Marx's death. This unfinished quality of Marx's masterwork seems somehow fitting for a thinker whose ideas were always evolving, always responding to new historical developments and insights, like the gentle fading of daylight that never quite reaches absolute darkness before the dawn begins again. Marx's theoretical project remained open-ended, an invitation to future generations to continue the work of understanding and transforming society. As Marx's health deteriorated further in the winter of 1882-1883, he was sent by his doctors to recuperate in Algiers, and then on the Isle of Wight, seeking healing in warmer climates and sea air. Picture him there, wrapped in blankets on a terrace overlooking the Mediterranean, watching the play of light on water, perhaps thinking of all the shores and borders his ideas had already crossed. The revolutionary whose words had helped inspire the Paris Commune now sat quietly, listening to the timeless rhythm of waves against the shore. Upon his return to London, it became clear that Marx's condition was worsening. On March 14, 1883, Engels arrived at the house on Maitland Park Road to find that his friend had peacefully passed away. While sitting in his armchair, Marx was buried in London's Highgate Cemetery, where his grave can still be visited today. A quiet place of pilgrimage for those who have been touched by his ideas. At his funeral, attended by only 11 people, Engels delivered a eulogy that captured both the intellectual power and the personal warmth of his friend. Yet beyond this historic achievement, Engels also spoke of Marx as a man passionate, loving, loyal to his friends, and devoted to his family. In the gentle stillness of the cemetery, as these words were spoken over Marx's grave, one might imagine a moment when the public and private dimensions of his life were finally reconciled. After Marx's death, the true scope of his influence began to emerge more clearly. His ideas spread across continents, translated into dozens of languages, inspiring political movements and intellectual debates that continue to this day. What had begun as the work of a solitary scholar, often writing in poverty and obscurity, gradually transformed into one of the most influential bodies of thought in human history. There is something deeply reassuring in this pattern. How ideas, like seeds carried on the wind, can take root and flourish long after their originator has returned to the earth. Marx's legacy unfolded in ways he could never have anticipated. In Russia, a country he had studied with increasing interest in his final years, his theories would be adapted by Lenin and others to guide the first successful socialist revolution in 1917 across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. His analysis of capitalism and imperialism would inform anti-colonial struggles and experiments in alternative economic systems in Western Europe and North America. His critique of capitalism would influence generations of scholars, activists, and ordinary workers seeking to understand and transform their conditions of life. Yet Marx's legacy has never been simple or uncontested. His ideas have been interpreted and reinterpreted, embraced and rejected, implemented and abandoned in countless variations across different historical contexts. Some political systems established in his name diverged dramatically from his own vision of human emancipation. Others found in his writings resources for democratic renewal and critique of authoritarianism. The richness and complexity of Marx's thought has allowed it to be continually rediscovered by new generations facing new historical challenges. In academic circles, Marx's influence extends far beyond politics and economics. His methods of analysis have shaped disciplines as diverse as sociology, history, literary criticism, and philosophy. His insistence on examining the material conditions of human existence, the hidden structures of power beneath surface appearances, and the dynamic contradictory nature of social development have provided tools for understanding phenomena he himself never witnessed, from digital technology to environmental crisis, from post-colonial societies to contemporary forms of identity and community. Perhaps most enduringly, Marx's passionate humanism, his concern for human flourishing, and his outrage at unnecessary suffering continues to resonate with those who encounter his work. Beneath the complex economic analyses and revolutionary politics lies a simple moral vision that human beings should be able to develop their capacities freely, in cooperation rather than competition with one another, no longer alienated from their labor, their communities, or the natural world. This vision still speaks to something deep within us, even as we drift toward sleep. As you lie here now, growing more relaxed with each breath, imagine Marx's ideas as a river flowing through time, sometimes running clear and straight, sometimes disappearing underground only to re-emerge elsewhere, sometimes dividing into multiple channels before converging again. This river has nourished countless minds, has carved new landscapes of thought, has sometimes overflowed its banks in unexpected ways. And like all rivers, it continues to flow, carrying elements of the past into an unknown future. The books that Marx labored over in his London study, their pages now yellowed with age, their margins filled with his handwritten notes, have been reprinted in countless editions, read by millions of people in circumstances he could never have imagined. Workers in factories, students in universities, activists in movements for social justice, economists seeking to understand financial crises. All have found something of value in his analysis of how capitalism works and how it might be transcended. There is a quiet wonder in this ongoing conversation between the living and the dead, this dialogue across centuries. As night deepens around you, as your breathing becomes slower and more regular, consider how Marx himself might view his legacy from the vantage point of eternity. Would he be surprised by the global reach of his ideas? Would he recognize his own thoughts in the various movements and regimes that have claimed his name? Would he be pleased to know that capital is still being read, still being debated, still being used to understand our changing world? Or would he simply remind us, with a gentle smile, that philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways? The point, however, is to change it. In the end, perhaps the most profound aspect of Marx's legacy is not any particular theory or prediction, but his example of intellectual courage and commitment throughout his life, despite illness, poverty, and political persecution. He continued to seek understanding, to refine his ideas, to imagine possibilities beyond the horizons of his time. In a world that often rewards conformity and quick, superficial thinking, Marx's deep, patient, critical engagement with the fundamental questions of human social existence stands as an inspiration. And now, as you drift closer to the borders of sleep, Let the weight of history and theory gently lift from your mind. Like Marx in his final moments, sitting peacefully in his armchair, you too can release the questions and concerns of the day. The river of time continues to flow. The stars continue their ancient journeys across the sky, and all of us, revolutionaries and conservatives, scholars and workers, the famous and the forgotten, share in the common human rhythm of wakefulness and rest, of activity and repose, in this democratic darkness of approaching sleep. All distinctions fade, and we return to our essential humanity, dreaming perhaps of a world where that humanity can fully flourish. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. As the evening shadows lengthen and the world grows quiet, let us take a gentle journey through the lasting influence of a man whose ideas have traveled across time and continents, touching countless lives along the way. Karl Marx, born in the small German city of Trier in 1818, could hardly have imagined how his thoughts would echo through the centuries, shaping movements, inspiring revolutions, and providing frameworks for understanding our ever-changing world. In the soft glow of historical perspective, Marx's legacy unfolds like a slowly blooming flower, each petal representing a different aspect of his influence. His analysis of capitalism as a historical system with internal contradictions continues to provide insights into our economic realities. His concept of class struggle has given voice to countless workers seeking dignity and fair treatment. His method of historical materialism still offers tools for understanding how economic conditions shape our social existence. Picture, if you will, the quiet reading rooms of universities around the world, where generation after generation of students have opened the pages of Das Kapital or the Communist Manifesto for the first time. Imagine their eyes widening as they encounter ideas that challenge conventional wisdom, that turn the familiar world upside down and reveal hidden structures beneath everyday experiences. Some of these students would go on to become leaders, thinkers, activists who carried Marx's ideas into new contexts, adapting and transforming them to address the challenges of their own times. The gentle ripples of Marx's influence spread outward through the 20th century, touching shore after shore. In Russia, Vladimir Lenin drew upon Marx's theories to develop his own revolutionary strategy, leading to the establishment of the Soviet Union in 1917. The landscape of global politics would never be the same again. A third of the world's population would eventually live under governments that claimed Marxism as their guiding philosophy. Let your thoughts drift now to China, where Mao Zedong adapted Marxist ideas to the conditions of Chinese society, emphasizing the revolutionary potential of the peasantry rather than the urban proletariat. The Long March, the Cultural Revolution, the transformation of an ancient civilization into a modern industrial power. All these momentous changes were shaped, in part, by Marx's ideas flowing through Mao's interpretation. In Latin America, figures like Che Guevara and Fidel Castro found in Marxism a framework for understanding the economic exploitation of their countries and a vision for creating more equitable societies. In Cuba, a Marxist-inspired revolution created a small island of defiance, just 90 miles from the shores of capitalism's greatest power. As your breathing slows and your body relaxes deeper into comfort, consider how Marx's influence extended beyond revolutionary politics into the quiet halls of academic thought. The Frankfurt School thinkers, Theodor Adorno, Max Horkheimer, Herbert Marcuse, and others developed critical theory by blending Marx's insights with Freudian psychology and other intellectual traditions. Their analyses of mass culture, authoritarianism, and the commodification of everyday life continue to resonate in our media-saturated world. In France, philosophers like Louis Althusser and Jean-Paul Sartre engaged deeply with Marx's ideas, exploring the relationship between Marxism and existentialism, between economic structures and human freedom. Sartre once remarked that Marxism was the unsurpassable philosophy of our time, a horizon that could not be transcended until the conditions it analyzed had themselves been overcome. The gentle current of Marxist thought also flowed into feminist theory, where thinkers like Sylvia Federici and Nancy Fraser examined the unpaid labor of women in reproducing capitalist social relations. Marx's method was extended to understand forms of exploitation and oppression that he himself had not fully addressed. Environmental thinkers, too, have found valuable insights in Marx's analysis of capitalism's relationship to nature. His concept of the metabolic rift, the disruption of sustainable interactions between human societies and the natural world, seems increasingly prescient in our age of climate change and ecological crisis. As night deepens around you and the world grows more still, imagine the countless study groups, political meetings, and late-night conversations where ordinary people have discussed Marx's ideas, finding in them tools for understanding their own experiences of work, exploitation, and resistance, from factory workers in industrial England to anti-colonial movements in Africa, from labor organizers in the United States to student protesters in Paris, Seoul, and Mexico City. Marx's analyses have provided a language for articulating grievances and imagining alternatives. Even in the realm of art and culture, Marx's influence flows like a quiet, underground stream. The novels of John Steinbeck and Richard Wright, the plays of Bertolt Brecht, the films of Sergei Eisenstein and Ken Loach, the murals of Diego Rivera. All these and countless other cultural works have been shaped by Marxist understandings of society, the concept of alienation, the portrayal of class conflict, the critique of capitalism's human costs, These themes appear again and again in literature, film, and visual art influenced by Marx's ideas. Feel your body becoming heavier, more relaxed, as we continue our gentle exploration. P. Thompson, whose masterwork, The Making of the English Working Class, showed how ordinary people actively participated in creating their own history, not just as victims of economic forces, but as agents of change. Christopher Hill's studies of the English Revolution revealed the radical religious and political currents that challenged hierarchies of class and status in the 17th century. In the study of economics, Marxist thinkers like Paul Sweezy, Ernest Mandel, and David Harvey have continued to develop analyses of capitalism's dynamics, examining phenomena like monopoly power, financial speculation, and global economic crises. The economic meltdown of 2008 led to a renewed interest in Marx's crisis theory, as people sought explanations for the sudden collapse of seemingly solid financial institutions. Let your thoughts drift gently to the realm of cultural studies, where scholars influenced by Raymond Williams, Stuart Hall, and Antonio Gramsci have examined how power works through cultural representations, how consent is manufactured, how hegemony is maintained or challenged. Their work helps us understand the subtle ways that economic power shapes our very perceptions of what is possible or impossible, desirable or undesirable. Even those who disagree with Marx's conclusions often find themselves engaging with his questions. What is the relationship between economic structures and political power? How do social classes form and come to recognize their shared interests? What are the long-term dynamics of capitalist development? These questions continue to animate debates across the political spectrum. As your eyelids grow heavier, consider how Marx's legacy has been contested and reinterpreted over time. Yet interest in Marx's ideas has repeatedly resurged, especially during times of economic crisis, when the contradictions he analyzed become more visible. Each new generation discovers Marx anew, finding in his writings insights that speak to contemporary concerns. The 2008 financial crisis led to a significant revival of interest in Marx's critique of capitalism. Sales of Das Kapital increased dramatically, and new books exploring Marxist analyses of the crisis appeared on shelves. Young people coming of age in a time of economic precarity, growing inequality, and looming ecological disaster have found resonance in Marx's systemic critique of capitalism's inherent instabilities. In recent years, movements like Occupy Wall Street, with its slogan, "We are the 99%, have drawn implicitly on Marxist analyses of class division, even when not explicitly identifying as Marxist. Labor movements around the world continue to find in Marx's writings a validation of workers' struggles for dignity and fair treatment. Environmental activists have increasingly connected capitalism's growth imperative to the destruction of natural ecosystems. Imagine now the countless reading groups in cities around the world where people gather to discuss Marx's ideas, seeking to understand their own economic circumstances through his analytical framework. Picture the young activists in Seoul or Sao Paulo, in New York or Nairobi, drawing inspiration from a 19th century thinker whose insights continue to illuminate the workings of our 21st century world. Marx's influence extends even to places where his name is rarely mentioned. Concepts like ideology, alienation, commodity fetishism, and exploitation have entered our common vocabulary, shaping how we understand social relations, even when disconnected from their theoretical origins. His emphasis on examining the material conditions of life, on following the money to understand power relations, has become a common approach across many disciplines. As you sink deeper into relaxation, consider how Marx's legacy lives on in unexpected places. The time you spend at work and the benefits you receive, the regulations that govern workplace safety, the very concept of a weekend. All these bear the imprint of labor movements informed by Marxist analyses. The progressive income tax, public education, and social safety nets advocated in the Communist Manifesto have become standard features of modern societies, embraced across the political spectrum. Marx's personal life, too, offers a legacy worth contemplating. His deep friendship with Friedrich Engels models a kind of intellectual partnership and mutual support rarely seen in the competitive academic world. His commitment to his family, despite financial hardship and political persecution, speaks to his human qualities beyond his theoretical contributions. His willingness to revise his views in light of new evidence demonstrates an intellectual honesty worth emulating. As your breathing becomes slower and deeper, let us reflect on how Marx himself might view his legacy. Would he be surprised to see his ideas take root in predominantly agricultural societies like Russia and China, rather than in the advanced industrial nations where he expected revolution to occur first? Would he recognize his own thoughts in the various interpretations and adaptations that have claimed his name? Would he be pleased to know that capital is still being read, still being debated, still being used to understand our changing world? Perhaps he would remind us, with gentle insistence, that the point is not merely to interpret the world, but to change it. His legacy is not just intellectual, but practical, not just about understanding systems, but about transforming them to better serve human needs and potentials. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the quiet stillness of evening, as your mind begins to unwind and your body settles into comfortable repose, let us gently explore the figure of Karl Marx, a man whose ideas have been so often misunderstood, simplified, and sometimes distorted across the flowing river of time. Like a soft rainfall on a summer evening, will allow the complexities of his life and thought to wash over us, neither rushing nor judging, but simply observing with calm curiosity. Karl Marx, born in 1818 in the peaceful riverside town of Trier, Germany, has become something of a specter in our collective imagination. Sometimes revered, sometimes reviled, but rarely understood in the full tapestry of his humanity. As your eyelids grow perhaps a little heavier, consider how the real Marx differs from the caricatures that often appear in our textbooks and political discussions. One common misconception that drifts through our cultural understanding is that Marx was simply an advocate of violent revolution. This simplified view obscures the nuanced reality of his thought. While Marx did indeed write about revolution as a historical process, his conception was far more textured and conditional than many realize. He saw revolution not as a blueprint to be imposed, but as the natural outcome of contradictions within capitalism itself. In his view, these tensions would eventually reach a point where transformation became inevitable, like water that gradually rises until it must find a new path forward. Marx's understanding of revolution evolved throughout his lifetime, becoming more complex and conditional with age and experience. In his later years, he even suggested that in countries with strong democratic traditions, like England or the United States, peaceful transitions might be possible. This subtlety is often lost in the broader narratives that surround his legacy, which tend to paint him with broad, simplified strokes rather than the careful, deliberate brushwork his ideas deserve. As you sink deeper into comfort, let us consider another misconception that floats through our understanding: the notion that Marx created a rigid blueprint for future societies. In truth, Marx was remarkably reluctant to prescribe specific details about what communism would look like in practice. His writings offer surprisingly few concrete descriptions of communist society, focusing instead on his analysis of capitalism and its contradictions. He was, at heart, more of a critic than a utopian dreamer, more concerned with understanding the present than dictating the future. This reluctance to blueprint the future stemmed from his belief that societies evolve through historical processes rather than through the implementation of predesigned plans. Just as a gardener understands that plants grow according to their nature and environment, not according to wishes or commands, Marx understood that social systems develop through complex interactions that cannot be fully predicted or controlled. The gentle weight of your blanket may remind you of how Marx has often been portrayed as coldly calculating, a man concerned only with economic systems and class struggle. Yet this view misses the deeply humanistic core of his philosophy. Marx was profoundly concerned with human freedom and fulfillment. His critique of capitalism centered not merely on economic inequality, but on what he saw as its tendency to alienate people from their work, from the products of their labor, from their creative potential, and from each other. In his early writings, particularly the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, Marx explored how work could be a source of fulfillment and self-expression rather than drudgery. He envisioned a society where people might fish in the morning, rear cattle in the afternoon, and criticize after dinner, engaging in varied activities according to their inclinations, rather than being confined to specialized roles determined by market forces. This vision reveals a thinker deeply interested in human flourishing and creativity, not merely in economic arrangements. As your thoughts drift like gentle clouds across the evening sky, consider how Marx is often misunderstood as being opposed to all forms of private property. In reality, his critique was specifically directed at what he called private property in the means of production. The factories, land, and resources used to create goods. He distinguished this from personal property, the items we use in our daily lives. Marx never advocated for the elimination of personal possessions. He didn't envision a world where people would surrender their clothing, books, or cherished mementos to the state. Rather, he questioned a system where the means of creating society's necessities were owned by a small group while the majority worked for wages. This distinction, so important to understanding his actual views, is frequently lost in simplified accounts that present Marx as wishing to abolish all forms of ownership, a mischaracterization that distorts the actual nature of his critique and proposals. The soft rhythm of your breathing might now be slowing to match the unhurried pace of these reflections. As it does, let us consider how Marx is often portrayed as a deterministic thinker who believed that history moves in a fixed, predetermined path. While he did identify patterns and tendencies in historical development, his view was more supple than many realize. He understood that human agency plays a crucial role in shaping events, that people make their own history, even if not under conditions of their own choosing. Marx's famous statement that philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it, reflects his belief in human capacity to consciously shape society, far from depicting people as passive objects carried along by historical forces. He saw them as active subjects capable of understanding their circumstances and working collectively to transform them. His was a philosophy that balanced recognition of structural constraints with faith in human potential for conscious action. As your body continues to relax more deeply into restfulness, we might reflect on another common misconception, that Marx was uninterested in individual liberty. In truth, individual freedom was central to his vision. He criticized capitalism, not because it allowed too much freedom, but because he believed it limited genuine freedom to a privileged few, while offering others only the formal freedom to sell their labor or starve. Marx envisioned a society where collective ownership of productive resources would provide the material foundation for everyone to develop their unique capabilities and pursue their interests rather than subordinating the individual to the collective, as some interpretations suggest. He sought conditions where authentic individuality could flourish for everyone, not just for those with wealth and power. The weight of your eyelids may be growing heavier now, as we consider how Marx is often portrayed as having been proven wrong by history. This view typically points to the fall of Soviet-style socialism as evidence of his failed predictions. Yet this perspective overlooks the fact that Marx himself might not have recognized these systems as embodying his ideas. The centralized, authoritarian states that claimed his mantle diverged significantly from his vision of worker-controlled production and expanded democracy. Moreover, many of Marx's observations about capitalism have shown remarkable prescience. The tendency toward market concentration, the boom and bust cycle, the globalization of production, and the growing gap between the wealthy and working people. His analysis continues to provide insights into contemporary economic developments, from financial crises to technological displacement of workers, suggesting that dismissing his thought entirely would be premature. As your consciousness begins to drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, let us consider the misconception that Marx was opposed to all aspects of capitalism. In reality, he recognized capitalism's unprecedented productive power and its role in advancing human capabilities. He saw it as a necessary historical stage that created the material abundance that could make a more equitable society possible. His critique was not that capitalism was evil, but that it was contradictory, that its very successes created conditions that would ultimately require its transformation. This nuanced view differs significantly from the simplistic portrayal of Marx as merely anti-capitalist. He appreciated capitalism's dynamism while also identifying its limitations and injustices. His was a dialectical perspective that recognized both the positive and negative aspects of the system he analyzed so thoroughly. The gentle heaviness of approaching sleep reminds us of another misunderstanding, that Marx was primarily an economist, while economic analysis was certainly central to his work. Marx was a multifaceted thinker whose interests spanned philosophy, history, politics, and culture. Trained initially in philosophy and law, he brought these perspectives to bear on his economic investigations, creating an integrated approach that examined how economic systems shaped and were shaped by broader social and cultural patterns. Marx's doctoral dissertation focused not on economics, but on ancient Greek philosophy. Throughout his life, he maintained wide-ranging intellectual interests, writing about literature, colonialism, and family structures alongside his economic analyses. Reducing him to an economist misses the interdisciplinary character of his thought. and the breadth of his contributions. As your breathing becomes even more measured and deep, we might reflect on the misconception that Marx advocated for a large, powerful state. In fact, his vision of communism ultimately involved not the expansion of state power, but its gradual withering away. He saw the state primarily as a tool of class domination that would become unnecessary in a classless society. The massive state apparatuses that developed in his name in the 20th century bore little resemblance to his long-term vision of self-governing communities managing their affairs without coercive authority. This distinction between Marx's actual views and the practices of regimes that claimed his legacy is crucial for understanding both the appeal of his ideas and the reasons why many implementations diverged so dramatically from them. The comfortable weight of approaching sleep invites us to consider one final misconception: that Marx was coldly rational and dismissive of human emotion and spirituality. His famous description of religion as the opium of the people is often cited as evidence of this view. Marx recognized that religious sentiment expressed genuine human needs and aspirations, even as he believed these could be better fulfilled through social transformation than through faith. Moreover, Marx's personal correspondence reveals a man capable of deep feeling, passionate about literature and art, devoted to his family despite their financial struggles. His friendship with Friedrich Engels stands as one of history's great intellectual partnerships, sustained by mutual respect and personal affection across decades. These human qualities complicate the image of Marx as merely a cold theorist of class struggle. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. As the gentle veil of night draws around us, let us reflect on the life and legacy of Karl Marx, whose ideas continue to ripple through time like soft waves on a moonlit shore. Born in 1818 in Trier, Germany, Marx's journey through this world was one of passionate thinking, profound struggle, and unwavering dedication to understanding the human condition in all its complexity. In the quiet moments between wakefulness and dreams, we can imagine Marx as a young man, walking the cobblestone streets of his hometown, his mind already beginning to question the world around him. The soft lamplight of his childhood home illuminated early evenings of reading and contemplation, nurturing the curious intellect that would later reshape how we understand society. Marx's life unfolded like a slowly turning page in history's book. His university years brought him into contact with Hegelian philosophy, which settled into his consciousness like gentle rain into fertile soil. These formative ideas would later bloom into his own unique perspective, growing gradually, as all meaningful things do in this world. The soft rhythm of Marx's exile years carried him across Europe, from Germany to France, Belgium, and finally to London. where he would spend the autumn and winter of his life. Picture him there, in his modest home, surrounded by books and papers. The scratch of his pen, a soothing constant, as he worked by candlelight, drafting ideas that would outlive him by generations. His friendship with Friedrich Engels provides a comforting reminder of how human connection sustains us through difficult times. Their correspondence flowed back and forth like a gentle conversation between kindred spirits, supporting each other through hardship, celebrating rare moments of triumph, and steadily building a framework of ideas together. Engels' financial support allowed Marx to continue his scholarly pursuits, a touching testament to friendship's nurturing power. Marx knew profound sorrow, as we all do in our human journey. The loss of 4 of his 7 children caused a deep ache that never truly faded. We can imagine him in quiet moments of grief, perhaps standing by a window watching London fog roll in, his wife, Jenny, by his side, both carrying the weight of these losses together. These personal struggles remind us that behind great ideas are simply people, feeling their way through life's joys and sorrows, just as we all do. His masterwork, Das Kapital, emerged not in a sudden burst, but through patient, methodical thinking over many years, like a craftsman slowly polishing a precious stone until its facets catch the light. Just so, Marx observed the industrial world around him with attentive eyes, noting how factory workers lived, how capital flowed, how systems of production shaped human relationships. These observations settled into his consciousness over time, crystallizing into theories that would eventually touch every corner of the globe. As your breathing deepens and your thoughts begin to drift, consider how Marx's ideas about alienation speak to something we've all felt at times. That sense of disconnection from our work, from nature, from each other. His writings on this subject have a certain poetic quality, recognizing the human need for meaningful creation and connection. Even in our dreams, we seek wholeness and purpose. The concept of historical materialism that Marx developed suggests that human societies evolve like seasons changing, each economic system containing within it the seeds of the next. There is something soothing in this vision of history as a flowing river rather than a series of random events, a natural process unfolding at its own gentle pace. Marx's later years found him still writing, still thinking, still corresponding with thinkers around the world. His beard had grown long and white, his health gradually declining, yet his mind remained engaged with the questions that had occupied him throughout his life. There is a certain peace in this continuity of purpose, in following one's intellectual path wherever it may lead. When Marx passed away in 1883, he was laid to rest in London's Highgate Cemetery, where he remains today beneath tall trees that whisper with each passing breeze. And endure they have, flowing through time like a stream that sometimes runs underground, sometimes emerges into full view. Marx's legacy has taken many forms, interpreted and reinterpreted across different cultures and eras. Some implementations of his ideas diverged dramatically from his writings, creating systems he might not have recognized as his own. Others found in his work inspiration for more humane social arrangements, for labor protections, for questioning economic structures that may seem as immutable as the stars, but are, in fact, human creations capable of change. Today, as you drift closer to sleep's embrace, Marx's influence can be seen in academic disciplines from economics to sociology, philosophy to literary criticism. His analytical method has provided tools for understanding how economic systems shape cultural values, political institutions, and individual lives. Even those who disagree with his conclusions often engage with the questions he raised, like how wealth is created and distributed, how work affects human fulfillment, and how societies transform over time. In university lecture halls, community discussion groups, and late-night conversations, people continue to explore Marxist ideas, turning them over like smooth stones in their hands, examining them from different angles. Some find in Marx a critique of capitalism's excesses, others a framework for understanding global inequality, still others a method for analyzing how economic conditions shape our very consciousness. Marx's personal qualities have been somewhat obscured by the enormity of his intellectual legacy, yet they deserve gentle remembrance too. His love of literature, Shakespeare, was a particular favorite, reminds us that he was not merely an economic theorist, but a man deeply engaged with the full spectrum of human expression. He enjoyed good wine and conversation with friends. He played with his children. He wrote love poems to his wife. These human touches soften the marble statue that history sometimes makes of influential figures. The misconception that Marx was coldly rational misses the deep compassion that motivated his work. Even in his critique, there was understanding, recognition that human beings seek meaning and comfort in a world that can sometimes feel indifferent to our suffering. As your consciousness begins to float like a leaf on a tranquil pond, consider how Marx's ideas about human potential suggest that each person contains multitudes, capabilities, and creative energies that the right social conditions might allow to flourish. There is something deeply hopeful in this vision, a belief that human beings might create a world that nurtures rather than constrains our development. The correspondence between Marx and his daughters reveals a tender side of the philosopher, a father who created elaborate stories to entertain his children, who worried about their futures, who took genuine interest in their thoughts and feelings. These letters remind us that behind world-changing ideas are simply people, loving and being loved, trying to make sense of their time on earth. Now, as sleep draws nearer, let Marx's complex legacy settle in your mind, not as something to be judged, but simply observed, like watching clouds drift across the evening sky. his ideas continue their journey through history, sometimes embraced, sometimes challenged, but always part of the ongoing human conversation about how we might live together. May the gentle weight of history's continuity comfort you as you drift toward dreams. May you find peace in the knowledge that human thinking unfolds across generations, each building upon what came before. May the rhythms of intellectual history, its ebbs and flows, its questions and responses, lull you toward restful sleep. And may you awaken renewed, carrying forward in your own way the eternal human project of understanding our world and imagining how it might be different. Sleep well now, as the thinkers of yesterday rest in history's embrace, and tomorrow's ideas wait patiently for the dawn.